How you doing, everyone, and welcome to the live stream, the special live stream for election night coverage. So happy you get to join me here tonight as we talk about life and liberty, and we talk about the pursuit of happiness. And we show the audience and the world that Cajuns do have intelligence. So I have like 3 screens of me all along here. So Kelby Dago will be here in a few minutes. He had some things he had to take care of. Talk to Dr. Mike, not Dr. Mike, Michael Schwartz. Not Michael Schwartz either, man. I don't know why. Dr. Mike is probably talking about me. But Mike Calderese will be here in a few minutes. We're going to be talking about the state of the election so far. We already have 8 people across social media from Rumble, YouTube, and Facebook. Did a TikTok live, had almost 300 people at one point, and some people was like, hey, we're going to go ahead and come meet you guys. We have 7 on Rumble, we have 1 on YouTube, and 1 on Facebook just left. I don't know why. I don't know why they left. But in the chat, we already got a few people. We got Boone in the house. Boone is going to be, Boone's a good friend of ours. He is in the chat. We got Pinch 40. Hope I'm saying your name right. Praying and hoping President Trump wins by a landslide. I'm listening to you in Covington. Great. In Louisiana. If you have not yet voted, you need to go vote. We still have an hour left here in the state of Louisiana. Polls are closing. Just called. Florida has been called for Donald Trump. This is a toss-up. New Hampshire is still too close to call, but Harris is winning there in a good has a good cushion, but still too close to call. Let's go, MAGA. Noah is in the chat. We got Swartz 92719. I believe that is Kelly, if I'm not mistaken. Kelly, if that's you, let me know. She said Boondock Guy, Isaac Hayes, Gaislers. I hope I'm saying that right. I cannot read to save my life right now. But I'm going to Rumble and see because I want to make sure because I can't see the pictures. Swartz 9217 just followed. Thank you. Let's go, MAGA. I agree with that. Let's go, MAGA. Let's get a victory tonight. Let's go ahead and y'all just turn myself on. Yeah, that is Kelly. Yeah, Kelly, you got this. Yes, I know. I'm doing a different role. Everything is normally pre-recorded with me, and I only do these live streams every so often. Tomorrow, if you are listening, though, please follow the show, like the show. But tomorrow I will be doing a live stream at 10 a.m. So I'm going to give some post coverage. I took off from work to go ahead and do that. There was no way for me to go ahead and get to the it was no way for me to go ahead and pre-record a show. Let's go ahead and look at everything that's going on right now. So let me go ahead and read this comment first from Warren Lovejoy. He is on Facebook. I like the energy. Thank you, Kelly. Thank you. Share the show, people, ladies and gentlemen. Warren said, you get it, boy. Yes, I am Warren. Thank you. Join me on Rumble so we can see your chats. So it says, on my way, Charlie, I will do my best to behave. I promise. That's Warren just texted me. So look, we got some good energy tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Some good energy, as Kelly said. All right, let's go ahead and talk about the state of the race right now. Florida had just been called for Donald Trump. Illinois had just been called for Kamala Harris. The Maine District 1 has been called for Kamala. Fox News called Tennessee for Donald Trump. The District of Columbia is for Kamala Harris. Missouri, Donald Trump. Florida, again, just been called Donald Trump. And Kelly, I know you're not going to like this, and if Dr. Michael Schwartz is watching as well, they just called New Jersey for Kamala Harris. Y'all have to do something in New Jersey. Massachusetts has been called for Kamala Harris. Rhode Island has been called for Kamala Harris. Oklahoma just been called for Donald Trump. The polls are just coming through right now. Connecticut, Kamala Harris. Mississippi has been called for Donald Trump. South Carolina was called for Donald Trump earlier. West Virginia was called for Donald Trump. Kentucky called for Donald Trump. Indiana called for Donald Trump. And Vermont went to Kamala Harris. This is the latest things that are going on in the nation right now. So the count is 105 to 72. Donald Trump has 105 delegates compared to Harris's 72. Too close to call. Georgia, 56.3 for Trump, 43.2 for Harris. Pennsylvania, raw numbers are coming in. Harris is up 72 to 26. This is early numbers, ladies and gentlemen. Don't get your all your calzones in a bunch, as I would say on the podcast. We have 14 viewers so far. We need you to do a favor though. Hit the like button, hit the share button. Look, there's a lot of people doing Facebook lives and YouTube lives. They're doing election coverage. Awesome. I want them to do that. I want people to hear it, but we doing it. Now we're doing it until 11 p.m. Eastern Central Standard Time. So we need some help. Let's keep these numbers going up. We got 15. We got a lot going on. Again, Miss Moran, Miley Moran, U.S. Yeah, you do the Trump chant, USA. I'm going to tell you this right now. Kids that are, the people that are in YouTube right now, they are my youth kids. These are kids that come to youth with me. So I want to give a shout out to Overcomers Youth Ministry. They probably just went off, but the Overcomers Youth Ministry. If you're in there, say Overcomers. We know who you are. All right. Big night. Caught up with a little bit what was going on. The Senate, the GOP has already picked up one seat. That is a good sign. And we need 51. We need 51 to overcome. Also in the House, some big races in the House. We're trying to keep the House as Republicans. We're going to keep track of all that. Right now it's 36-19. That is the count for the House. Governorship, the biggest governor's race out there was the North Carolina governorship. And Fox News they have projected that Mark Robinson will not win that state. So another southern state has gone to the Democrat Party, unfortunately. If I've been down or if I have to go get some, I have wires all over the place. My studio is full of wires right now. There's so much stuff going on. I got the camera. I got the computer. It's just a lot going on. All right, so what are we doing tonight? Well, tonight I have Mike Calderese. I have Kelby Dago. We're in collaboration with the Kelby and Jeau show. We have a few guests that are going to be coming on. William Wallace from William Wallace in America. I got Roger from Corporate's Canteen Cup. I really wanted Roger to come here because he is in Arizona. So he's going to go ahead and talk to us what's going on in Arizona later on. I was trying to get Jeff Ahern. We don't know if Jeff Ahern is going to come. If he does come in, we'll just go ahead and let him come in. And Mike Calderese, William Wallace, Kelby Dago, they're all going to be jumping in. Kelby's probably going to be here the longest, though, because Kelby is the co-host of tonight's show. But, yeah, we got a lot going on. Virginia, Harris is winning right now in that state. And I'm hoping Virginia turns because Glenn Youngkin was doing a great job out there, and he was trying to get the votes. And it's, we're going to have to see. Alpha Wolf 355 MAGA. Yes, let's make America great again. Facebook, for some reason, Facebook is not showing, but YouTube and Rumble is showing. So go ahead and hit it. I am waiting patiently for one of my co-hosts to come on for the night. Okay, so there we go. All right. So what we're hoping for? Well, look, I said this early on the TikTok Live. Kamala Harris has the easiest path to go tonight. Think about this, okay? If Georgia and North Carolina flip, if they go blue, or if Georgia continues to stay blue, or North Carolina flips to blue, and she wins Pennsylvania and the blue wall, it's done. It's done. Donald Trump could win all the other swing states. But if she wins Georgia or North Carolina, it's done. She wins the presidency of the United States. It even goes to that point. He can win North Carolina and South Carolina. He can win North Carolina and Georgia and the other swing states. If she holds on to the blue wall, it's over. She gets exactly 270, and this race will be very, very close. However, Donald Trump does have a path to victory, and the easiest path to victory is Donald Trump winning North Carolina and Georgia and picking up Pennsylvania. He does that. He's the president of the United States. Now, again, it does tie into all the other swing states. This could go to a point where Donald Trump wins all the swing states and he's president of the United States. But if the swing states go to Harris, well, we're going to have Harris for the next 4 years. Georgia, 84% in Georgia. Trump has taken the lead in Georgia. He's up by 588 votes. Very close race in Georgia. Very, very close race in Georgia. North Carolina, I'm hoping that Donald Trump goes ahead and takes North Carolina. I'm looking at the numbers now. There's 16 delegates in the state of North Carolina. It was very, very close. We're going to have to see what's going on. Oh, okay, so correction. That was not the whole state. That was just a district. I got Fox News on. I'm going to go see if we can see the numbers from each state. I'm trying to find out if this is so I can go look at all this. I have, like I said, so many screens. Let's see. So right now, 27%. So Trump is up in Georgia right now. The presidential hot race is Virginia. Harris is up 51%. She's up by 5 points in Virginia. Georgia, Trump is up right now 14 points. Florida, Trump has won already. North Carolina, Harris is up by 8 points, but it is only 7% in that has come in so far. She is also winning in Ohio. I believe that's going to flip. I think Donald Trump carries Ohio, but right now with the early numbers, there's 33% coming in, and she is up by 5. Now, look, ladies and gentlemen, listen here. Whatever happens, if one state flips, the whole map has turned. And back in the day, it was Ohio and Florida. Now, Florida, Trump has won, but Ohio is still in there. But there's only 33%, and we're going to have to see. But right now, she's up almost by 5 points. Let's go to the chat. Let's see. Punch 40. It appears Kari Lake is winning the Senate race in Arizona. That is one of the races we are watching tonight. Thank you, Pinch 40, for letting me know that. Let's go see. Let's go see if they have. Let's see. I'm trying to look. I don't see anything at the moment. There's no numbers coming in, but hopefully, if you're talking about poll numbers, please clarify if it's on the polls. If she was winning the polls, that is good news for us for the Senate. I'm watching Fox Premium. Yeah, I'm watching Fox 2, Kelly. I'm watching Fox 2. I also have Fox 2. Our main sources tonight, I want to let everybody know that it's probably going to be CNN, Associated Press, and Fox News. I have not pulled from I haven't pulled from CNN yet. CCK TC22. Hey, everyone. Hey to you, too. Glad you are in. The whole damn state of Virginia is red except Richmond and Northern Virginia. I know. I wonder how that is going. Let's see. If we win Virginia, that would be pretty awesome. Let's see. Virginia, it is a very, very tight race. 50% of the vote has come in. No, Harris is winning 50.98, and it's only 30% of the vote that has come in. The Electoral College numbers right now, 105 to 72. Again, I think Kamala Harris has the easiest path to victory. But let's not hope that does not happen. Let's pray that Donald Trump goes ahead and carries the whole state. Carries everything. All right. Want to make sure my battery is all good. I got everything plugged up. Look, I'm going to say this. Hey, Kelly, I don't have the 1776 coffee, but I do have coffee in this cup. I also got homemade root beer, and I got 2 bottles of water here. So I am very prepared. We only got one. Well, we got 12 people total. I need you to share the page. Look, all you people that are from 2 Mics Live, I know you're out there. Go ahead and tell your people, hey, go watch the Isaac Hayes show. And look, Mike Calderis will be on in a few minutes. I'm waiting for him to come on any minute now. But Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, too early to call. There's a lot in play with those 3 states. And look, this is one reason why we came on the time we did at 7 Central Standard Time. I knew those polls were going to close. We had polls close early. We had Vermont. We had I think it was West Virginia. We had a lot of polls that closed early. So again, the numbers right now, 105 to 72. Kamala Harris is losing the presidential race. Donald Trump is winning the popular vote. Donald Trump is winning the popular vote, 11,997,648 votes to Kamala Harris, 10,000 votes. 57,000. Well, it just changed. 10,086, 148 votes. So Trump is winning the popular vote. That's key too. Okay, that is key. Now, a lot of this, according to Fox News and others, they're saying that the popular vote is going to play a big role. Now, will the Democrats keep the argument if she wins the Electoral College and Donald Trump wins the popular vote? Because remember, they all saying, well, we need to go ahead and get rid of the popular vote. We need to get rid of the Electoral College and do the popular vote. Well, if Trump wins the popular vote, will they stay with that argument? All right. Kelly went ahead and said, I'm surrounded by red counties in Jersey, but the congested parts of New Jersey are blue and such. SHIT. CCKCT 22. Exactly how it is here, Kelly. And they're having a conversation. How's the anxiety level? I'm 100 out of 10. Look, it is a nervous night. It is a nervous night, guys. I'm confident, okay? I am confident that Donald Trump's going to pull this out. But unfortunately, anything can happen. What will happen what will it happen in 2020 2024 like it did in 2020? Pennsylvania had some machines shut down earlier today. I heard there was some threats into Georgia precincts voting locations. There was a lawsuit that the RNC had to hurry and put out on Wisconsin. There's a lot of things going on right now. So what will happen? We don't know. All right. In the chat, please continue while we wait for Mike Calderese to come on. Mike Calderese said around 7:15 he would come on, 8 o'clock his time. He might be listening to something with fire. I forgot the name. Forgot the name of his podcast. They're doing election coverage right now as well. So let's see. All right, let's go through some of the states as Fox do. Too soon to call for Georgia, but Donald Trump is leading the state of Georgia. Good sign for us. Early voting helped out in that state. They had a lot of people that went early vote, but Georgia is too close to call, and there's 42% that's come in. Now, Georgia went ahead and changed a lot of their voting laws. This is going to help us. A lot of people were talking about 2020, and they thought they had some stuff that went on. But Georgia went ahead and tried to fix a little bit of it. They went ahead and they tried to fix a little bit. We have an election alert from Fox News. And this is the Pennsylvania Senate race that is going on right now. Too soon to call. The Republican McCormick is losing to the incumbent Casey right now. And it's too soon to call. Early votes is still in the hundreds of thousands. Noah, we're looking strong in Georgia. Yes, we are. Senate race in Florida has been called. Rick Scott, the incumbent, will hold on to his seat. That is a good hold for us. We need that. Maryland Senate race is too close to call. They don't even have numbers right now. Kelly said he might have fallen asleep. He's doing a lot of shows this week. Yes. And look, you go check out the Mike Swartz show at 9 a.m. Central Standard Time, my time. He is Dr. Mike is right before my show. So Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, before you listen to me, go listen to Dr. Mike. So, but yeah, he has been doing a lot of shows. KCTC 22 says, I do not know how I'm not gonna sleep tonight. Me neither. That's why I took the day off. I took the day off tomorrow. Kelly responded to that. I decided to pop on so I could be with like-minded friends. Yes. Also, go check out Two Mics Live on Rumble. They're on Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, 6 standard Central Standard Time. All our time zones are different. If you watch the shows, we all are different. I need to go text Kelly. Should I text Mike Calderese and be like, where are you at? Where are you at? We're gonna have to see. I'm also waiting on Warren Lovejoy to come on. So we're waiting on them. Oh, man, we're losing people. Y'all got to keep following, man. Hey, share that button. We're going to be here for a while. Look, even if it's at 0, I'm still going to go ahead and do this because I love following politics. Texas Senate is coming in. Ted Cruz is ahead by a slim majority. That is too close to call. Blackburn has won the Texas Senate seat. Yes, check us out. Yes, hey, Kelly. Yeah, hey, 2 Mics Live. I was on there last night, and Kelly did not know what ça c'est bon meant. Now, she said it more eloquently than I do. I talk Cajun French. She talked Cajun French, but I educated her a little bit. See what I did there? Bonus of being married to the owner. Yeah. Hey, let's go ahead and check with Mike. I'm trying to find, where's Mike? I need someone to talk to. Kelby should be on as well pretty soon. Kelby had some school stuff to do. The young man is going to college. He needs to go ahead and get an education. So let's see. Let's see if we can wake up Mike. Noah, I think Ohio's about to flip. Flip which way? Noah, Republican or Democrat? Now remember, Ohio is key too. Ohio used to be a very strong swing state. Now polls did show, Donald Trump winning that state, but you can't believe polls either. So let's go see. Let's go see if we can see the numbers of Ohio. Let's go see this right here. I'm trying to see if I can go to state by state. All right, so let's go ahead and see. All right. All right, so let's go see what's going on in Ohio. Only 36% came in since Noah asked about it. Ohio, Harris is winning by a slim majority. It's only 36% that is in right now, but she is winning a little bit. So we're going to see what happens. Oh, no, Mike Caldery said his camera isn't working. That's the issue. That's the issue. So, Mike, we're waiting on you. We're waiting on you, Mike. We're waiting on you. He said he restarted his computer. He will be on soon. We also have William Wallace from William Wallace in America is going to be coming on. But no, I hope it turns. I hope it turns. So, Noah clarified. He said Republican. So, Kelly said, yes, you did. Ça, c'est bon. Yeah. She spelled it the correct way. Said it probably the correct way, too. I'm just saying. Go check out 2 Mics Live Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, 6 o'clock Central Standard Time, 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. I'm going to go ahead and bug Mike Calder. I'm going to go ahead and bug Dr. Michael Schwartz. Alabama is coming in, and Trump is leading Alabama. Again, I feel like I'm a sportscaster when I'm by myself. I'm just giving you the play-by-play. So, all right. So, W. Lovejoy. The history of our country is in the balance tonight. Yes, I agree with you, Lovejoy. I agree with you, W. Lovejoy. And look, we need to do, look, hopefully this all starts to turn. Look, I'm like one of the commenters, someone said in the live stream earlier, I hope Donald Trump takes it by a landslide. Where there's no doubts, there's no conspiracy theories. Let's go ahead and let's win this thing. If we as Republicans go out and vote, we have a shot at it. Look, I went vote. I got the I vote sticker somewhere. I brought it with me because I wanted to go ahead and wear it, and I forgot to put it on. But, we need Republicans to go vote. Like, if you're still in the state of Louisiana, I'm going to look into the camera. If you're in the state of Louisiana and you didn't go vote yet, your polling place is still open till 8 o'clock. We got a lot going on. And I do agree with Lovejoy. He said the history of our country is in the balance tonight. Everything our founding fathers fought for, they're in the balance. Everything. And I want to go check out the Facebook live stream. I forgot about it. Let's go ahead and see this. So we were supposed to have Michael Anthony on. He just messaged me and told me he probably won't be able to make it tonight. So let's see. Oh, we got 2 comments. Let's see. Elijah Armatar is watching on Facebook. Elijah, welcome to the show. Share it with your friends. Let's go ahead and get this done. Kelly went ahead and said my son voted in his first presidential election today. Came home from school just for that. So proud. Yes. See, that is a true American Republican. standing up for the public. Republic. Don't matter where he's at. He's going to go ahead and vote. Find a way to vote. The Democrats do. Even dead people vote sometimes. All right. Let's see. Yeah, so Michael Anthony would not be able to. Michael Anthony's a great guy. Courage Matters. Go check him out. Guys, we got a treat for you right now. We got a treat for you right now. Mr. Mike Calderese is in the live stream. What's going on, my friend?
Not much, buddy. Sorry for being late. Number one, I got caught up in Bill Hemmer's board, bro. You know, when Bill Hemmer just starts poking at that board, I can't peel myself away. And then for whatever reason, my computer was not recognizing my camera. So I had to restart it, unplug everything, plug everything back in. And voila, level 1 tech support worked. And we're ready to go, man. I'm going to position myself a little bit over here on the screen because I want to see my TV as we're doing this.
Yeah, so I got the iPad right here. I was supposed to get a TV from my dad, and it was on the wall. And I'm like, I ain't pulling that off the wall. So everything's on the wall now, man. Back in the day, TVs were too big to carry. Now they put it on the wall. So Kelly went ahead and said, woo, hey, we got Dr. Michael. See, I'm messing y'all guys up, man. You need 2 mics live is messing me up. But we got Mike Calderese in the show today. So Mike, what you seeing so far, man? Trump is ahead 105-72 in the electoral count. He is only a little bit away. He has 1 Missouri. He has 1 Wisconsin. He's 1 South Carolina, Mississippi. The states that we thought he was going to win. Now, one of our look, Noah just commented now and said just flipped Ohio. So she was winning Ohio, but now that was more leaning towards Trump. Some states, William Lovejoy says have some dead votes than live votes. That's true. And we just got a good chat going on right now. Small numbers. We got a good chat going on. But Ohio just flipped. Every state that's been going on right now is it was predicted for Trump. The swing states are too close to call.
I mean, one of the things everyone has to remember right now, just dial everything down just a tad, right? Because what you don't know about these states is who is reporting what. So now right now I'm seeing Jersey is 54 to 44, right? Now, things like this is what I'm going to be looking at. I'm going to be looking at states like that. As far as everything else, just dial it down because you don't know, like North Carolina, if you looked at Bill Hemmer's map right up there, most of the blue states were the only ones that were reporting. So early on, it looked like she had a massive lead in North Carolina, but but she was underperforming those areas compared to Biden, right? Once again, you look at something like Ohio. Yeah, he just took the lead, 49, blah, 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 blah. But it's eventually going to work its way out to, +6, +7, +8. The most interesting thing about this election is one of the things that we've been saying on the show, and I know you've been talking about, is the black vote, right?
Yep.
If you look at Miami-Dade County is flipped basically. Trump is getting 25 to 30% of the black male vote in those counties. When you look at Fulton County, Georgia, he's getting 25% of the black vote. When you look at those counties as far as black males, if that trend continues, which I don't think it's going to be localized, right? So if that trend continues, we have the potential to have a very good night for Trump. It means that she is actually underperforming Biden in a lot of these areas, and he is either increasing or outperforming. Now, there's some outliers that he's underperforming, but I mean, I looked at Indiana, right? Indiana, he took by it was 57% last time, and right now he's upwards 61, 62. Right, so these little areas are going to tell me something, Isaac. They're going to tell me they're going to tell me a lot. And Florida being called early, Florida was just called at 8:00 with no problem, right?
So I want to bring up this state though too, because Noah just brought it to me, and I was just thinking about that. I was just thinking about it. I went and look on the states where Trump is leading, and guess what just flipped? Virginia. Now, Mike, I said this early in the live stream. If one state that was leaning blue flips, the whole electoral map turns. It's a whole different ball game, and because I know you do it on Two Mics Live, you and Kelly, who was in the chat as well. I've done it, and multiple people have done it. They went according to these state leading polls and said, well, look, it's going to go down like this. If one blue state flips, it's over. To me, it changes the whole map, and we have to reorganize and look at everything again.
Well, yeah. Listen, here's the bottom line. If you're pulling for Trump here, Trump's way to the presidency, I'm telling everybody right now, it's going to be Georgia, it's going to be North Carolina, and it's going to be Pennsylvania. Right? Whatever happens outside of that, he's really got to take those three. Harris cannot take Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. If she does that, it's over. Right?
Well, this is my point though. Okay, like Virginia was leaning blue. If Virginia flips she could still take Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Not Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Yeah, if she takes those three. But that West Virginia, if those votes go to Trump, that changed the whole map for her because she has to win those three states along with if she loses all the swing states and only wins those three, is right at 270. If Virginia flips or New Hampshire flips, it changes.
And you're 100% right with that. You need one of those things to do it if she does take those states, right? So yes, that's a very good point. Virginia can be the outlier here. Virginia, Glenn Youngkin was not supposed to win that state. He did. He went on to win it. It's going to be interesting, Isaac, to really see what's going to take place. Because you're right. If Virginia flips and she wins those three, she cannot then win the election with just that, right? If that happens, she would have to steal Nevada. She'd have to steal Arizona, something like that, in order to put her above. And I think she would need both of those in order to match one Virginia. If she loses Virginia, she's not. I don't put it this way. Virginia right now I'm looking at, it's 49-5, Trump 48-8. That's way closer than they want it, and it looks like there's 36% of the vote in, okay? That's way closer than they want this. And Kane is outperforming, the Senate candidate Kane is outperforming Kamala Harris right now with the same amount of vote in, right? So listen, if that does flip, it's going to be a long night for Harris. I'm telling you that right now, because if he takes Virginia, that's a big time flip for him with what's that, 16 electoral votes, something like that. Virginia's a big state. So
we just got word Fox News has called Arkansas for Donald Trump. Also something that I want to talk about, and we have some local races here in Louisiana. I will talk about. I don't know, Mike, if you have some local races in New Jersey you like to talk about, but Texas Senate race, Ted Cruz is losing that race right now. He is losing that race. It is very, very tight. It's still early in the night. But Fox News has called New Jersey's Class 1 seat for Andy Kim, the Democrat, and a lot of the same seats are going over. But I want to go look at let me go look at the hot races for sure. So where is it at? I'm trying to look for Texas.
So let's get Alabama. Seems like he's up. It looks to me like
Alabama
Trump is extending some of his leads, buddy.
Alabama has been called for Donald Trump too. So I'm trying to find. Let's see.
But what I'm doing is I'm looking at last time win percentage versus where he's at, and I'm not really listen. Once again, if you have less than 50% of the vote that's in and counted, you don't know who's reported when. So I'm not going off of that, right? What I'm doing is I'm looking at some of these bellwether stuffs, and I'm looking at who's voting and what's coming out about the vote. The bottom line is it looks right now like Trump is either performing to where he was or outperforming to where he was in many of these places, including some of the black areas. He's really improved his numbers, and she is well below Biden in a lot of these numbers. It's the stuff that we've been hearing. So now Florida's got 91% of the vote in, and that's a 56-43 race. Right, that's a 5-point swing. Are you going to tell me that he has moved Florida 5 points to the right, but no other state went with him? I find that hard to believe.
Yeah, it's hard to believe as well. It's hard to believe because of and his campaign was flawless, dude. The last month and a half was flawless. He did the Joe Rogan Experience. Him and JD Vance did that. The McDonald's stunt, the garbage truck stunt, all that stuff really worked out real well. So, Mike, we have William Wallace in right now. So we're gonna go ahead and bring in William Wallace. William, what's going on, my friend?
All right. Hey, Isaac,
Y'all can't hear?
Isaac, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How about you?
I'm doing great. Hey, Isaac, we are broadcasting live from a restaurant here in Metairie called Porterview. So behind me, we got a backdrop, but you're over the loudspeaker in a restaurant in a bar.
Oh, well, hey, how you doing, everybody? Mike Calderese. They're in a bar. Your favorite place.
I'll drink to that. I will drink to that.
North Carolina just has flipped, guys. We had word North Carolina just flipped to red. So Georgia is red. North Carolina is red. We're waiting on Pennsylvania. Mike, before we get to William, I do want to get your thoughts on the Texas Senate race right now. Oh, just flipped. Cruz has just flipped the state.
Yeah, Cruz is winning that race. Let's take that and just let's call that here on your show right now. I don't think that's gonna finish up 4 or 5 points in Cruz's favor. I mean, once again, it's really early in Texas. They just started reporting, so you don't know who's reporting, right? So let's just dial it back. I think that's going to wind up a 5-point race anyway.
You think so?
Yeah. I mean, it's Texas. That's where he's going to take that. 5-point race is close in Texas, right? They're not used to that type of stuff. So
right, William.
It just shows you what immigration has done for Texas. It just shows you that illegal immigration is done in Texas. It's made a closer margin, where it used to be, read about 75-25 or whatever. Now it's read, like you said, about within 5-point margin.
Yeah, and like I said, 5 points to us, that's a landslide. But again, in Texas, that is a very close race. So William, what you're seeing, man? Like, first off, y'all, where y'all located? Like, y'all at a campaign party? What y'all doing?
We're at a restaurant in Metairie, Louisiana called Porterview, and they've got a bar area off to the side, and that's where it's set up. And right now, people can hear you in the bar over the loudspeaker, on this section. Now, I've been telling everybody that I'll be on the Isaac Hayes show, and I would love it if people listen to your show more. Now getting to meet a friend here with Dead Red Media, if people need to listen to all of us. Because let me tell you something. If Trump wins, he's going to need more conservative-minded media. He's going to need the smaller platforms like ours to be able to help carry the water for him that he needed to carry, because he's not going to have the media on his side. And God forbid Kamala gets it, we're going to need ourselves even more, because without our voice, there's not a future for us.
I agree with you, because she's already said she wants to go ahead and go after social media platforms. She wants to go ahead and limit our voice and censor us. And look, thank God for Rumble. Thank God, for YouTube and Facebook. But like me and Mike right here, we're our main focus.
I'm gonna pop right back off real quick.
All right,
Bill
my
Hemmer's
friend.
on the board. I'll give you an update on it.
All right, my friend. So we're gonna go ahead and remove. We're gonna remove. Well, we're gonna remove Mike for the second. But I agree with you, William. Me and Mike, we're mainly on Rumble. If you notice, we're on Rumble Studio right now, and we're pushing these platforms because Rumble is a free speech platform, and we need to go ahead and make sure that our voices are still heard any way, shape, or form. We got I want to go ahead and read some in the chat. W Lovejoy said, I am afraid voting will not change things. Take that how you want. And look, William, that is a concern. People are worried about everything that has gone on. Look, we mentioned it earlier, Pennsylvania, Georgia, a lot of things were going on in the country today. And look, they caught it early. Thank goodness. But right now, it's looking like Trump's having a pretty good night. Let's just hope it stays that way.
Well, I just turned around over here. There's over my shoulder is the map. Looks like you've got Trump at 111 electoral votes now.
Yep.
He just jumped up a little bit more. That's awesome.
Yeah, race was called in Arkansas. So the race was called in Arkansas. So
nice.
Yeah, but
again, tonight's the long night, and if it's not a mandate tonight, it's going to be decided over the next couple of weeks. So it could be an early, an early election, or it could be a long haul. But Isaac, Do you know who certifies the election when Trump wins?
Oh, Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris.
Well, this is what I'm saying, because Nancy Pelosi and others are already saying that, well, we're going to have to look at it and make sure that things were fair. And I'm like, what happened about 2020? What about everything that was fair? Now, I want to ask you a question right here, because Bill Hemmer is on the board right now, and Mike is listening to it. Virginia is a key factor right now, because according to all our maps, William, and look, you do it, Mike does it, I do it all the time. We look at these maps and we kind of make a projection on how the polls are going. Virginia was leaning blue. They figured out her win based on Virginia turning blue. It's only 40% in right now, but Trump is leading the state of Virginia. How big would it be if Donald Trump would pick up Virginia?
If he picks up Virginia, that'd be a sweep. That's going to be a sweet night. Looks like Pennsylvania's going to be tough for him. I don't know. Hopefully the rest of the state comes in, but Virginia would be really a really good night.
Yeah, well, Pennsylvania only has 11% of the vote in. And look, early voting is helping us out right now, because normally you would see all these polls and you would see, wow, Democrats are running away with it. But early voting has played a key part, and Trump has been asking the Republican Party to early vote. And I think about 30% of Republicans have gone vote so far in early elections.
Unbelievable. So tell me, Isaac, your gut. What's your gut telling you, Isaac?
So going into this, I said I think it'll be a slim majority. I think Trump would pull it off, though. Now, the issue I would have is Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. Now, this is going on to earlier I was saying, well, look, if Kamala has the easiest way to win with those three states. But if Virginia flips, I think Donald Trump wins in a landslide tonight. Now, that is based on Virginia. And again, he is winning that state right now. But we just got to hope. I think Trump pulls it out, and I hope Trump wins with over 300 delegates tonight.
Wow, absolutely. I got to say, again, long night, but Trump has made that connection with more and more people, I think, than Kamala has been able to. Kamala, I think, has exposed her hand, so to speak, in the last month. I think that she was not able to resonate with even her own voters as much as Trump was able to expand his base.
Well, I said it the other day, and you can find this on TikTok. I took a clip from my show 2 shows ago. I said she had about 7 accents going on, and I said I'm glad Louisiana ain't a swing state, because she would have came in here, boy, let me tell you, we ate some crackling and some boudin, because she's trying to be relatable, but it didn't work.
But Isaac, you and I both know she would like that. She would eat that tomato-based jambalaya and call that jambalaya, good jambalaya, right?
Yeah, I agree with you on that. She would say it's good and it's foaming out of her mouth.
Yeah, she would say a tomato-based jambalaya is good. It has tomato paste in it, right?
Yeah, no.
Jambalaya, right?
You gotta smother that down with the pork and the sausage. My good friend Ryan Moran would know about that. So, but we have a lot going on in the chat right now. W. Lovejoy is giving us a couple of input. He said, I think this time he will truly do his very best to drain that target in D.C. William, I know what Lovejoy is talking about. Unfortunately, when he got there, he allowed some of the establishment Republicans to come in, and they sabotaged him bad. But I think this time he will go in there and we're not doing that.
No, he's not gonna do all that. He knows how to do it this time. So tell me, Isaac, you think that the closet Trump supporters are going to come out tonight?
Oh yeah, in droves. You saw with the early numbers with Republicans. You know how many Democrats are voting Republican?
The closet Trump supporters.
Oh, the ones.
The closet Trump supporters are the ones who publicly say how much they don't like Trump. They're not going to vote for him. They think that he's a bad dude. But yet when they go in that voting booth, they're going to vote for him because they know what prosperity was. And so they're the closet Trump supporters, because they're going to that voting booth complaining about him but they're still going to vote for him because they know that we are better off during his time in office than now.
I think so. I think that a lot, like again, going back to that, Democrats are going to go ahead and vote for Donald Trump. They're going to say they did because of the area they're in, but this goes back to the ad that Kamala did with the two men walking into the booth, and they was trying to say that these MAGA men were going to vote Harris. I think that's happening on the Democrat side. And Mike, I'd like you to get your thoughts on that because look, I saw a TikTok earlier where a woman was being used to make sure Kamala voters went vote, and she was a MAGA supporter. And everyone she called, she was like, "Oh, we voted Trump." All the Democrats she called said we're voting for Trump. So, Mike, what do you think about that? Do you think there's some closet Democrats that are saying, "Oh, we hate Trump," but they're going in that voter booth and they're voting for Trump?
That's because of the closet Trump supporters.
Right.
They're the ones who publicly said that I'm going to vote for him, but they go in and vote with me. He said, "You know what? I'm better off with you than without you."
So, Mike,
here's the other thing
Mike, give us your input on that of closet Trump supporters that say, "Hey, we don't like Trump, but they're gonna go vote for him in the booth."
That's right. That's what they are. So,
Yeah.
go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, I don't see it. I don't see it the opposite way. I don't see Trump supporters that are closet Harris supporters. The bottom line is, if you look at some of the early stuff, like that one place in New Hampshire that only has 6 different votes, they went 6-0 for Biden. It was a 3-3 split. When you look at big time Democrats like Elon Musk and Joe Rogan, these people switching over, you're seeing outright, not even closet people doing it, you're seeing outright voter switch. So to me it's interesting. I just watched Ohio, and it seems like she's overperforming in Ohio. So these numbers are going to be very interesting as they come along, man, and we're in for the ride. I'll tell you that much.
Mike, that's a great point, Mike, because a lot of the big name Democrats that switched to Trump, they brought a lot of the closet Trump supporters out of the closet and brought even more, in that realm that they're I wasn't going to vote for him, but now I'm going to. So you're right. There was that hidden wave that was going on as a result.
Yeah, and Georgia's interesting because they have Cobb County has not reported any votes because they had that bomb threat there. And it's funny how there's bomb threats in these very important big time counties that are very, very, very blue. You know what I'm saying? So Georgia looks really good right now, but we gotta hold on tight with that one as well, because one of the major blue counties has not reported any votes right now. That's the interesting part.
So we're having a little bit of lag on our end. So if you're watching, we're trying to fix that right now. We got some lag going on. I don't know what's up with the internet. I think them people are trying to stop us. But we still going on. Let's keep going on.
What's that?
Now we having some lag going on, but we're trying to work on it right now.
What do you all think about how the Democrats made it a one-issue election for women? The Democrats keep taking that narrative that Trump was going to take away abortion rights. He's going to put people on the list, and they made abortion one issue only for women, and a lot of women are vote for Kamala because of that one issue. I personally think it's demeaning and condescending to women to convince them that this election should only be about that one issue of abortion. Because what I think is the Democrats are basically telling women that they're not smart enough to think about all the other issues that affect them even more, like an open border, where illegal aliens are getting better access to health care than U.S. women are. How immigration and the different policies affect women's pay. So when they keep making abortion that the issue that women should vote on, I think it's both condescending and again the meaning. What do you all think?
I think you're 100% correct, because the issue with this is that they're trying to say, hey, women, you're one-minded, you're one track mind, and that's not good either. Guys, let's hold on for 1 second. Let me go ahead and switch the Wi-Fi's around here, and let's see if that works. Let's go ahead. How about now? Y'all with us? All right, let's see.
I'm still here.
All right, yeah, we're having a lot of lag for some reason on our internet side right here. Trying to fix the Wi-Fi issue. All right. All right, let's do this. All right, y'all guys are still with us? No, shoot. All right. All right, guys, I'm back. Having some issues with the Wi-Fi, but we're gonna get it.
There you go. Well, and I'm gonna have to leave here in just a minute, Isaac.
Okay.
What I'm gonna do is, but I'm gonna check back. How late?
Hold on, buddy. I got to see something.
Well, we're gonna be here till about 11 o'clock.
Hey.
So you can go ahead and join us. Keep on joining us, and we'll work on that.
So, Isaac, how late are you gonna be on the night you said?
We're probably gonna be on till about 11 p.m.
Okay. All right. So you have 3 more hours.
Oh yes, sir. Yes, sir. We got a long night ahead of us.
You killing it tonight, Isaac.
Yes, sir. Election night. We ready?
You slaying the dragon. Well, I'm gonna jump on with you a couple times tonight. I'm getting ready to go to an event.
I mean, 33% of the vote. Once again, you don't know who's coming in and anything like that. But New Jersey's never usually inside single digits. I don't really care what anybody says. I watch it all the time, and it's always 60s, plus. And right now, you're talking about an 8-point race inside New Jersey. That's a 10-point swing. Now, if you tell me that he moved New Jersey 10 points, but he didn't move any other blue states, that the same or any points to the right, that doesn't make any sense to me.
No, it don't make sense whatsoever. Man, I don't know what's going on with the lag. I don't know if it's just the computer overheating or what, but man, I'm gonna have to try to fix this. And this is bad, Mike. We having a good time, and it's just messing up like crazy. I don't know what's going on. And we're on two separate.
I'm definitely frozen right now, aren't I?
Oh yeah. It's like the internet is.
It's weird. You look really good on my computer.
Oh yeah, so I'm using
really
I'm using like 2 different networks. I'm using 2 streaming. I'm using StreamYard, but I'm using it on the other side. Now, I might have to go ahead and try something else. Now it's telling me it's good, so I don't know. Technology, man, you gotta love it, bro. You gotta love it. I'm frozen on my end too. So let me do this. Okay, let's do that. That might be the issue. Let's see if I can find it on this end. So I got two Wi-Fi networks here, but it's not letting me do what I need to do with it. So let's go ahead. Let's do this right here. Let me see if I can.
That's weird because you're coming in really clear on my end.
Yeah, well, I'm on StreamYard, so that's the issue. Look, this is the technical issues that we have here at the studios. Mike knows about
we're
that.
Moving pretty good now. I definitely know about some technical issues. That's for damn sure.
Oh yeah, and I came here early, making sure that everything was working good, and all that good stuff. Let's see right here if I can maybe get my hotspot on to where we could go ahead and see this right here. Let's see. So I just got
South Carolina is going big for Trump right now. 60 to 40. It's really 60 to 40 at 39. Right? Tennessee's going big for Trump. It's right now in this race. I feel it's weird because I have the same feelings that I'm feeling in 2020, man, where it looks pretty good for him, and you don't know when all the crazy votes are going to start coming in.
Right.
Now, Texas is starting to stretch out a little bit. It's a 53-45 race now. What is that? It's 7 points. Cruz is now expanding. He's got a 3.5, 4 point lead in Texas, right? So things are starting to flush themselves out the way. It might be an interesting situation where the polls are maybe somewhat close this round, because that's what they had about Texas. Texas is falling out right now is where it should have been. So it's gonna be interesting.
So I know what the issue is now.
You got it?
Yeah.
You working that out, buddy?
Yeah, I'm working that out. So I have to go to the iPhone and get the internet on my iPhone, because all the internet is pulling to two computers. So let's see if this works. If I have to redo the live, we'll go ahead and redo the live. There we go. We got it. Everything's looking good. Tell me if you like it in the chat. So unfortunately we had to downgrade our internet because of the.
I'm gonna do this just to see what's up.
Do like that.
See how we're doing.
All right. Well, look, it's working right now. Let's just hope it stays working. What's good about the separate computer? It is not going on the It is not streaming anything. So that's the good point. So it just we're streaming from another computer. So, but right now it looks good. Let's hope it stays that way.
I have not seen myself start waving yet.
Can't you hear me? All right, I need to go back to Fox News. Let's go listen to Fox News, see what's going on. Sean Hannity's on right now. Same numbers, 111 to 72 right now. Vermont, Scott has won the governorship right there. So we got free and anonymous. That's what it is. Somebody was messing with us. This is Theo and Energy. I guess you're reading that. Hey, we got 18 people in the chat, guys. We need to go share the live stream. One on YouTube, and that was Noah, and he said we good now. So that was it. We just had a lot of lagging going on. It's good. I moved the phone and it did a little something, but it's working good now. All right, so Mike. So unfortunately, one of my devices are gone, but I do have the big map here, and I will go. Let's go ahead, and if Bill Hemmer comes on, let us know what was going on. So what did you hear from Bill Hemmer? Because you were gone for a little while.
So just interesting little things. It seems to be shaking out very haphazardly. Like I didn't like some of the things I was seeing out of Ohio, for example. She's outperforming certain areas in Ohio, but she's also underperforming certain areas in Georgia. She's underperforming, certain categories of people. Clearly, she's underperforming big time areas that were, big blue areas in Florida, and she's underperforming that. But the Ohio thing was interesting. Right now, like when you look at Virginia, Trump has a slight lead in Virginia, but there's still a hell of a lot of votes that are out of the eastern part of the state where you have a heavy blue. I think she was taking it by about 65%. It's put it this way. I think Virginia is a lot closer than they thought, right? So Virginia was going to be 6 points they were talking about. She was up in the polls. And you're seeing that was a huge left-wing bias right now in Virginia, right? Because it's way closer in Virginia than they thought. Georgia, I'm staring at Georgia right now. It's 52.3 to 47.1. That's a 4 or 5 point lead right now with 50-something% of the vote in. It looks really good in Georgia. But once again, major counties have not even reported one vote. So that's very concerning. If he does take Virginia, and I think it's a very good sign that New York, New Jersey, Virginia, they're all reporting numbers that are much closer to what Biden was doing, So
we got some numbers
like there.
We just got some numbers. Texas has gone for Trump. No surprise there. Kelly, I should send Kelly the link so she could come on and chill with us if she wants. Tell me in the chat, Kelly, if you want to do that. She said that 19 states are closing now. So
yes,
I will say this
right now. It's about to get real. This is 9 o'clock, bro. When it gets to 10, 11 o'clock, that's when this is going to start getting real.
FWR.
All this from here is fluff. Right now, is where it starts getting it.
FWR from YouTube is saying, "Hello, fellow Americans." Hey, yes, fellow Americans. Let's hope we have we're having a good night so far. I want to stay on Virginia. Now, look, the count for delegates right now 178, 113. So there's states that, like I said, that we thought we would go ahead and see. We're seeing it right now. But we're getting in there. And look, Mike, popular vote is Donald Trump's right now. He's winning the popular vote. I want to stay.
Yeah, and that's going to happen because California's not. When California drops, that's where he loses the popular vote. When you start getting to the West Coast.
So, Mike, I'm going to go ahead and let you comment on a few things. I'm going to go ahead and try something out to make sure we got better reception. So if you go ahead,
it looks like it to me. Honestly looking at it from my point of view on my phone where I'm watching it looks like that we're not having as much of a lag issue, and it looks like it's coming a lot more.
So let me go ahead and do.
They just gave New York to Trump. I mean to Harris. Nothing surprising.
I was about to say,
wait, Colorado to Harris.
Colorado early, man. That was early.
That's early.
Oh.
Well, I mean, Colorado, we knew that was going there. I have a buddy that lives out in Colorado. They're very weird people out there. We knew that was gonna go. Now it's New Mexico's on the screen for president. That could be an interesting one. Louisiana was just called for Trump. Yeah, dude. So some of these margins are very interesting. 9% of the vote in for Michigan, 52-45 in favor of Harris. It seems like maybe they're counting the early votes like earlier, because if you notice, a lot of these states have went big time early for Harris, and they have flipped around into Trump's favor. Let's hope that trend continues.
Kelly says she's going to pass because she is on the couch. And we're in seat. So hold the fort. Hold the fort. hold the fort. Hold the fort. I'm gonna go ahead and do something. I'll be right back. Wrong button. All right.
Oh, did you just leave me in there? Is that what you're doing? I'm all by myself here. I like it. I like your style there, Isaac. I like your style. All right, so I'll just take over while I have my beer.
All right, I'm back. See, yeah, I saw the beer. I told you it was going to be a minute. Said hold the fork down a little bit.
I was like, what the hell just happened?
Like
it, Isaac.
You are a seasoned veteran. So I'm looking at. Yeah, y'all seeing other stuff right here. Oh, okay. See, they're going behind the scenes. See, this is when you're a low budget show. You have to do things other ways. All right. I just left you.
Bill Hemmer has literally got some Iron Man shit going on with his screen right now. He's walking over to different TV screens. He has got screens in the air. He had to train for hours to do this broadcast.
He had to. All right. So let's see what's going on in the chat. I said it in Two Mike's chat. Virginia is way more red. That was CCKCTC22. You should know who that is, Mike. We had you in the chat, so let's see. We don't have that much going on. Yeah, so we got 15 people total. We need you guys to keep on sharing the live stream. Kelly's saying she's dying. She's dying. She's laughing her head off right now. Your face was so good. That's what she said, Mike.
I appreciate it. I do like the way my camera and my lighting set up here in my home studio. It's working well. Let's put it that way. I wish I could get the lag out of my computer too, but that's not going to happen anytime soon.
Well, when I start making money off of Rumble, we won't have these issues. I'll be able to pay for the high dollar internet. And see, I would have done this from my house. But my kids are up right now, and I know they will be poking their head, and y'all know that because I've done live streams from the house with y'all guys, and my kids are like, "Who's that?"
It looks like Hammer's coming back up. It looks like he is. Let's see what he's saying. He's going over some Georgia stuff. Georgia right now is 52-6 to 48 or 46-8, right? But it doesn't look like a lot of the blue counties have reported.
So
let's hear what he's saying.
So hold on. If this is really, I don't know if this is him. But Donald Trump said, "Hello, my fellow Americans," in the chat. If this is Donald Trump, hey, I'll send the link to you. Shoot me a message. Send me a message. I will gladly take that phone call. Mike, I'll leave you on the screen by yourself again.
That'll work for me. So I'm watching Bill Hemmer talking about North Carolina right now. And it looks like North Carolina, Trump is performing pretty well. Especially compared to Biden, right? So
yeah. Well, and that's the thing. We know that early voting is going to go ahead and probably was going to go to Harris's way, but like you said, North Carolina, Georgia is really looking good right now. So I'm about to run some numbers. Well, hold on 1 second. We got the second face of the show tonight. An hour late, but we'll forgive him, Mr. Kelby Dago. Kelby, this is Mike Calderise from Two Mikes Live.
What's up, Kelby? How you doing, bud?
He can't hear us.
I told you, wait.
I didn't see that.
On the audio, we're still working on the audio.
Yeah, hey Mike, you see, this is the baby of our podcast right here because they just started like 2 months ago, and then he takes himself off the screen.
No, I get it. See what I do. I'm a pro. I'm a pro there, Isaac. I don't pop on until everything's working properly. You're sending me text messages going, "Where the hell are you?" I'm like, bro, I'm not coming on if shit ain't working. But hey, listen, sometimes stuff doesn't work, and that's just the bottom line. When you're dealing with technology, sometimes it just does not work.
We lost half our audience because we couldn't keep a show going, so we was having issues. But now we're having all right. So. Yeah, someone said Donald. I'm going to see who this Donald Trump is. So I know it ain't
the boat is in the chat. What is up?
What's happening?
My man, pots and pans. If it isn't Mike Honcho himself.
All right, so Mike, let's go ahead and talk about some numbers while we wait on Kelby to get back on. Virginia, Trump's up 1.5. Georgia, Trump is up 5. We already know Florida has gone towards Trump. North Carolina is Trump. Ohio, which we were worried about earlier, all of a sudden now is up big, almost 8 points in Ohio. Michigan, Trump.
He's starting to stretch out Ohio the way he's supposed to be. It was very concerning there for a second.
Yeah, it was concerning. Now we have 10% in to round number it out. Harris, 7 points in Michigan and 20% in. 23 points in Pennsylvania. I hope that changes. Again.
Well, once again, they were talking. You have to remember something. Leading into this, they were talking about last time, in 2020, they had a 1 million vote lead going into Election Day. That was just based off of the early voting, right? The mail-in votes and the early votes. John Fetterman in Pennsylvania had an 800,000 vote lead going against Oz in 2022, right? She only had like a 400 and something thousand vote lead. It was right around 400,000. So that this early lead in Pennsylvania is to be expected, right? Now we're gonna have to watch Trump slowly try to chip away at that number. Now, once again, dude, if we're seeing Virginia closer and we're seeing New Jersey closer, Virginia or Pennsylvania is going to move closer. There's no way it doesn't. They're all tied together, right? These states don't act super independently, right? So if you're watching a much tighter race, like CCK said in the chat, in Virginia, and we're seeing a much tighter race presidential wise in New Jersey, it stands to reason that what's being counted right now is a lot of the Democrat vote, and then that Republican vote's going to be coming in later. So it's the opposite a little bit in Georgia, right? Because right now Georgia, Trump has got a very big lead, but like I've been saying, it doesn't seem like some of those liberal counties are reporting yet. So that's going to change it a lot. Hey, my man, you got your sound or what?
Yeah, I think. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
I got you.
All right, cool deal. All right, what's been? I need to get caught up. What is going on? I mean, I've got the 4 boxes on the TV, but I've been in a dreadful Zoom call the last 2 hours, so I need to know what's going on.
That's okay. You was getting educated.
Well, unfortunately.
So Trump's up
I don't know if you call
1-7.
that educated, but okay.
Trump's up 178, 113, and the biggest surprise so far, Kelby, is Virginia. Trump's up in Virginia almost 1.5 points so far, and there's 50% of the votes that have come in. Trump is leading Georgia. He has taken Florida. He is winning in North Carolina. He's winning Ohio. Harris is leading in Michigan, and in Pennsylvania, she's up big by 22 points. And just so many races have been called so far.
So Isaac, once again, man, I'm keeping my eye on these states that are inconsequential, that nobody thinks that they matter. Rhode Island right now, I just saw with 60% of the vote in, she only had a 53 to 47 vote lead in Rhode Island. Joe Biden took that by 59 to 38. Right now, once again, are we talking about states that went 60%, 60-40, really, and even less than that for Joe Biden that are now a 55-45 race? Right? If that's the case, this night is going to be good for Donald Trump. I can't see how it's not going to be.
Right, I agree with you. And Kelby, give us your insight on that, man.
Well, I don't want to know where have the votes in the counties close to DC come in Virginia.
They're all matriculating their way in Virginia, from what I can see right now, right? So what you have is you have these counties that are populating, and they send in their batches. So when you see 35, 45, you don't know who's voting when and what batches and what's coming through from where. So it seems to me right now that the early voting has started to be tabulated, and now they're starting to get to the daytime vote in Virginia. But no, everyone seems like they've reported at least something in Virginia.
Yeah. I mean, Pennsylvania's becoming interesting. I mean, I have been looking at, the TV a little bit, as they deep dive into Pennsylvania. So can she hold up in, Wisconsin and Michigan? That's what I'm looking at. I mean, Fox is reporting that, Trump has doubled his results with African-American men. That's also interesting. If Trump can get her just below in certain percentages and certain demographics, then obviously it's going to be a good night for him. It's still, surprisingly early. Miami-Dade, all of Florida basically was, red tonight. All the way, Tampa, Miami-Dade, Pensacola, all of these areas were strong Trump. And, that's not even a swing state anymore at this point. DeSantis has really went in there and reformed Florida. Just 24 years ago, it was, the nail biter everyone still talks about to this day. North Carolina is interesting. I've seen the governor, the lieutenant governor lost, which is not surprising. It's candidate quality there. It's not good.
Right.
That kind of worries me. Hopefully they, went and split up the ticket a little bit. But I think Pennsylvania is really, all eyes are on Pennsylvania right now. And that's going to be the most interesting thing to watch tonight.
You know what right now is, honestly, Virginia might be shaping up to that most interesting thing to watch, right? Because Virginia can throw a big monkey wrench. Isaac asked early on, if Trump wins Virginia, that changes the entire map, right?
Yeah.
All of a sudden, Pennsylvania doesn't become as important if Trump flips Virginia. As far as Trump goes, right? If Trump does flip Virginia, then all of a sudden Pennsylvania is an absolute incredible must-win.
Yeah.
It's one right now, but it's going to be like even more important for Harris to take that. But if Virginia flips, how does Pennsylvania stay? I don't see it.
Yeah, and just like if she wins, someone asked me, if she wins Pennsylvania, what's Trump's chances? And it's like, there's some paths to 270 without Pennsylvania, but Pennsylvania is like a replica of some other states. And I don't see him winning without Pennsylvania. And I don't see her winning necessarily either without Pennsylvania. She'd have to really do the sweep. Everyone's talking about the blue wall, she's got to keep it. But Pennsylvania is part of that blue wall. And if she doesn't keep if the blue wall is getting, penetrated in Pennsylvania, then obviously Wisconsin and Michigan are going to be similar. I think she's got a real problem in Michigan with all the Muslim vote and, just that whole Israel, Palestine thing that she, absolutely bombed. In the end, right now it's just too early to try to. Everyone feels good. Everyone doesn't feel so great. It's just still very early on in the night.
They just called Ohio for Trump, 54-45. He's stretching that out. That is now 9 points in Ohio. Listen, the way this is starting to shape up, I don't want to start getting excited yet. All right.
No, I would not get excited.
I'm not. But there's encouraging signs, right? If you are looking at this, like Indiana, right? Indiana, I've been looking at Indiana. He's still 2 points above in Indiana. They got 60% of the vote in, right? These type of things, like if he's moving these states to the right by a percentage point or by two, I've been saying it all night. I know I sound like a broken record, but that's going to tell me a lot. This is what I'm staring at. But listen, Isaac, I'm gonna hop off. You got your boy. I'm gonna hop off. I'll be back on in a little bit. I'm gonna drink some beer and check this stuff out and get some more stuff for you. Did he even hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm working on some stuff right here.
Okay.
I'm trying to make I'm trying to make our stream as better as possible. So.
If you want to put me backstage, I'm out of beer. I gotta go get some beer. I gotta re-up.
Of course.
And but I will be right back. But give me 15, 20 minutes and you guys kick it and I'll be back.
Take your time. All right, that was Mike Calderese from Two Mics Live. Kelby, 1 second.
All right.
Having technical issues, but guess what? We're making it here on the Isaac A. Show, and co-host of the evening for the Kelby and Jeau show, Kelby Dago. What's up?
Yeah, so I'm just took a little peek, a little closer to home. Everyone's talking about the presidential race, but we've got some races of our own.
Yep.
Here, and I found that to be pretty interesting.
So we got some chats going while you're looking for that. I saw this name and I was like, boy, this is really him. Oh, I'm having a good night. Donald Trump. Somebody called Donald Trump from YouTube. Wait, look at it. Didn't look like his picture. Okay, if Kamala wins, it's bad news. She led America in the wrong direction. We need strength, success, greatness. Vote Trump to keep our nation strong, safe, and winning. I don't know. That might be Trump. I can imagine him saying it. Listen, Kamala wins. We're bad. It's bad, but we can vote me, and I'll get into election and fix everything. That hurt my throat.
That's a bad impression.
That is a very bad impression. I should have let Mike do it. Mike does it a little better. No, but someone said CCKCTC22 said the counties in Virginia where there is no color are all rural. So that we're talking about Virginia. Kelby, I think Virginia, if Virginia stays the way it's doing right now, and if it flips to Trump, I think that's the big story of the night.
Yeah. I mean, I just wouldn't. That's not a storyline I'm following. In my opinion, I don't think that when all the DC bureaucrats who all live in Virginia, when all that vote comes in, it's going to be Harris. Did they call the race for Tim Kaine yet? The senator?
No, Tim Kaine is too close to call. But so, Tim Kaine is winning that race by like 2 percentage points.
Yeah. Hey, let's share my screen.
Yeah, there it is.
And we can talk about this stuff. Everyone's probably got their eye in Louisiana on the PSC race. Well, if you live in the district, John Paul Cusson is leading big time in the early vote. 10 of the 13 parishes in the district have reported. So that is good news for him. It's 80,479. The Democrat 35,600, and Julie Quinn 26,890.
They're gonna have to call that for Cusson too, because
so it's a lot of early voting, and just mostly early voting. So another thing I'm looking at, if I can get the cursor to work, is the parish. St. Martin Parish has some propositions. Joe, if you can get me to St. Martin Parish on this thing. Okay, we get to St. Martin Parish. I just want to see the how the propositions weigh.
We got Joe in the house, or what?
He is behind the scenes at the moment.
Well, I do want to make something before you get to that. I just looked up the numbers for District 6 in Louisiana, which is a big story. Elbert Guillory is winning by 10 percentage points at the moment.
Go to congressional. All right, let's go to Congress. I got to see that with my own eyes.
I got this from Fox News. Live numbers, 8% is in, and Guillory.
Go to the 6th congressional district.
Guillory is winning that race right now.
Okay. 6th congressional district. Scroll down a little bit. All right. Yeah. So that is interesting. He did tell me runoff.
If he goes over 50, he might not go to runoff. So
it won't go. No, that's not going to happen. But there is, there's a lot of vote out there, and I just want to caution everybody. And KLFY is projecting that Higgins is going to win and be reelected.
That is no surprise.
It's a no-brainer there. I think they also called the race for Scalise and Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House. It's interesting, though. 13,591 people voted against the Speaker of the House.
Wow.
It's one of the most conservative people in Congress.
Yeah. And
interesting.
Letlow is winning big too right now in the 5th district. Yeah. So we got some comments, Kelby, while we look up that. Rooster B25 said if Trump takes it, it would be the big story of the night. We got some people, Aaron Menard saying, let's go Trump. Noah is my breaking news guy. I'm going to have to hire him. He said we just took Ohio, and he said Wisconsin is doing very strong right now.
Well, Trump is 75 votes away from winning. Just to let everybody know, he's 75 electoral college votes away from winning this thing. So,
well, and we know it's going to change in a little bit. Where it's going to change somewhat. But and look, Kelby, I said this. Certain states would flip. We would have a very early night, and like I said, yeah, you're right. In 195, the Kamala's 113, but we don't have any numbers coming in from California or Washington or Oregon.
Yeah, but we know what those numbers are. I mean, we know California and all that's going to go to her anyway. So you could just put that in the column already. I mean, she's going to and that'll change. You know, because if we can go back to the 270, let's go back to the 270 map, and I think we have it as updated as it.
You're gonna share that
Okay,
on your end?
Yeah, it's not updated right now though.
Okay.
Joe is lacking on his job, but it's 54. It's 54% of, you know, there's 54 electoral college votes. I mean, that's going to go to Harris. We all know that for sure. So 54 plus, what is it? 113 at the moment. We're following Fox's number. That's going to put her at 167. You know, she's going to get that. She's going to get the 12 in Washington, and she's going to get the how many are in Oregon? She's going to get the 8 in Oregon.
I like how you grab the mic like you're about to do a show or something.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking right here at the screen. You know, I'm not fancy and have the big old studio set up like you.
Well, we had technical
Is
difficulties earlier.
reelected. That is breaking. Ted Cruz is going to be reelected to the Senate in Texas.
So he got it. That's projection.
Yeah, he did win.
Okay. Virginia is Republican.
And Republicans did flip in West Virginia.
One seat
Republicans flipped 1 seat. So Senate, interesting. I mean, Ohio, we'll see if Sherrod Brown can survive re-election, which is, you know, his Democrat been there a while. So that's in Ohio. Marino is the Senate candidate there. I don't think we're going to flip with Crazy Carrie Lake. I don't think we're going to flip that one, but we'll see. Maybe a night of surprises.
Well, I did have a listener say earlier one day.
Audience, Crazy Carrie Lake.
We had one guy say that they were like, it is looking good for her. So I don't know if they were from Virginia, from Arizona. We will have Roger from Culper's Canteen Cup who lives in Arizona.
Yeah, they're reporting a long night in Arizona. The ballot's very long in Arizona, and
yeah, they only have some abortion things.
We'll be here till next week, probably trying to figure out who won and all that stuff. I mean, look, if Trump gets to 270 before Arizona, it's even great.
Right.
Because then you don't have to worry about that. You know, she wins it, he wins it. Who cares?
Right.
That's the thing. The fastest to 270 is what we should probably all be looking at. You know, the closer we can get to 270 and don't have to worry about picking it off and picking things off, it'll be great.
Well, and that's why I said I think Virginia plays a big role right now, because all the maps we looked at, we always said, hey, it's coming down to Wisconsin and Pennsylvania and Michigan. But if Virginia would flip red, that changes the whole map. Because
so let me ask you this: why do you keep focusing on Virginia?
Well, I just think it's the biggest story of the night, because that might be the one flip that Trump needs.
It's a long stretch, though. It's very much a long stretch.
But that's what I'm saying. You know, that's why I think it's big.
Virginia on the Fox News results.
So let's see.
Yeah, I mean, it's just gonna be hard for, you know, how much results is outstanding. So
last time I looked, it was like 50%.
Okay. 54% in, 49, 48, you know, 1,300,000 apiece. So there's a 40,000 vote deficit in between them. I mean, that Virginia's not where we're probably gonna. I don't know. I just wouldn't focus on Virginia. Virginia's not the storyline of the night. The storyline of the night is all the swing states: Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Georgia. You know, let's see where Georgia's at right now, too, by the way.
Yeah, they got a lot. I'm trying to follow everything that's going
52, 47, 73% in. You know, that's decent, because that's going to be decided by less than 1%, most likely. So
yeah, we're gonna have to see what happens in that. I'm just having technical difficulties over here, Kelby. Hope you forgive me. Trying to produce.
What's going on?
Oh, we just got a little bit of lag. The Wi-Fi is acting up, but guess what? We're making it.
Yeah, mine was kind of slow too. So yeah, I don't know who y'all have over there, but I have Cox and
Yeah, I got Cox, but it's not the best network.
Louisiana Secretary of State. Let's check in on our friend Elbert.
That's a race I'm
Uh,
watching too because I think if Elbert wins that, man, that is huge for us.
Congressional. Yeah, let's take a look at congressional. Well, he wouldn't be our congressman.
No.
So yeah, it looks like it's still pretty much the same. I forgot how much vote he got in 2016, and no, it was not a lot. Let's look. Give me that remote mouse, whatever you want to call it. Let's actually, if I can, I'll share my screen to where we can kind of do this together. To look and see what he got. Let's see, what was it? 8 years ago.
Okay, 1 second. There we go. Let's add this to the stage. There we go.
All right, so that was this election, 4th district, Elbert Guillory, and there was a hell of a lot more people running. He got 7% of the vote, 21,000 votes. He's definitely exceeded that vote margin this year.
Do you think that's because of the presidential election?
Well, last time it was a presidential election too.
So I think Fox News has just called. Fox News has just called. Well, about let's see what time it is.
What they called?
They just called New Hampshire for Kamala Harris.
Yeah. Okay, that was
and one of the Nebraska's delegates.
But they also, which is weird, but the governor, Kelly Ayotte, former senator, will be the next governor of New Hampshire. Republican.
And I just can't understand why Republicans will vote for governor and not vote for Donald Trump.
Well, you trying to get me in trouble with answering that?
As long as you don't get us banned. And look, we know we're different. That's why we do these shows together.
Yeah, very different. Okay, so we're still right where we are for the PSC race, but I think I don't know if this trend keeps on. John Paul Kusal might be winning this thing tonight.
Yeah,
Karma's such a bitch.
Please watch out. We do have some young people listening tonight.
Oh, excuse me.
Yes, we do have some young people.
They should know about Karma.
No, because a lot of my young viewers from youth, they're watching
I'm
us
sorry.
tonight. So.
Yes, and they should all pray for me because I need it.
Oh, we will be praying for you a lot Wednesday night.
Appreciate it.
So, but yeah, we got.
I apologize for saying that word, and I will not cuss anymore.
We'll try not to.
But karma is not good.
It's not good. It's not good. All right. So
I can't proclaim karma as the reason. Not yet.
So what let's see what's going on in no, I want iPad. Oh, there
well, you know what? I agree. Let me take a pause on this thing. Okay. And hear what's going on and catch up and see what's going on, and then we can regroup and I can maybe sound a little more smarter.
Oh, it's not. You Cajun, bro. Georgia's still too close to call, but they just showing the numbers, and it's still looking good for Trump. But let's do this because I need a break as well. I'm gonna go ahead and get us a break. Let's take about a 5-minute break. We don't want to lose the chat. Go ahead and keep commenting, and we'll be back. And I'll be back in like 5 minutes. Just give me a chance to rest my voice a little bit. So Kelby has gone. We're going to go ahead and take a break. We'll be right back in a few moments. So please stay tuned. All right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and jump back on. Want to go ahead and make sure let's do this. All right, we're going to add Mike and Kelby when they get back on. I do apologize for the lagging issues and everything else that has been going on. Just a rough night tonight. Been having a lot going on with the lag and stuff. I'm about to try back the Wi-Fi to see if that's going to work, to where we get a little bit more of the no more lag. Let's see this right here. All right, let's see what happens. Oh, as I expected, it works a little better. Okay, just had to give the Wi-Fi a rest. So now we got that issue. We got that issue taken care of. Oh, nope, never mind. Got a lot going on tonight. All right, let's see if this works. Oh, got a lot of lag going on. All right, let's see this. Ah, it's working. Great. Yeah, we're having a lot of issues here. We will be praying. Thank you, Noah, for praying. All right, we're trying something else. So this means I'm going to have to upgrade my internet. Try to, at least. Let's see if... You're reporting live and direct. Oh, we got somebody that is... Uh-oh. Let's go ahead and do this. 1 second. All right, one button. All right, everybody. Once again, I apologize for all the interruptions. Unfortunately, Wi-Fi issues, but I hope I got it fixed. I just did something to where we will see trying to get this connection, that connection. It just working out good, not working out good. We were waiting for Mike Calderese and Kelby Dago. rough night. As Noah said, he will be praying for us. And Noah, yes, please be praying for us. I need all the prayers I can. Let's move this up a little closer. Let's see. I want to check the speed test on this thing. So let's see. Let's see. Yeah, so we have a lot of issues going on right now. And when you have all the computers all separated, it just Trump did win Louisiana, so that is some good news for us. Trump did win Louisiana. He is leading in the numbers right now, 195 to 117. He has been leading all night. And that is a good sign. That is a very, very good sign for Donald Trump. Very, very good sign. He is winning 195 to 117. Georgia is still too close to call with 77% in, according to Fox News. And I can get back to my regular setup. So we have a breaking news story in the Senate. Oh, there's Kelby. Go ahead and see how that works.
Hey,
Kelby, you're back, man.
I'm back. Yeah, so interesting thing. I just heard a little analysis on Fox, and look, I mean, and I agree with it. The race is wide open. They both have paths to 270, and they're probably about to make a few big calls for Trump. That's what the data is kind of pointing to. North Carolina and Georgia. Georgia's got 75% in. So that's going to be interesting. And the blue wall, that's also another thing. Trump wins Georgia, North Carolina, Arizona. I don't think he's at 270, but he's pretty close to it.
He is getting close, and we're seeing the numbers right now. I just made that announcement, 195 to 117. Again, we don't have all them other states coming in, but it is looking very good for him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And, look, the usual suspects are going to be what it's going to be. As far as, the solid blue, solid red states. But it's interesting. And Larry Hogan lost in Maryland. So that was one of our possible flips that did not flip.
And look, we still got a long way, but at least we gained one seat. I think we're at 50-50 now.
Yeah. And so it's going to be interesting to see what goes on, within the next, few hours. But I think we'll know when everyone wakes up tomorrow. We'll probably know who's going to be the president.
Yeah, it's going to be very. Kelby, you got your computer up? I'm hearing an echo on my end.
I don't know what it could be.
I'm hearing myself double, and I don't. If I'm hearing, I don't know everybody else is hearing it.
I mean, how about now?
Testing. Nah, I still hear it. Oh, goddamn dog, man. Oh,
look. I'm worse with the technologies. I have no idea.
Let me do this. Go ahead and say something. Yeah, it's on your end.
So what you think I should do? Lower the
lower the computer down a little bit. Or are you hearing it from the headphones? Oh, we need Noah to come help us. Ah, there it is.
All right, can you hear it?
Testing. Yeah, it came out.
Okay.
So that's what it is. I'm just giving some feedback.
I only have one headphone in, but there's no way that.
I don't know.
There's no way it's catching that.
Your mic's more powerful than mine. I tell you that.
Right, but if I talk over here, you can't hear me.
Testing. I don't know.
Okay. Anyway, so I mean, how do the comments feel? Any new comments?
No new comments right now, man. We're just we have the Donald Trump. Like I said, I don't know. I don't think that's the real Donald Trump. So
fake news Donald Trump, maybe we'll call him.
Virginia is such a beautiful, incredible state. Should be read, folks. With your vote, we'll be bringing back jobs, safety, and real values. Let's make Virginia great again. Again, if this is Donald Trump watching us, this is a major.
Somebody else at the top of the ticket. Virginia probably could have been in play.
It could have been. It could. I think a lot of, and that's the thing, man. This race is so tight, and it's because of the two people that are in it. And look, I'm a major Trump supporter. I like Donald Trump, but I think it would. I think Ron DeSantis could have carried this away, or Nikki Haley.
Yeah. And look, the networks are about to make some serious calls. I mean, they're all either they're BSing on their banners, or I think they're about to make some calls. MSNBC says awaiting calls in key battleground states. CNN is breaking down all of their counties right now, so they're about to make some calls. I think just look out in like the 10 o'clock hour.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot. It's gonna be a lot. And
we're still checking in on our friend Albert.
That would be a big race.
43,504 votes. Cleo Fields 38,656, and 104 of the 650 precincts have reported. I'm sure the Baton Rouge numbers are not in there.
Not yet.
Go look at parish results for the 6th district. No, go to the 6th district. Right here, parish results. Let's see how that's looking. And then you'll go to all.
They have called some races for it. So.
Okay, yeah, East BR is coming in. Cleo Fields dominating that, 3,300. Albert's about half of that. So it'll be interesting. Cleo Fields, Albert's doing good in Rapides, St. Landry, West Baton Rouge. Or Baton Rouge, as our friend Cheryl would say. I love Cheryl.
Well, no, that's a question though. That is a question. Do you think that's because the presidential race he's doing so well in?
I don't know. I'm sure there is maybe a correlation of that. I mean, Albert's even doing good in the Vols. The whole thing I told Albert to do, and I told the team, who I know them very well, is turn out all of the white Republicans, right? And all the white Republicans love him anyway. Turn out all the white Republicans, which is what we tried to tell them to do in 2016, and they didn't really listen. That's from my tell-all book in about 20 years, maybe 15 years, but they seem to be turning out a lot of the rural vote, and that's because there was a lot of this district is not like the 2nd district, which is totally lopsided, and let's take a look at that. What's that lady?
Lynch.
Yeah, bless her heart. If we look at, and I'm gonna have my computer operator, who doesn't do a good job, look at the 2nd district.
He's learning.
You see, Isaac's taking up for you. He's learning. He said, "Okay, well, let's see. Troy Carter's, mopping the floor, with Christy Lynch." But that district is very much lopsided, and the Republicans not even almost competitive. This district, and which is why it was so puzzling as to why Mike Johnson or whoever didn't send the money down here necessary to help Albert. What? Huh? Okay. Yeah, that anyway, so didn't send any money in the 6th district. I think Isaac's operation is gotten very much sloppy. So if you want to talk, I think you'll be fine.
Yeah, well, our night, look, you can tell, Kelby, the last time we did this, it was all smooth, and now tonight everything is going.
I know. I don't understand.
People are hearing me double right now. It just.
you probably, I think you have too much going on. But anyway, that's nor here nor there. But they didn't send any money down in the 6th district, and that's the crazy thing. This thing was a lot more competitive than than everybody thought. So what's that parish?
Well, and see, that's the thing
That's
too.
still outstanding for absentee.
I
There are
told
two
somebody
of them.
that I told somebody that today that the House Speaker should have went ahead and gave some money here because that's the extra seat they have.
Yeah, and you see, look, the early vote for Caddo and EBR hasn't come in yet. Also,
Okay.
so when that comes in, this vote's going to be, these numbers are going to look a hell of a lot different. But the goal is for Elbert is to prevent Cleo Fields from getting 50.1% of the vote. And you see, Cleo's got a split. He's not splitting a lot of the votes, but he's got to split the votes with other people,
Right.
With 3 other people. But what Elberts has to do is get Cleo under 50.1, and then you have a hell of a good chance. Then it becomes, from now going forward, you have to, get as many people to the polls as possible in like a 10% election turnout
Right.
in the runoff. So, you see, look, it just jumped.
Yeah,
big
it's
time.
it's split now.
But as long as you keep him under 50.1, and Anderson and Williams and Jones, if they're going to help do that, obviously, by taking votes away from Cleo. Can they take enough votes away from Cleo? That's the question. They
Right.
didn't have any money, so I doubt it.
So let's go ahead and focus on the national race because Noah said Wisconsin is going back and forth. Harris was winning. Now Trump was winning. Now he's losing. It is going back and forth. But this is one of the key swing states that Trump needs to win and Harris needs to win to get the keys to the White House.
Yeah.
And there you go, Kelby. I thought you were about to say you just froze on me.
Share my screen
All right.
to where we can have a visual to look at while we discuss.
Yeah, while we talk about this.
Um,
Whatever you did, the echo's gone. Oh, now it's back. Technical difficulties.
I think the echo is the it's probably gonna be the internet.
Like I said, I tried it earlier.
Can you hear me?
I tried it earlier. Yeah, it's not there no more. When I mute my board, it sounds like it's on your end.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it might just be the there's too much. There's not enough broadband because I am streaming YouTube TV on my smart TV, so I'm sure there's a lot of.
There's a lot
turn
going
my
on.
Wi-Fi off. Okay, yeah, we just turned our Wi-Fi off on the cell phones.
Let's see.
So anyway, Wisconsin. Y'all want to talk about Wisconsin?
Yeah, let's go ahead and talk about Wisconsin.
All right. Well, that's what things look like. 32% in. I wish that we had a know of what the early vote was.
You would have to hit the state itself.
Yeah. So this is what it looks like. Dane County is, I think, one of the ones they're always talking about. I see Bill Hemmer's talking about Wisconsin now. Let's see what he says. And we can't play it on here; we'd get banned, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, but anyway, I don't know what they're saying. But yeah, Dane County is, I think, a Democrat stronghold. But all we could say is, look, she is underperforming Joe Biden's numbers. That's a fact.
Right.
She is underperforming those numbers. Trump has to maintain. We have 8 years of data on this guy. Okay. 2016, 2020. he has to maintain and slightly overperform. And everything, honestly, all the polls, as we could all see, was they were within a point from each other. So, a 1 point swing, it could literally go either way. And this race is wide open. We've got Michigan with just not even 15% in. So that's also another thing to consider too. When you look back 2020, if this thing will cooperate, which I don't think it will, but if you look back 2020, look how close it was. I mean, within, just a few percentage points, and even closer for Wisconsin. She's not going to do well in Michigan because of the Muslim vote, the Muslim population. That is going to hurt her. And if Trump can continue to do well with African American males, hoping that Harris doesn't do triple or double that with women, white women, who are women in general, who are voting on the sole basis of reproductive health care, then, that could eat away any strides that Trump is having. But it's a wait and see. We need more data to come in before we can say, okay, well, this is what's going to happen. This is what's going to happen. Her lead in Pennsylvania got a lot smaller,
Right.
Than what it was.
But it's only 40%. That's so
right, exactly. But the lead, has dissipated a bit. But we're looking, in some of these counties, they're filling in. We're getting a quarter of the vote, a little over a quarter of the vote of 98%. These smaller counties are heavy Trump, but these smaller counties in all of these areas, a lot of them, more of them voted for Biden last time around than they had voted for Trump. So that could be.
I was about to say that could be the point of no return for her, because if them counties are not performing for her, they could overperform for Trump.
Well, this might sound interesting, but Biden was a white guy. Okay?
Yeah.
Biden was a white guy. And a lot of those people might have been more comfortable voting for the white guy than they are going to be voting for the white gal. The black gal.
Mm-hmm.
That is, and they didn't, that is just a fact.
And that's how it played out, because you have 2016 up there. That's how it played out a while ago. New York Times presidential forecast has 70% chance of Trump winning the election, according to Charleston Payne from Facebook. First time to go his way all night. So that's
and that's also another thing too going to be, and shout out to Charleston. I know him, but I sent him the link. So
hey,
but anyway, that's also another thing too to look at. The betting markets are interesting, and the New York Times poll, and their speculative little needle thing. Polls are going to be closing soon in Nevada, so
that's going to
interesting Senate race there too. Opportunity to flip the Senate seat there as well.
On a couple of notes, Noah said, "Bro, they need to call Georgia." And I don't know. I haven't looked at Georgia in a while.
Well, let's take a look. Georgia, almost 80% of the vote. That's interesting. But the thing is, though, there were some bomb threats that were called at voting locations around Atlanta and, DeKalb County and all these areas where Democrats are, in favor to win there, and voting has been extended. So I will say that is interesting. But they're going to be very cautious. All the networks are going to be very cautious.
Yeah,
to make
and we're
these
following.
projections. They're going to make sure it's like, triple check to make these calls.
Yeah, and we're mainly following Fox News, but you also have CNN and with the Associated Press on your radar as well.
Yeah, and then they're all going to take the AP's lead. A lot of times they're all, the networks are all in cahoots with these calls and the exit poll data. Fox does their own analysis, but the networks all pay for exit poll data. And they all kind of follow the Associated Press in what they do. So a variety is good. A variety is good. If I were to, look, I think Fox does it pretty well.
So we got some election alerts going on right now at Fox. Nevada has closed. They're saying it's too close to call. Of course, that's a swing state. What other states are closed? There's 3 states that are closing right now.
Yeah, so they called Utah and Wyoming, Montana. They all call that for Trump. Now it's 205 to 117.
Trump has a good lead right now, but again, the swing states have not come in yet.
No, there's a 28,000 vote difference in Pennsylvania. There's a 46,000 vote difference in Michigan. Too early to call in North Carolina.
Michigan, she's leading in Michigan pretty good right now, but Pennsylvania has tightened up.
Yeah.
So let me go ahead and plug in my iPad so I don't lose anything going on. Keep the audience occupied, Kelby.
Okay, I'll try. It's a very important Senate race too. John Tester and Tim Sheehy, or however you say his name, for the Senate in Montana. That could also be a flip. The Republicans are trying to get that flip as well. Yeah, Wisconsin. Joe, you want to say something? How was the how do you feel about tonight? He's not gonna be on camera because I'm not moving it around. Actually, come around. How do you feel? I'm gonna interview him.
How do I feel? Yeah, scared because I don't know what's gonna happen.
Oh, don't be a weenie. So what's gonna happen is if Kamala wins, we're gonna all have to find a second job and go. No, actually, if Kamala wins, we're gonna have to she's gonna reinstate the draft. I'm telling you. She wins, she's gonna reinstate the draft because we're gonna all be going to war with everybody. Oh, I could make some jokes right now, but I'm not gonna do it because I don't want to be canceled. And I just started a new job, and I don't want them to fire me, even though I don't think they would because they'd probably like my jokes. but Isaac, I was telling Joe because he said if he's feeling scared right now about this election, I said, well, if Kamala wins, she's going to reinstate the draft.
He's in trouble.
No,
that is something that it depends on the war and everything. She might want to send people to Ukraine, so it all depends what's going on.
I think the reason why she would reinstate the draft is because she would have to do that for women, right? Like get all the dudes back for, not letting them vote for 100 years and, not letting them have abortions and all this stuff. I think she would get us back.
So I got a question to ask you, because you're on the point with Virginia. What's going on in Virginia, man? Is it still too close to call or what? What you think?
Oh, yeah. I mean, Virginia is way too close to call, and I'm not qualified to call it.
You know what? Let's do this. Let's get somebody that is qualified to call it back on the screen, because Mike Calderese knows what he's doing.
Do we have Brett Baer in here that's qualified?
I don't know if I'm qualified to call Virginia. Virginia right now is incredibly close. But once again, we have to stay focused on what matters. The polling coming out of Virginia was minimum. Am I echoing with you guys or no?
Yeah, Kelby, I think we echoing on your end.
Am I echoing?
Yeah, let's see.
I still am.
You can't echo on my end because my mic was muted.
No, well, we hearing each other.
Yeah, I think I'm
not
better now.
I'm not having any problems. I hear Mike clear.
So right now, let's just take some of the things that I was saying. New Jersey. I looked at a buddy at a buddy of mine works in the New Jersey system, right? I said, is New Jersey really inside 10 points right now? He says yes. Trump is actually winning our Ocean County, the county that I'm in, by 114,000 votes. So the stories coming out of here are Virginia is not going +6 like the polling was saying. The Virginia is very, very close. So that tells you enough. That should tell you enough, right? Now I don't have any echo anymore.
Yeah, I think Kelby's working on his audio right there. Yeah, 'cause I muted Kelby on my end, and there had no more echo.
Yeah, well, my mic has been off.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I think I don't know if
Could be something on my side. Let me check my settings as well, but I'm good.
Yeah, I think it's the echo. I think it's the echo on probably feedback from Kelby's computer or something like that. Let's see.
But once again, dude, so Virginia looks very close, man.
Yeah,
it's inside 6 points. New Jersey is inside 10 points. These are very good signs for Trump.
Yeah, but and that's the thing too. That's a question I would have to ask Kelby because he's been part of these elections already. If elections have been called, can
real quick, guys, who else has called North Carolina? Because they're having an argument on Fox about it not being called, but somebody else has called it.
I don't know who called it.
Fox has not called North Carolina yet. Definitely not.
Fox
staring at it right now.
They haven't called it, but others have, and I don't know.
You know what, Isaac? Pull me out real quick. They're talking about Virginia right now. I'll report back.
I'm going to hear that too.
All right, I'll stay. I'll hold the fort, guys. I'll hold the fort down. All right, so we got the guys listening to Bill Hemmer right now. They're talking about Virginia. Once again, Virginia is very close. The question I want Kelby to answer when he gets back is, what happens if New Jersey turns red and they have to pull back a call, because they called New Jersey very, very early on in the night. So, but Bill Hemmer is at the board right now. Trump is leading 205 to 117. He's also winning the popular vote pretty much right now. So we're gonna get their take after they hear Bill. After they hear Bill Hemmer. And the chat has slowed down. Noah said Pennsylvania just went red. Too soon to call. So yeah, Pennsylvania is in the works. But they're talking about Virginia. Again, Virginia is big, in my opinion. I know if that turns red, that will be a big night for that's something that would help Donald Trump. Yes, it's not a swing state, but it will help out. 13 electoral votes are in play. Pennsylvania, Trump is winning Pennsylvania right now. We got Mike Calderes, I think, about to jump back in and see what's going on. So let's go ahead. Let's see. Kelby, you back on. What did you hear, man?
You need me to come back on?
Yeah, what you got?
What's that?
What Bill Hemmer is saying?
They were just going back and forth about North Carolina.
So who called North Carolina?
I don't know. It's Brit Hume didn't reveal his source.
Yeah, and I'm not seeing anything from the.
Yeah, I think Brit Hume is having a senior moment or something. And then they were talking about Virginia, and she's not doing so well in Virginia. What's up with Albert?
Yeah, let's go check Albert out.
Albert's got 69,000 votes, and Cleo's got 75,000 votes. It's 46.
It's getting close.
43. 321 votes are in. But I will say this, you know what might be helping Elbert is that East Baton Rouge mayor president's race. We have a strong Republican candidate, Coach Sid Edwards.
Okay.
So that'll help Elbert as well.
All right. So we got Mike Calderese back on.
There's going.
All right. So interesting stuff out of Virginia, right? So Virginia, Loudoun County, I have a 3.5% Trump increase in vote, right? So 98% of the vote is in, and we have a 3.5% Trump increase. Fairfax County, two-thirds of the vote is in. This is a county that Biden took by 70%. Harris right now is only at 64%. So this is what's driving that Trump vote in Virginia. Right now, it looks like Virginia, Trump is up 50 to 48, right? So now this is that would be an 8-point swing off the national polling average as far as Virginia is concerned. Now, if Virginia is doing that, and right now, when you have Fairfax County, when you have Loudoun County, Fairfax County has 63% of the vote in. You have Fairfax County that had 98% of the vote in. These are the counties that have a huge amount of Virginia vote. Now, you asked Kelby, you asked a question. You said,
"Oh, yeah, he's going to win tonight."
Places around DC is what you asked.
Yeah.
Now, those are the areas around DC, and they are so far. Harris is underperforming significantly, and Trump is overperforming.
Yeah. Now, do you think, just pure speculation, do you think Virginia's in play?
As of right now, yes, 100%. You have to take Virginia as being in play, right? Because this shouldn't even be close. Remember, Virginia, when they started off the night, Kelby, and everybody else that's out there, when they started off the night, everybody, including CNN, Fox News, all these people had Virginia solidly into the Harris camp, right? Yeah. Virginia would be a massive, massive flip right now. And just the fact that Trump is leading at this stage with a lot of the left-wing vote that looks like it's being counted, it's a way tighter race. Now, whether it goes to Trump or not is not what we need to see here. It's not a 6 to 8 point race. It's a neck and neck race in Virginia. That's going to tell you something as we go across the country.
Of all places, yeah, Virginia of all places.
Well, and look, and that's the thing too, though.
6 points.
Well, and look, Glenn Youngkin won that a couple of years ago. So, it's been trending red, but for a presidential race, nobody thought it was going to be. Giuseppe is in the chat, guys. He said, "Hey, everyone." So, Giuseppe, welcome to the chat. So, but yeah, that's what's going on in Virginia. What else we got going on? Pennsylvania, Trump has gone up in Pennsylvania for the first time tonight. He is over 50% to Harris's 48%. So. A lot of stuff. So we got someone else on here. We got Roger from Arizona, or in Culper's Canteen Cup. Roger, what's happening?
Hey, fellas, what's going on, man?
How you doing, man?
Well, we'll find out here in a couple hours, I guess, or maybe a couple days. I'm in Maricopa County, so I promise we'll have our votes tallied by Sunday.
So, Roger, what you seeing in Arizona?
It's the way Arizona's broke down. You have Tucson, you have Phoenix, your two major metropolitan areas. Tucson's going to go heavy blue, and really the election comes down to how Maricopa County votes. Mm-hmm. Maricopa County, I believe they account for over 60% of the total vote count for Arizona. It's a weird ballot because we've got two horrible Senate candidates, Carrie Lake and Ruben Gallego. I think, honestly, if one of us could have run for Senate, we would have probably won. So you're not getting a whole lot of support from the, down ballot candidates. But, I'm cautiously optimistic, man. I think we just dropped our first batch of numbers. It looks like it's a tie at 49.6% apiece. And the way they do the early voting and all that other good stuff, generally speaking, they count the early votes first and the mail-in ballots. And then everything after that is election day ballots. So if you're tied going into it as a Republican, you probably have a pretty good shot at taking that state. So I'm feeling cautiously optimistic, man.
Well, I think all of us are right now. Everybody that's on the screen right now. Kelby had to step out for a second, but yeah, we all are really we really have a lot riding on this now. We've been talking about Virginia. Kelby was saying, hey, that I don't think that's gonna be a big story, but now it's starting to be a big story. Virginia
Wisconsin's
is
the next big story, buddy. I'm sorry to cut you off. Sorry.
That's fine. Go ahead.
Going.
No, but
it just popped on the screen. So Wisconsin's the next big story right now that it's starting to matriculate in Trump's favor, right? You have counties right now that look like Trump is flipping that Biden took, right? She's underperforming in Wisconsin as well. That's according to Hemmer's map that I'm staring at right now. What is that? That Cobb County or whatever the hell he's talking about in Wisconsin. That one little sliver of a county that's up like the east, like northeast of it. Biden took it, and she's underperforming in a lot of areas, especially in Wisconsin. Now, if you got to remember, these states were determined by 10,000 votes, were determined by 15,000 votes, 20,000 votes in certain cases. So certain counties are going to be a big difference. If you could peel off 10,000 votes in a county, that is a big difference. That could mean the state.
Roger, what you think about that, my friend?
Yeah, it's funny. Just before I got on here, I was texting some of my other fellows. I'm like, hey, Pennsylvania and Wisconsin are both going to go red. And, a lot of the same reasons. She's underperforming in those urban areas. The rural vote is coming out for Trump. When you look at 2020 to now, you're looking generally a 4 to 5 point bump. And it's the same concept as out here. They count those early votes first, which tend to be heavy Democrat votes, right? And so if she's got to run up that score. And if they don't have that 10, 12, 14 point lead, you go into it dead even, you're probably looking at a GOP win. So I think Wisconsin was a sleeper for me. I kept seeing the polls. I'm like, I don't know about Wisconsin, man, but I think Pennsylvania and Wisconsin both go red. I don't know. When you look at the breakdown of election day voting, I don't know she's going to pull enough to win.
And listen, he needs to take one of them. The God's honest truth is he needs one, right? So he needs either Pennsylvania or Wisconsin. So if he takes two, she takes Michigan, he takes, North Carolina, Georgia, and anything out west, it's over with, right? So that's literally what we got to be hoping our hats on. Right now, I'm staring at the Pennsylvania Senate race is in a dead heat, right? Pennsylvania, it looks like Trump has now taken the lead in Pennsylvania. Now, what you have to remember in Pennsylvania, the way the votes come in is very weird in Pennsylvania. I love, honestly, Fox News is doing a tremendous job this election cycle because they're showing a lot of different graphs. Pennsylvania, it started, Joe Biden was way up. Trump was way down. All of a sudden, it flipped right about 8 o'clock, which was earlier than tonight, right? And then it kind of slowly worked its way to where it flipped a day and a half, 2 days later. Right now, you're kind of seeing the same thing, but she didn't have anywhere near the lead. Joe Biden had a 1 million vote lead, like we spoke about earlier. She only had about a 400,000 vote lead. So that, it took Joe Biden in Pennsylvania 2 days of counting to get him ahead. Right? At least a day and a half of counting to get him ahead once it really transitioned back. They were doing 24-hour windows, and he was still leading after 24 hours, after Election Day. So if she doesn't have that, like my man Roger was saying, if you don't have this giant built-up lead, which it doesn't appear that they did, and it seems like the Republicans did not cannibalize their election day vote. It still looks like they're still getting those late election day surges. So everything right now is shaping up okay for us. And I'm not a Republican. I'm a Trump guy.
And Georgia and North Carolina are both getting ready to be called. If it wasn't for ratings, they would already be called. I think he's up 4 or 5 points in both of those. So Georgia and North Carolina are both going red.
So Georgia, the reason why they're not calling Georgia is you have that one county in the middle of it that had that bomb threat that was reporting 0 votes for a long time. They're just starting to bring in their votes.
So Kelby, we've been talking about Pennsylvania, we've been talking about Wisconsin, and all that. Wisconsin and Pennsylvania have turned red. I don't know if you was hearing our conversation. What do you think about it?
Yeah, I did hear it. I mean, and I'd be a fool to try to disagree with anybody on the panel. I do have a question though for Roger, since he's our and if I may ask a question, Isaac.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't want to steal your show, but
at this point, it's anybody's show.
Yeah. What do you think, Roger, of Carrie Lake being in play in Arizona, dragging down, possibly dragging down Trump in Arizona.
I don't think she's going to drag him down. She's just not going to help him out.
Yes.
If we had a strong Senate candidate on the GOP side, they could actually give him a bump 1 or 2 points. And she was very popular here. The problem is she never let the 2020 election go. Right. So many lawsuits out here. I think even 2 months ago, it's still playing out in the courts, still fighting over the governorship and this and that. So I don't think she really hurt him. She just didn't help him. And part of that as well is because Ruben Gallego is just as bad. I mean, Ruben Gallego, a little background on him. He was married to, I forget her name, Gallego, who is the Phoenix mayor. They were married. He knocked her up. Like 3 or 4 days before she delivered, he divorced her. So his name is pretty much trash here as well. It's just you've got 2 piss poor candidates for Senate that aren't helping either presidential candidate out.
Mm-hmm. Isaac, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm staring at New Jersey. And I'm sorry to keep harping on this state, but this is my state. It's being reported right now that you have a decent amount of the vote in, and we're talking about a 52-46 race right now in New Jersey. Right? My buddy just sent me final election call numbers in my county. My county went 219,000 to 102,000 as far as Trump versus Harris. That's a county in New Jersey. That's better than last time. And he gets a very good vote out of New Jersey. So now you're talking about New Jersey's a 6-point race. That means right now he has moved this race 12 points in New Jersey.
For New Jersey though, is he leading it or no?
No, he's not leading it. He's losing by 6 points, but he lost the state last time by 18.
Oh wow.
Okay, you're talking about a 12-point swing in an incredibly blue district that borders Pennsylvania.
But didn't y'all have like a pretty competitive governor's race recently?
Yes. And what happened was Chitterelli is what I call him. It's Jack Chitterelli, right? He ran away from the Trump vote as hard as he possibly could. And what happened with him is he had thousands of people not vote that voted for Trump during this. Many Republicans sat it out, and it was still that close for Chitterelli. Right, and he did nothing. He actually chastised. He was making fun of people for saying that the vote was stolen in 2020, and then all of a sudden it came out, and the vote was very shady for him, and he couldn't say anything because he put himself in that corner. Jack Chitterelli, it was close, but the presidential election wasn't.
Yeah.
And the fact that this has moved 12 points in Trump's direction in New Jersey, it looks to be the same thing in Rhode Island. It looks to do the same thing in New York. It's the same thing in Connecticut. All of those races have moved far to the right. They're still going left, but they went left by 25 points.
Yeah, Biden won Virginia by 10 points last time. And, we just discussed the results here.
And he's up by 2. He's up by 2 right now.
Right? Look at Guam. I mean, they knew this morning when Guam, the first Republican legislature in 16 years, right? So that's a flag, especially Guam. I mean, like seriously. And then you had the New Hampshire vote that splits 3-3 this morning that went 6-0 to Biden. So the Democrats knew this morning that they were going to be in trouble. I mean, just with those right there. I mean, Trump isn't campaigning in Guam and he's not campaigning in New Hampshire. So when you had the votes that split like that, you're in for a long day because they are bellwethers. They don't necessarily go for Trump, but like Mike's saying, when you have that kind of shift in the numbers, hey man, it's like the black vote, right? My family was here like, oh man, he's only pulled 25% of the male black vote. That is massive, right? Massive. That is massive because they're counting on a general or a typical Republican pulling 8-9% single digits. A Republican pulls double digits, black male vote. You're probably going to win.
But what about the Hispanic vote too, though? The Hispanic vote has to play a big role in it as well.
Which they did in Florida, right? Look at Miami-Dade. And here's the thing. What's the religious background of a lot of your Hispanics? Catholics. And, the Democrats want to make abortion such a major issue. And I hate to break this to them. We have a lot of them out here. So I know it's anecdotal and I can't speak for all of them. But the ones that I know and the ones that I talk to, it's not even a question. Because the other thing you got to look at is, primarily here in Arizona, it's a lot of your lower waged income folks, the ones that get hit by inflation the hardest. And I kind of made a joke today. I'm like, hey, if you're undecided on who to vote for, go fill up your gas tank on the way to your polling station. That'll help you make your decision.
This is a big story.
And that's what's happened.
This is a big story too. Iowa is bringing in some numbers, and Trump is winning. Remember the poll last week that said that he was going to lose this state by 10? Now, I don't know who the pollster were. They must have been drinking some of the beer that Mike has.
That's what you call an outlier poll, right? And let's get back to Guam for a second. Let's just be glad that it didn't capsize like one of the Democratic congressmen said it was going to. Do you remember that guy? Well, I'm just concerned that the island is going to just flip over, if you will. That was one of the funniest things I've ever heard in my life. I love that guy. But I mean, yeah. So listen, man. Right now, there is reason to be concerned if you're on the Harris side, and it's definitely reason to be optimistic if you're on the Republican side. And like I said, right, Cruz, what were we talking about? We were talking earlier that it was going to be a very tight race. Well, now guess what? That just expanded to a 53-44 race. All right. Now that's a 9-point race. I said, listen, that's going to be 5 points regardless. Let's just put that aside and never talk about it again. Now that is a 9-point race. As these votes start really piling in now, what you're seeing over and over and over again is Trump expanding his lead. Ohio right now, I'm staring at it, 55-7-43. That is what? That is a 12-point lead in Ohio. That's a big
lead.
That's big, but what I was doing was looking at the Real Clear Politics averages. The Real Clear Politics averages did not have him up 12 points at all in Ohio. He was up 8. He was up 6. Yes. Right. That was some of his Ohio was one of his biggest leads. If he walks with a 12-point lead in Ohio, that is really, really big. Right. So you're seeing these things where we were wondering going into this, did the polling get it wrong? Because they had a left-leaning bias for the last couple of years. And it seems like there was still a left-leaning bias in the polls right now based on what I'm seeing.
Yeah. On a different note, you talking about polls and stuff. The new state leadings right now, Harris is leading not even a half point right now in Virginia. Georgia has tightened up. Trump is winning 3 points, but almost 90% of the vote it's in. Arizona, Roger, I hate to tell you this, but she's up, but not by like 20% of the vote. North Carolina, Trump is winning huge with almost 7 points. She's around 6 points right now. So that's what's going on. And Michigan has tightened up. Wisconsin, Trump is ahead, and he's ahead in Pennsylvania. So a lot, Kelby, you got some thoughts on all that?
Yeah, well, my gauge, one of my gauges have been all of the talking heads and what their demeanor is when they're giving their opinions. And, MSNBC is kind of like frantic right now. I just kind of went on their
love it
box. And CNN, all they're doing is, clicking the map and showing all the map. They're not really talking much. And there is like some frustration on Fox where about, not, you can tell Brett's getting a little cranky, and they're kind of talking all over each other because they're anxious to make some calls. But I think they're being very disciplined to not. We all know what happened in Arizona last time.
Right.
They turned out to be right, but that was a big debacle. So I think that's, if we check the temperature of all the panelists on all the cable networks, because we've seen it in, previous times when they were losing, they just, started crying and, had these little meltdowns and all this stuff. So, I think it's, that is just something, I'm looking at when trying to figure out, all this stuff. Because, like Laura Ingraham and Sean Hannity, that's direct access to the campaign, the
right.
Trump campaign. So, their body language, Hannity's, which they're on set now, he and Laura Ingraham.
He's cheesing.
Yeah. I mean, he can't really sit still if you ask me.
No, you're 100% right with that. Yep.
Yeah. So that was just my main focus. I know, who's who, and I know who's got access to those people, and their body language is very positive right now. And the other side, I mean, if you compare them, because they have access too. I mean, you can't tell me the MS, they're all in cahoots.
Yeah.
They have all access to, the players on the campaigns. And, as someone who, used to work campaigns, and we have our media people and our contacts and our sources and all this stuff. So that is just an interesting indicator about how tonight's going to go. And honestly, everybody, all the smart people with all the data said they'd rather be the Trump campaign than the Harris campaign at the moment.
That's the way it's looking right now, right? But like Virginia, the race was just called for the Senate in Virginia. It went against the Republican Jeau for the Democrat. But once again,
it would have been hard.
Yes, right. And I say that with a caveat because it was way closer than anybody ever predicted. Right, all of these numbers right now are way closer than anybody has really predicted, and they were predicting it very close. This is the problem, right? So like some of these states, they're telling. Right now, it's very telling.
So I'm on a different note. You're talking about states, and guys, we're going to talk about a race that has just flipped big time. Cleo Fields in Louisiana, as we know, Cleo Fields has Cleo Fields and Guillory. They're hoping to get into a runoff here in Louisiana. If you don't get over 50%, you got to go into a runoff. And Fields is just beating the snot out of Guillory right now. 49% is going to Cleo Fields, and this is the race. Mike, I don't know if y'all talked about it, or Roger as well. This was the district that Louisiana had to fight over. They had to rewrite the redraw the maps. They had lawsuits after lawsuits here in Louisiana. This is the map that they wanted to make the second minority district. Guillory was leading up early, but now Kelby Fields is taking the lead by big numbers.
Yeah, well, Caddo came in, and East BR came in. Cleo Fields is at 46,000 in East Baton Rouge, and he's at almost 20,000 in Caddo Parish, which is gonna be, that's where the Democratic base is. Problem with for Elbert is just the opponents are just not. The Democratic opponents to Cleo Fields is just not, they're not strong enough to steal enough votes away from Cleo. But, does he get to 50.1%? I mean, it's certainly possible. There's a lot of outstanding vote as well. So maybe just be a little cautiously optimistic on that one.
Yeah, we have to see what happens. Let's shift it though, because I'm noticing Fox News, they're staying a lot on the presidential race.
Okay. Crusoe is absolutely beating Julie Quinn. It's embarrassing for her.
I'm surprised they didn't call that race for us yet.
Yeah, they're gonna call it. He's gonna win it tonight.
No, but going back to this though, they're not talking a lot about the House races or the Senate races. So far, the Republicans have only been able to flip one Senate seat. Fox did project that.
That's a big flip, though.
It is a big flip. But
it looks like they're going to have a minimum of 51 in the Senate. Mm-hmm. It looks right now they have 48. It looks like right now, Isaac, that they are going to have a minimum of 51. They have a ceiling, I think, right now of 54. Right? It seems like Roger's on top of a lot of this stuff, and so's Kelby. You guys fact check me, but they I think 54 or 55 looks like it could be their ceiling. But right now it looks like their floor is going to be 51 votes in the Senate. So that almost looks safe right now.
Well, we lost Hogan. Hogan didn't win in Maryland. The Virginia, we didn't get that one. So I think Tester in what is it, South or North Dakota, one of them. Mm-hmm. And then Nevada as well is also could be a flip with Bowman and the incumbent. She replaced Harry Reid. I don't know if y'all remember him.
Right.
And Arizona, I think is another one. Yeah, it's the other one to try to. it would be a gain because Kristen Cinema is an independent. We could probably write that one off.
Same thing with Joe Manchin in West Virginia. That's where that gain came in with West Virginia.
Yeah. So I would say we might get one more, but we may get one more. I think, I don't know. I think Nevada for the Republicans is really wishful thinking or overly optimistic. I mean, we'll have to see. If it's a real good night, then absolutely Nevada, here we go. But I don't know. I just think that's a tough one. Just with all the demographics. But I think that was the only one. I don't know, maybe Roger, if you can.
Yeah, I've seen the overall number. I'm guessing we shoot for 51. I've seen as high as 53, 54. You've got Brown out there, and then you've got, the Tester race. So I think, Manchin, we knew that seat was going to flip out of West Virginia. I think we knew that going into it. So I'm betting we sit at 51. A lot of it's just going to depend on again, it's that election day turnout, right? How many, I guess what's amazing is, and here's what's shocking with Arizona, maybe it shouldn't shock me because we truly are a purple state, but when you look at the 2020 election, you had people that came in and literally voted, red and blue on the ticket. Like, who does that, right? Who splits that ticket like that? And so when you look at Nevada and you look at a couple of these other places, even New Mexico, you say, hey, who votes for Kamala Harris and then votes down ballot red, or vice versa? And for some reason, maybe I'm just out of touch with reality because I'm like, man, there's just no way I would do that. There's nobody I know that does that, right? But apparently there are tens of thousands of people that do that. So a lot of it's just going to depend, right? It's that election day turnout. You expect them to go heavily red. It looks like Trump is outperforming most of those down ballot candidates. So it's just a matter of, hey, what kind of coattails does he have? And is he going to be able to drag them across the line? I can tell you going into this tonight, from our end, we predicted that Trump will either win big or Kamala wins a squeaker. And I'm not popping bottles yet, but it looks like probably a big win.
Well, and this is the thing too, going back to the down ballot issue you was just talking about. And Mike, I think you and Dr. Mike talked about this on y'all's show already. You got to understand. I don't think people understand. Oh, we want Trump and he's going to change the country. But if Trump don't go ahead and get the Senate seats, it don't matter. If he don't get the House, it don't matter because he won't be able to do what he wants to do.
No, it matters. It matters. The God's honest truth is the fact that the 51 Senate seats seem to be our floor, Isaac. That's an important important safety measure for Harris. Right. If Trump goes in there and he has a Senate and he has the presidency, whether he loses the House, he can do a lot of work with the Senate, right? Remember, the Senate is the one that slows everything down. They're the one that grind everything to the halt, right? So the House constantly passes bill, but the Senate kills it, right? So if Trump goes in with the Senate or Harris goes in with a right-wing Senate, it's going to be very good for him, very good for us overall. That Senate win is big.
Yeah.
They can't get swept. That's the worst case scenario for the Republican Party.
Yeah, and the cabinet too. I mean, whoever is going to, whether Republicans, but if she wins, the Republicans have the Senate, then she doesn't get the cabinet that she wants. And vice versa. That's going to play a big role in so the Dow futures have going up 500 points, and Bitcoin has hit a new record.
Wow!
According to Fox Business. So I don't know. Maybe they're seeing something.
So 88% of the vote in Trump is up 52 to 49 in Georgia right now. Virginia, it is a 49-5 Kamala, 48-9 race. And Pennsylvania, it's a 50.9 to 48-1 race in Pennsylvania with 57% of the vote that is in.
Michigan,
Michigan,
he went up.
It's looking okay.
Michigan, he's up.
Yeah, he's doing better than his own results in 2020.
He's outperforming and she's underperforming. Yeah. That's 100% accurate. That seems to be the thing. And it started with Miami-Dade, right? Like what Roger was saying earlier. Roger was saying Miami-Dade flipped and that was big. we all consume the same type of national media. So, like, no, there's no outliers here. If Miami-Dade County goes, and then you see Fulton County, and they had 25% of the black vote, that's going to translate to Philly. That's going to translate to Detroit. These aren't outliers. Like when he was polling at 30% of black males, everyone thought it was bullshit. Well, now it looks like it's coming to fruition. And if he really is going to take 25% of the black male vote, if she really is underperforming the black vote overall by 7 points nationwide, we're talking, these are the differences in, remember, we're talking small margins, 100,000 votes between all these swing states determining the election.
Fox News projects Trump will win Ohio.
Yeah, that's easy.
And Ohio's dangerous because look at Moreno. Moreno could be a pickup. Okay, because I think he's running against Sherrod Brown out there, and I think right now Moreno's up 51% with 80% reporting. That's a Senate pickup.
Yes.
You look at Pennsylvania with McCormick. McCormick's now at 49.4%. So, we're possibly seeing some of those coattails being ridden. And I think going back to Mike's, numbers like, hey, 51's the floor. You could be looking at 53 pretty easy. And then you get a little bit lucky on not the Sheehy race, but the Baldwin race. If she ends up losing, I mean, you could be looking at 52, 53. And I think that the biggest number I saw was probably 54. Is the cap.
Really, really, really optimistic Republicans are talking 55. If I remember correctly, right? You're talking the really optimistic ones. I thought realistically it was going to be 52, 53 coming into this race. Because like you said, some of the ones that are coming to fruition, like we didn't think Virginia was in play. We knew West Virginia was going to flip, but some of these other races are it could go either way. And you're right. Sheehy's run a great campaign, right? From everything that I've heard, Sheehy's run a great campaign. I love the fact that he was, uses pronouns as he, her, and say whatever the fuck.
I love it.
That was really good. Anybody that's like one of the things that Trump has been able to do over the last month, and he really peaked when early voting started, was he used those type of moments to really capitalize on them. And Sheehy using, his own name to really tie back to a big issue, which is men and women's sports. That's turning out to be a pretty big issue in this election. I think was brilliant for him. So if he does take that's a big win for the Republicans.
Yeah, they got a lot going on with the Senate, man. A lot of stuff going on. This is this election, man. It's just amazing what we're getting so far. What about the House, guys? We've been talking about the Senate and President. What y'all think about the House of Representatives?
The House is a way more interesting dynamic because you really don't know what's going on right now. Nobody really is focused on it. So it's without having a direct person on the ground, I have no idea what's going on in the House. But from what it looks like right now, it doesn't look like it's going to change that much.
And that's scary. That's scary. So we just got a message from Roger. I'm gonna rat you out, Roger, a little bit. He said he got about 3 minutes left. So what I want to do right now is give Roger the floor, his final thoughts, and also thank you, man, for coming on. I knew you live in Arizona. You have the link. If you can get back on, just jump on and let us know what you're seeing out there. So your final thoughts.
Final thoughts, I think we see a pretty big win for Trump, but I would tell you a little bit on the outskirts, and we've been mentioning this for the last couple of weeks. There were a lot of folks that were like, they are not going to let him win. And something that's come up lately is there are a lot of DNC power players that do not want Kamala to win. So I'll leave you with this thought, right? Look at your Whitmers, look at your Shapiros, look at your Bashir, look at your Newsom, look at your Moores. If Kamala wins, then that means she runs again, right?
Yes.
So you got 8 years. You think if you're a Newsom, you're 8 years, he's too old.
Yeah.
You think Shapiro wants to wait 8 years? So I think, what you're seeing right now, you had all these BS polls come out and try to prop her up and this and that. But what you're seeing right now is people came out and they towed the party line. Yeah, go blue till we die and this and that. But on the backside, Shapiro doesn't want her to win. He's got his own aspirations to run. Bashir's got his own aspirations to run. Whitmer's got her own aspirations. She's her daggum campaign managers are one of them.
So
definitely Newsom.
They didn't even want to be on her ticket.
Exactly.
Do you think that this is why they pushed her, but they didn't. Maybe this is why they didn't put Josh Shapiro on the head of the ticket. Look, Tim Walz. I'm sorry, who would pick Tim Walz to be their vice presidential candidate? I'm just saying this.
Well, Shapiro said no, and you got to get rid of the black woman. Okay, and you can't just kick the black woman out. You need to have the black woman. It's the old GOP playbook when we ran
sacrificial
McCain,
lamb.
Okay? Exactly. McCain wasn't going to win, right? Said, hey, man, we got to run you. It's the only way we can really get rid of you. So they run her. She loses. And now 2028 is free and clear. And it'll be DeSantis and J.D. Vance going at it, and Newsom and Whitmer. And it clears the plate is what it does.
Now, let me tell you something. That point was fucking phenomenal. And excuse my language.
I was about to say, please watch the language.
I'm like 7 beers deep. Roger, I want to get you on the show, man. So if we can link up, I'd love to have you on for some of your analysis, and you the same thing, Kelby. But I'm not going to see you again, Roger, possibly, right? So I really love that point you just made, because you're right.
Good point.
How pissed off would you be if you were Gavin Newsom and you should have been the next guy in line? Because he really was the best candidate. If you were an objective observer of all this stuff, Gavin Newsom is the best candidate that they really have. Even though he's a liar, he's a good-looking dude. He's tall and he can smile. And he can lie with the best of them, right?
Well, that's why Barack Obama got his position.
That's a great point, Roger. Great.
So, well, thanks, guys. Good luck.
And, Roger,
we'll see you on the flip side.
If you can jump back on, and I'll get you in contact with Two Mics Live, man.
Absolutely, will do.
All right, my friend. You have a good one. Thank you, Roger. So that was Roger from Culper's Canteen Cup podcast, YouTube, and I think they're on Rumble. Mike, I never thought about introducing you to those guys, man. They're former military. He's a former Marine, and they serve in Afghanistan. I remember I did an episode after the Afghanistan withdrawal and I had them on. And dude, when I say I had some people mad on my podcast, bro, you think I get angry or y'all get angry? Oh, they were mad.
Listen, I love his perspective. Like that was a great, I try to think of things in a lot of different ways, right? So you've listened to me for a long time, Isaac. I try to look at it in a lot of different angles. I really never thought of the fact that there are a lot of big time Democrats that do not want to see Kamala win this race, because he's right. Because they can't even compete in 4 years. They're out of the race for 8. If she wins this, they're done. There's no primary again for another 8 years. Think about that.
No. I like to get Kelby's
That's a great point.
I like to get Kelby's point on this as well before we start talking about the House.
Yeah, I have a House update.
Now,
take me out. You get Kelby talk. Take me out. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some beer.
All right, sound good. Kelby, I'd like to get your point on this though, because they're sacrificial lamb and stuff. Do you think Kamala Harris is the Democrats Sarah Palin? You get what I'm saying?
That's assuming there was motive behind Sarah Palin and John McCain.
Right.
I would say this. I mean, who else were they going to put? It would have looked horribly. It just would have looked horrible if they would have put anybody else in her place. She's the sitting vice president.
Right.
That would have just been, crazy. And they'd have been called racist and you name it, sexist, misogynist. I mean, you name it. That's what would have happened. And technically, look, she had more right to be the nominee than any of those other people, because she was on the ticket. He had her be the vice president again, and she won the VP delegates at the convention, fair and square. That was her. That was hers. Yeah,
and I think the only thing that people would like me is that the people that went to the polls and voted, and then all of a sudden they just took it away from them.
They should have voted for somebody else. They shouldn't have voted for somebody who should be in the nursing home.
And look, don't get me wrong. RFK ain't the youngest chicken in the coop either.
No, I mean,
but he was gonna run.
But I can't.
He was gonna go ahead and run for president, and the Democrats told him no. That's why now he's on Team Trump.
But yeah, and you know what? That's that's nor here nor there. I mean, because now he's with Trump and helped out Trump. But let's go ahead and take a look at the House, because we were talking about the House. So right now, Republicans at 142, and Democrats are at 94 House seats. Republicans flipped 3 seats. Democrats lost 3 seats. That's still very early in deciding. You need 218 to have a majority.
Right.
Right now, what Mike Johnson has like 219, 220.
There's a one vote swing.
Yeah. So Republicans have picked up 3 seats, and Democrats have lost 3 seats at the moment. So that's your House update.
Yeah, and look, that's good too, because at least they gained back the seats they lost. Because you remember they had a 3 to 4 foot,
and some local information. Jean-Paul Cousin has won the Public Service Commissioner's race, District 2, and it is not looking good for our friend Albert Guillory, who I think, what's his face, Cleo Fields is at like 50.5.
See, and that's gonna hurt right there. If they can get it to a runoff, possibly, but at the same time, everybody that else voted for a Democrat is probably going to vote for Cleo Fields. Now, and look, Albert told me this in my interview, and I think he said the same thing in your interview, Kelby. This race was made for Cleo Fields to win. No if, the district, no if, no and, no buts about it. And
yeah, it was drawn for him specifically.
Yeah, and that's the whole thing too. That's what bothered me. And Kelby, I know you're part of the Republican committee. It bothered me that Republicans gave up on this so easy.
Well, they didn't have a choice. The court ordered them. It was either the legislature do it or the judge write the map or draw the map.
Yeah,
it was either a non-elected judge draw the map.
How they say, pick your poison.
It was pick your poison,
or
let the legislature do it. It's just like those people that in Catahoula harping about the school. The judge made them close the school.
Right. Yeah, you can't go. The only way you can go around that is if you appeal it, or
So, Republicans would have basically had to gamble with the fact that they would have to take a chance. Do we let this Obama-appointed judge draw the map and no telling what you're going to get?
Right.
Or do we try to mitigate the risk? And I believe the Republicans drew a fair map, and Albert had a chance. Obviously, he's got over 100,000 people to vote for him. Cleo is at 50.4% now. So
and it could change. They haven't called it yet, so there's something that the election.
There's still a few hundred precincts out. I lie. It's not a few hundred. There's about 49 precincts out, so it has switched since the last time I saw it. So Cleo Field's going to squeak this one through.
Yeah.
Looks like the majority. I'm trying to look at where the votes at.
Now I got a question to ask you. Does that count as a flip for the Democrats? Because that was held by Garrett Graves.
Yeah, I guess you would consider it a +1, for the Democrats.
Oh, but
so like Avoyelles Parish is 100% is in. Caddo Parish, there's still 2 precincts left in Caddo Parish. That's obviously not going to be enough for Albert to steal some away. DeSoto is all in. East Baton Rouge still has a few to come in, but that's probably not going to go Albert's way.
So Kelby, we got a question on the we have a question on the chat from Noah. He had to walk away for a minute. He asked the question, how's it looking right now? And I guess he's talking about the presidential race. Harris has gone over 100 with the delegate count, but it's still 211, 117. And basically, Georgia has not been called. Pennsylvania hasn't been called. North Carolina hasn't been called. Virginia hasn't been called. So there's still a lot of outstanding states that we are watching. And, of course, Warren won her Massachusetts seat against her opponent. So
yeah, I mean, was that even
no, that wasn't even hey, is that gonna happen or not?
So Fox right now has Trump 211, CNN has him 207. Fox has Harris 117, and CNN has Harris 91. CNN's being very cautious and reluctant.
Well, they're not going to go ahead and call that as soon as possible. So,
well,
But yeah, it's gonna play a big role. It's gonna be a big role. I think. So what state didn't CNN call?
I don't. The CNN didn't call. I don't know what they wouldn't have called. Oh, it looks like they didn't call Nebraska yet.
Yeah, well, Nebraska.
Nebraska. I don't know. I really don't. I don't know what they wouldn't have called.
Now, how's the Associated Press looking? Because we haven't called them that much either tonight. Get that producer back there and tell him to look for that.
AP is 210 to 113.
So they didn't call one of the districts yet. The Nebraska district or whatever.
Nebraska. AP's map looks a little weird, but yeah, the AP has called. I don't know. Their map is just.
Trump got 212, so apparently he won another district. One of them 1 point. It was the main district that he won. They're projecting that right now.
Oh, that congressional district.
Right. I want to go look. I just saw Wisconsin being close, and Arizona was neck and neck. I just seen that. I'm going to. So Trump is up 0.10 in Arizona.
Yeah. Isaac, mute me a little bit. I want to hear what CNN got to say. I don't want you to get copyrighted.
Yeah, that's all good. All right. So I'll go ahead and I'll pull you out, Kelby, and then we'll get you back in. All right. So Kelby's going to listen to what CNN is talking about. Let's talk about where states are leading. We got FWR here saying awesome. If you're in the chat, please go ahead and comment. I would love to get your input. Tell me what you think about the election. Also, go share this live stream. We need people to watch it. We got 6 on Rumble, 3 on YouTube, none on Facebook. We need people to go look at it. All right. Let's go ahead and talk about the states. For Virginia is looking like Kamala Harris is moving in Virginia. This was a big topic for us earlier. This is still too close to call with 74% of the vote in. We have Trump leading in Georgia close to 3 points. North Carolina by 2 points. Arizona very, very close. Michigan, Trump is leading right now almost by 4 points. Now, if you listen to the show the other day, I talked about this. I said, if the polls underestimated Trump and the average was about 4. So we're seeing this, but going back to Mike Calderese's point, and when Mike gets back, we'll talk about this, the underperformance of Harris in a lot of these areas are speaking volumes right now. Remember, in 2016, Trump did carry Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, and he is winning those states right now. So, we have Nevada. There's no numbers in Nevada yet. So we're still waiting on Nevada. The last, so District 5, the AP calls Missouri's District 5 in a congressional race. Oh, that's a congressional race. Let's see. Now, Harris has won another seat. Okay, so Maine District 2 went for Donald Trump. And Fox News, Maine at large went for Kamala Harris. We got a question, Isaac. Are you waiting some people? Are you wanting some people like me? Wait, some Popeyes. Like, my eyes are crossed. Yes, RJ, I would love some Popeyes right now. Also, Noah probably would love some Popeyes too. What I should have done is got Noah into the studio with us tonight. He could have been my producer. Anybody on Rumble, who are you voting for, and what's it looking like? Got one person on Facebook. If you're on Facebook, please share the live stream with us tonight. Again, I want to say this. I do apologize. I like being very professional on the live stream, and the Wi-Fi and everything has been going wrong tonight. And but we're trying to. We got all the bugs worked out. So I don't think you know who I am. Yes, I do know. That's FWR. I don't want to mention your name on. I might have said it wrong. Maybe I don't know. I thought. Oh, you might met person multiple times. I'm tall. Yeah. Yeah, I believe I know who you are, FWR. You would have to message me privately because I don't want to give out any names on here. The only reason I'm mentioning Noah's name is because that's his name. Maine has just been called for Kamala Harris. Maine District 2 has been called for Trump. That is a weird situation because they Maine and Nebraska has separate districts. So it's pretty weird. I was going to look at the Facebook chat because for some reason Rumble isn't showing me the Facebook chat. I know my friend Steven was in there earlier. Let's see. So Trump's headquarters, they're having a party right now. And I'm gonna go ahead and wait for whoa, that is tight. Arizona is tight. 49.5 for Harris, 49.7 for Trump. Michigan, Trump is winning pretty big right now, 51-47. Again, guys, we need 270. That's the number. And if the numbers come back, if Pennsylvania come back, it's going to be a big night. It's going to be a big night. We're still waiting, and I'm with Noah on this one. I'm still waiting for North Carolina to be called, and I'm waiting for Georgia to be called. I'm going to look at my numbers. But we have Fox News right now, and they're saying they're having a ball right now in the Trump at Trump's headquarters. Got a big night, guys. Got a big night. No, I can't go get you. I'm in the middle of a live stream. We've had multiple problems so far, which I am off tomorrow. Guys, just to remind you, since I have this time, I'm going to go ahead. The next polls are closing in a couple of seconds at 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Go check out our shows. Kelby and Jeau, they go ahead and release their shows on Thursdays. I release my shows on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. Mike Calderese is part of Two Mics Live. They are on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, 6 o'clock Central Standard Time here in Louisiana. California has just been called. Oh, that's a big surprise. Oregon has just been called. Now the numbers are getting a little tighter. Trump 216, 193. Washington has been called. Now there's no votes that have come in. This is kind of funny. So, thanks for not saying my name. Yeah. So no, I don't try to give names out that I can't give. So, Kelby's back in, and let's go ahead and get him in here and talk about it. Kelby, shocker, man, shocker. California, Oregon, and Washington has gone for Kamala Harris. They're projecting that will be a win for them. So apparently, Kelby had to take another step aside for a minute. We'll wait. But yeah, so Pennsylvania, the House seats are kind of is all over the place. The House, we picked up 3. We need more. That's something that's going to go. But it just got tight. It just got tight in the delicate counts, and we knew this with California being projected, and it wouldn't surprise me that CNN has projected it as well. But reporting in 44% of the vote. Trump, even with California, now I know it didn't come in yet, the numbers, but Trump is still leading in the popular vote. Over 50 million cast votes right now for Donald Trump in the popular vote, and 44 million have voted for Kamala Harris, give or take. If you want to round it off, 51 million and 45 million, give or take. The Senate is we flipped one. We need one more, and we talked about the Senate earlier. The Senate is important. Donald Trump needs the Senate and the House to get things done, in my humble opinion. But yeah, we got a lot going on, and we're still waiting for Kelby in them. So I just I'm trying to watch when Mike Calderese comes in. Noah said, "I'm just JK." Of course, yeah. But I could have used you tonight, man. I could have used you tonight. We had a lot of problems. I needed a producer. But anyway, right now it is 10 p.m. here in Louisiana. California polls just closed. We are waiting for some calls to come in. 70% of the vote has come in from Pennsylvania so far. Too early to call in Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Arizona, North Carolina, Georgia, and Nevada. We already know that these are the swing states that are close. Trump, in my opinion, needs to win North Carolina and Georgia, and then if he wins Pennsylvania, he is the president-elect. If that don't, he has to also carry a few other states. But he's at 216 right now. He's at 216 right now. So let's hope that it turns. Let's go back and go to Kelby. Kelby is back in the room.
Yeah. I just heard on Fox that, they're not going to have Pennsylvania or Philadelphia votes until about 3:00 in the morning.
Oh, we will not be on the air.
Yeah, that's a little news for you.
Yeah.
Jessica Tarloff on Fox News, she's kind of not optimistic about it. Harris campaign, apparently, according to their sources, seem a bit more bullish. But, other than that, it's still anybody's game at this point. But, at 193, we knew California. I heard you talk about it earlier. Yeah. California, Oregon, Washington, we knew where that was going to go.
Yeah. We already knew that was going to go into the direction it went into. But Kelby, you talked about Virginia earlier. You look like your prediction is right. It's Kamala ain't running away with it, but she is gaining some steam. She's up by 2 points right now. And breaking news: State Senator Cleo Fields projected to win the 6th congressional district seat. That's coming from KTC3.
Yeah, he's at 51% right now, so it's over.
Yeah, but tight race in North Carolina. Trump is close to 2 points, 3 points. It just it's fluctuating back and forth. Michigan, Trump has a good lead in it, but again, these counties got to come in. Only 28% of Michigan is brought in. But that on Pennsylvania, so they saying about 3 a.m. their time, so it'll be about 2 a.m. our time.
Yeah, between 3 and 5 a.m.
Yeah, it's gonna. Well, I'm off tomorrow. I know you not, but I'm off. But got a show at 10 a.m., so I might be breaking some news live on my show tomorrow. Kelby, we haven't talked about our shows too much. Let's break away from the politics for a minute. I'll even do this when Mike is back. We collaborated. We collaborated for the last few election cycles to do election coverage. This one had some issues at the beginning, but it's starting to work out pretty good. But tell everybody about your new show that just came out.
Yeah, so I don't know. We're about 8 or 9 episodes in. We release a show every Thursday, and we just put the microphone on and talk about whatever we want. I mean, obviously, I like to talk about politics because that's just kind of my thing. But it's kind of like a little variety show, and the question of the day. Try to it's not my favorite segment, but the question of the day, and usually. Just kind of talk about what's going on, this life. I guess we think we're that interesting. I mean, Isaac, you have 20 shows at a time. So, so apparently, I don't know what my excuse is because I'm really
you're super busy. You're super busy too.
Yeah, I know. I'm super busy too, but it's a fun show and we're growing and it's interesting. So.
Yeah, man. And look, I've already told you this before. You was on my show the other day, and I'm a faithful listener, man. I'll let you know if I debate with you when I know you can't hear me, but I'm still debating with you sometimes.
Yeah, and that's fine. Yeah, and I listen to yours, and it's like, okay, he's shouting, and so I don't know if his blood pressure is getting increased, but I don't want mine to increase. So I'm gonna, hit the pause button. But no, I mean, I listen to your show too, and it's you have a different format than us. Yours is very much like a talk radio thing, and I love talk radio. So ours is a bit different, about 45 minutes. So it's a quick podcast, and as we keep growing, maybe we'll put in a new episode or not. A new day or not, but I think we're fine at the moment because I barely have time to record this one.
Right.
But we're getting it. We're getting it. In a routine because I'm putting in the sound bites and putting in the intro, outro music, and I really shaved the editing time to 20 minutes. So, well, we hope you all listen and subscribe.
So,
read everything in kelbyandjoeshow.com.
breaking news: Ohio Senate race just flipped Republican. Mario Brown.
Marino won. So that's a that's flip in the Senate.
So that means we're at 50-50 right now.
Rod Brown. Okay. He's a weirdo. Not for real, he is.
But yeah, going back to your show, man, it's interesting to hear a different perspective. A lot of people ask me, well, why you listen to other shows that don't, that always don't align with you? Well, you got to know what the other argument is, and I might be wrong. You get what I'm saying? Or I might find out I'm right.
Sound like I'm like this liberal Democrat from California. You always make it sound like
no. But we agree. We probably agree 90% of everything. It's just that you know how it is. That 10% always gets in the way sometimes.
Well, you should just you listen to other people's show and you leave it at that. You don't say I don't disagree. Listen. I mean, I do my research. Look, I think for myself, right, and I encourage everybody else to think for themselves too.
Mm-hmm.
And my opinion is my opinion,
right?
And if you don't like it, I don't care.
Yeah, well, I'm the same way. And if
I'm not, the only time I try to change people's opinions is if I'm getting paid for it with the campaign.
Yeah.
It's the only time I try to persuade people.
And I'm not trying to offend you. I'm just making that point. No,
I know, but you always make it sound like, we disagree about.
Oh no, like I said,
I don't believe in. You believe in some conspiracy theories and all this stuff, and I don't.
Well, and that's the thing too. Like
your audience, you have to. I understand that.
Well, and even that though, it's not even that, because I'll say if a conspiracy theory is the conspiracy theory, but I will say this though, like I said, we agree probably 90% of the time, because we've had 2-3 hour conversations where we're like, oh yeah, I agree with that. Oh yeah, I agree with that. So, but anyway, Mike Calderese is back. I hope. Nope, he left. Okay. In the waiting room. But yeah, like I said, and I'll say it on air. I hope I didn't offend you. So,
No, I'm not offended.
So,
your boss asked me today, she's like, what offends you? And
the boss asked that. Okay.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, it was not like that. I think it was like if she hit her vape or something, I think, she would have, that would offend me or something. Like, it's your car. Your vehicle, you do what you want. I mean, but I'm like, I'm a Republican. I don't really get offended too much.
If we do, we have thick skin and we hold it back until we get on our podcast.
I'll cry like a little progressive.
I hear you. All right, let's get back to the election though. But hey, I will tell people, I encourage you to go check out Kelby's show and go ahead and like it and subscribe to it. So
it's interesting that this guy is probably going to beat Sherrod Brown by like 5 points.
In Ohio. Wow. The delegate count has gotten a lot closer, 216 to 1.
It's not delegates.
Electoral votes.
Electoral college votes.
Yeah, it's a long. We're getting into our 4th hour of doing this. So
yeah.
Okay,
we're about to wrap, Isaac. Okay.
About to wrap. Mike Calderese looked like he's eating some food right there, man.
Okay, let him eat. Don't put
the camera. Yeah. We're not gonna put the camera on him.
You're waiting for it.
But look, he got his earpiece on. Mike, give me a thumbs up when you're ready to go. Nope. See, he's not yet. I didn't even eat supper yet. My wife bought me some of them things, I guess, from Burger King, the tots, the cheesy tots, whatever. And I ate that earlier. I didn't eat nothing really for supper yet.
We had good pizza on the way here. I was like, I wasn't cook. I'm gonna cook anyway. But pizza was on the menu tonight.
I'm gonna be honest with you, man. Like Kelby, we were talking about Pennsylvania not being called. I don't think Georgia or North Carolina is gonna be called in our time either. I don't see it.
No, I don't think so either.
So, all right. So he gave me the thumbs up. Let's pull him back in. Mike,
Yo, buddy.
what would you grubbing on, bro?
Sorry, man. I had to get. Well, you know, I'm New Jersey, so I do salami. I did a salami and cheese sandwich.
We call that bologna here.
No. There's bologna. My bologna has a first name, Isaac.
Ah, I got you.
All right, salami is something totally different. You won't know nothing about no salami in Louisiana, just like you don't know about no pork roll.
Oh, we've done pork roll. We probably do it a little different.
Yeah, you have no idea about no damn pork roll. Nobody besides New Jersey knows about pork roll. It's interesting.
Well, I guess I got to make a trip to New Jersey.
So while I was gone, obviously, I was checking this out. It looks like the Ohio Senate was just called. This looks like a gain, and that Marino guy is going to get in. So this is another one that I think that right now puts the Republicans at 50 seats. Now, the betting markets have gone 94% Trump right now.
Wow.
But I listen, I kind of feel like I did in 2020 at this point at 11 o'clock.
Yeah, me too.
I'm going to let everybody know. At 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, counting stopped in 2020. And I'm waiting for some bullshit, right? So we had a bomb threat in Georgia. We've had some minor bullshit going on. So the Senate right now, balanced power is 50, but we had some minor BS going on. This time around, I'm waiting for it. You know, I think we're all kind of waiting for that shoe to drop, but it doesn't seem like it is right now. Everybody seems like they're getting their votes in.
Pipe leak.
What's that?
The pipe leak.
Yes, exactly right. The pipe leak. People putting cardboard up on the wall so nobody could see. Stopping voting for an hour and a half for whatever reasons. Right now, it seems like votes are starting to come in. And you're once again like Ted Cruz. His race is what 11 points right now.
Yeah.
Look, I mean, I don't know if this has any correlation, but I mean, the Senate is on track to be in Republican, which it was always going to be a bad year for the Democrats in the Senate anyway. But that is trending obviously to Republican. We picked up 3 House seats so far in the House, although I think the Democrats are probably, with Cleo winning, that'll probably be considered a flip. Let's see if they did it. Yeah, one flip.
I mean, put it this way: you look at it right now. If Trump was to win the election right now, he has the Senate, right? Because they have 50. So right this second, if Trump wins, he has the Senate because they have reached 50. So right there, we need 51 to get a buffer against a Kamala Harris win. Right, we need that 51 because that's at least going to give for the next 4 years. It's going to give us that 51. It's going to give us that majority in the Senate, and she's not going to be able to enact a lot of the maniac things that she wants to enact. Right, so that's right now the Senate. It looks like it's going to save us tonight if Trump doesn't win. Right now, it does look like it's looking good for Trump. I'm trying to just discuss all the different scenarios that we have that are really playing out right now in front of us.
Yeah, well, you're just being realistic, Mike, and that's the thing. I will say this, and there's a lot of Republicans out there that are like, "Oh, Trump's going to win in a landslide." No, you have to be realistic and say Trump could lose this sucker. But at the same time, like you said, it is looking very, very good for Republicans on the House side, for the Senate side with the 2 flips, and that's something.
The only thing in the Senate that we have left is Arizona and Nevada. And Kari Lake's down 6 points in Nevada, in Arizona, and we have no results between Rosen and Brown in Nevada. So
now does this
Kari Lake was down, right? And Trump was way outperforming Kari Lake. If you ask me, Kari Lake is a terrible candidate in Arizona.
Oh,
everyone wants to rant and rave about Kari Lake. She's not a very good candidate. She goes way too deep in the 2020 election stuff. She turns a lot of people off with just her entire approach. She's not a very good candidate, if you ask me.
Very good.
And if you look at that too, that's why Trump stopped talking about it. You notice Trump isn't talking about 2020.
Yeah, it's neck and neck at the top of the ticket, and she's down 6 points.
Yeah, exactly. And now Trump is outperforming her by what, 5 points?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right. So this weird splitting of the ticket that everybody thinks is so outrageous, it doesn't seem like it's so outrageous. So North Carolina, they've done it since 2016. They have switched their ticket. They went for Donald Trump as president, and they went for a Democrat governor. Right. A lot of these states, you're seeing that kind of switch back and forth. Once again, I look at some of these crazy states like New Jersey that's still inside 6 points.
Those are two cases though of candidate quality.
Yes.
Mark Robinson, horrible. What came out about him was not so good, and Kari Lake's also a horrible candidate. And that, I think, when there's so much at stake, we should not put up these horrible candidates. I don't care if they win a primary or not, but we should not put up these candidates when so much is on the line. That I just
Kelby, Mark Robinson's story is a little bit different because he was viewed as a very, very strong Republican North Carolina candidate when he was going into this year. And the interesting part about his story is CNN put out a hit piece about him where they tied him to a couple of accounts where he was using some anti-Semitic or anti-Black stuff. Listen. He seriously denied it, but it crushed his campaign because his denial of it wasn't up to anybody's standards.
Hey guys, 1 second. We got breaking news, and this is not from.
It's called North Carolina.
Yep, Political just called it too.
What's that?
Political and AP just called North Carolina. Trump wins in North Carolina. So
okay,
that's a big
one
win.
down.
That's one down. That's one down. Now Fox News has not called it. But the AP has called it.
AP would be a hell of a lot more cautious than Fox News.
Yeah, and for them to call that's a big.
They don't want him to win, obviously.
That is a big story.
Fox News had that debacle a while back where they called one of those states really, really early, and then
Arizona.
they had to retract it. So they've been very careful not to be the first one. Like Fox News doesn't seem like they're trying to be the first ones to call things anymore. They used to be.
So Simone, I don't know if y'all know Simone from MSNBC. She is not looking too happy right now on MSNBC.
So who was talking about body language earlier?
Me.
Okay, so body language. If you take the body language on the Fox panel right now, both of the Democrats are sucked in. You have the one girl, and then you have the one black guy that I'm staring at him right now. He looks incredibly concerned. He actually did a big gulp after one of his sentences. You know what I'm talking about? Where it was like he said something. It was like you could actually see him swallow. Yeah. And the other one, I don't know their names. I apologize. But the other one, they're doing the exact same thing. The body language on the Democrats is not looking very good right now. They're not even doing a good job of hiding it, if you ask me.
Now, how many electoral votes is North Carolina?
A lot.
It was
16. 16.
All right. So
if I remember correctly, it's 16, something like that.
Yeah, 16.
Yeah. So Trump's at 232 according to AP.
So North Carolina's, that was the first domino to fall, right? The next domino to fall was Georgia.
38 to go.
And now we have Hammer back up on the board now, but he's on the West Coast.
What feed are you watching? I'm not seeing Hammer right now. What feed are you watching?
I'm watching the Fox News feed right on my TV.
Oh, so he's on TV. We're on internet.
I may be behind though. Hold on. Let me make sure that I'm up, and I'm not rewound. Hold on.
Rewound. No, it's starting to get not late when he's starting to mispronounce words.
You're doing that.
So William Lovejoy, W Lovejoy, I'm gonna go ahead and tell Mike when he gets here. He said, Mike, you might need a whiskey before the night's over. I don't drink whiskey, but I need something. I had coffee, I had root beer, and homemade root beer, by the way. But I also have some water here, so yeah, might need a whiskey. They might need a whiskey. What about you, Kelby? You need a whiskey?
No, I don't drink whiskey. Yeah, but Simone just said that Vice President Harris is not doing well in Dane County, and she's doing underperforming Biden. So that's Simone, and look, that's another person who has direct access to these people on TV. And
so sorry, I was about 6 minutes behind. I guess I was rewinding, listening to stuff, writing stuff down.
Getting ready for tomorrow's show.
What's that?
He was getting ready for tomorrow's show.
You know what? The God's honest truth is I don't prepare like Dr. Mike does for his shows, right? So, I don't have the time to do the editing that he does or any of that stuff. He's got it down to a science at this point. So what I do is I rely on just my ability to just bullshit. Nonstop, just verbal garbage out of my mouth. That's what I fully rely on. And tomorrow, I'm honestly going to be relying on that because like, how do you put together a show? Like the stuff that we put together is a whole bunch of news. You guys have seen it, right? So it's a whole bunch of different news topics that are all wrapped up into hour and a half. Well, right now, this is the only thing that there is to talk about.
Tomorrow's gonna be the easiest show because we have a show. We're gonna record a show tomorrow, and we're not even show prepping tonight because this is what we're gonna talk about.
It's either gonna be we're happy tomorrow, and I'm going to be able to talk about the next 4 years in a way that, okay, listen, Trump, this is what we expect from you. This is what we expect out of ourselves. Like there's a lot to talk about there, right? And if it goes the opposite way, if Harris somehow pulls this off, that's going to be the thing that's concerning me, right? So Virginia is 77% of the vote. She's up 50.3 to 47. So now it's starting to, 50.3 to 48, whatever it was. I lost that, right? But so it's starting to spread out. Now we're 2 points.
Right. So on a different note, Mike W. Lovejoy said you might need a whiskey at the end of the night, before the night's over. And he said that they're leading in Georgia, and Fox just said that he won North Carolina. So they're about to, on my feed, they're probably going to change it up. And W. Lovejoy, look, he got it.
W. Lovejoy, let me tell you something right now. In my hand, I have delicious. This is what we call Garden State Distillery whiskey, right? Garden State Distillery is the official whiskey of Two Mics Live and Mike Calabrese. I have the Weather Vane in my hand right now. I got this because I'm out of beer, but I feel like listen, I'm going to be doing this all night. I'm not going to be. Last time I went to sleep, all hell broke loose. I'm not going to sleep. I'm gonna be an insomniac tomorrow morning. I'm gonna be doing the show, and I'm literally not gonna be going off of any sleep whatsoever, right? Because once again, 2020, I went to sleep and I woke up and Trump lost. I don't even want to have that. I'd rather be awake and see it coming.
Kelby, go.
Yeah, so they're showing the crowds right now, in Harris headquarters. The vibe is like down.
It's like a rally.
Everyone's got the Hillary Clinton Javits Center vibe look. That's what's happening right now. Not yet, at least. And then that's Trump tomorrow. They're like, all vibing, and I'm sure they're singing to the dancing the YMCA and all that stuff. In MSNBC, like what's her name? The circle back lady. Jen Psaki.
Oh yeah, Peppermint Patty.
Yeah. Well,
what are her facial expressions like, Kelby? What is Paskey's like? Do they look concerned right now, or are they searching for votes, or are they in the position where they're like, where are these votes going to come from? Where can we get them from? Because they're going to be in the same situation that Trump was in 2020.
Yeah, her face is a bit red.
Okay, well, she's a ginger.
Well, yeah, true.
So New York Post.
You can see Chris Hayes. Chris Hayes is like this.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he's got his arms crossed where he's straight. He's straight like this.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then what's his name? O'Donnell is just like typing his phone and trying to get the.
So they're in full on panic mode.
So New York Post, and this is Fox News is
texting President Bartlett.
New York Post just announced they project that Trump's going to win North Carolina. So if New York Post done it, Fox News is coming right in a few minutes. So they have to. New York Post and Fox News is basically the same company.
They still have too early to call in Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Arizona, North Carolina, Georgia, and Nevada. But Wisconsin right now, Trump is at a 51 to 47% lead, and it looks like we have 67% of the vote in right now. So I'm trying to see it. I really can't see the screen, but that's what it looks like in Wisconsin.
So she's underperforming Biden in Dane County.
Yes.
Biden had 75.8. She's at 74.1. Trump is overperforming his numbers. 2020 was 23%. He's at 24.4%.
And Hammer's on Wisconsin.
Yeah,
I'll be right back in 2 seconds. Let me listen to him.
Okay. Let me listen to Hammer too.
Yeah, go ahead and listen to Hammer. I'll take a break. All right, as them guys go do that. W Lovejoy, I will go ahead and I will tell Mike that, you know, that information saying that's my boy. So we do have Mike. They all going to watch Bill Hemmer on the board. He's in Wisconsin right now. I'm gonna do play-by-play while they watch this, and I'll get their opinion after. He's at the board, and he's showing the counties that Harris is struggling on, that should have been hers, but now she's struggling. And I think this is why I don't understand how the Democrats allowed her to be the candidate. They should have went ahead and got someone else. You know, I remember when all this stuff was going on, when it was kicking Biden out, I went ahead and said this. I wasn't going to say that she was going to be the candidate until Barack Obama went ahead and endorsed her. And when he did, I was like, well, she's going to be the candidate. But he's in Wisconsin right now. And with the Wisconsin, Trump is leading roughly around 3 points. Harris has lost some of her steam in Virginia. Virginia still is too close to call with 76% of the vote. She's just over that 50% mark. Georgia is looking good for Trump. He's a little under 3%. Arizona, razor thin margins right now, plus 0.10 correction. And North Carolina, Trump, again, some have called this for Trump already, which would mean that Donald Trump is winning. It did win North Carolina. They're projected that he won North Carolina. It will be 232, 233. So they only need 270. Only needs 270. And this is why Georgia plays a big role in it too. Because Georgia, let me go see Georgia's. I should know all these numbers. Let's go see Georgia's number, electoral vote count. If it shows. Let's see. All right. Yeah, let's go this way. All right. Let's see. So Pennsylvania is 19. So Apple News, the AP project that Trump has won North Carolina. So 89%, they're saying Trump will win North Carolina. Let's see. Okay, Mike Calderese is back in. Let's go ahead and get Mike in here. Mike.
Yo, but it looks like big news out of Philly. It looks like big news out of Wisconsin right now, right? So the two big time areas that we were looking for in Philadelphia or in Pennsylvania were obviously Philadelphia, and you have a couple of counties that were a little bit out west. Philadelphia right now, Kamala Harris is performing way under Joe Biden. I'm talking in the realm of about 3 to 4 points. And Trump at this point has outperformed himself by like 1.5, 2 points. So what you're having is you're seeing the effect of people that have voted in the last election in 2020 that did not vote right now. And now I'm staring at Hammer going at Georgia. 51% in Georgia to 48.3 for Donald Trump. And, you know, what we're starting to see and what Hammer's starting to do is he is starting to put together like different theories. Like, okay, so this is the trends that we're starting to see in this county, in this county, in this county. And as of right now, it seems like it's favoring Donald Trump.
Yeah, it looks like it's favoring Trump a lot. We got Kelby on, jumping right back in. Kelby, what do you think about Bill Hemmer's thoughts?
I didn't hear Bill Hemmer. I was listening to MSNBC.
Love it.
And they were going over how Trump is like doing pretty good in New York City right now. He's Queens, Manhattan. She's way under Biden's numbers, and he's, I mean, Steve, what's his face? Was the numbers guy on MSNBC. He was like, this is he was stunned.
So to put a stamp on what Kelby said, something that Hammer led with was that he said that the major cities that they're seeing right now, New York, Chicago, Philadelphia, all those major cities, Trump has doubled his support in a lot of those areas. So, I mean, you take those cities, remember, we're talking about very small margins per state. We're talking about 10, 15, 20,000 per state. In a state like Pennsylvania, it was 100,000, but that's not a lot. That's the same percentage wise as every other state, right? So when you start talking about he's overperforming in New York City, he's overperforming in New Jersey right now. Do you remember what I said very early in the night? With like, I'm going to be looking at these states like New York, like New Jersey, because if they have a huge right wing swing, like it looks like it's happening,
right?
It has to matriculate down. It has to matriculate itself down the rest of the country.
Right. Well,
yeah, and let's see. Yeah, so I mean, and that's also another thing too, is when things are shifting where they probably shouldn't be. That's very telling. You know, in these Democratic, not that they're going to, not that he's going to win the state, but there is the shift towards. I just think people look. Oh, I said it like this on the show the other day. If you can afford, if you're privileged enough to be able to afford 4 more years of this stuff, then Harris is your person.
Yep,
and all these celebrities can. But I really think the economy is really where people are deciding. Look, I'm going to tell you right now, full disclosure, your audience may not like this, but I do not like Donald Trump. I think I think what he's done to the party, pulled it populist, I'm a conservative. It's not my thing. But at the end of the day, when you make the comparison, it's a no-brainer. And I think a lot of people, feel the same way. Like, we don't really necessarily like him. You don't have to like him, but I think people are voting with their pocketbooks, Well,
it goes back to what William said earlier, them closet voting Trump supporters. Because they go into the voting booth, vote for Donald Trump, but come out and say, I can't stand him, I'm not going to vote for him. And they just see the reality of our economy. And look, I don't know if you've seen it, Kelby, the other day when Laura Ingraham had that viral TikTok video on of the woman saying, look, my husband makes good money, but we don't know if we could be able to afford our kids Christmas presents. We're struggling to pay our bills and put food on the table. That went viral on TikTok, and both of y'all know, being part of social media, something trends like that on TikTok, it's not good for the people that are watching.
Yeah, and let's face facts. Like, just a couple what Kelby was talking about. I never liked Trump. I never liked any of his shows. I never liked his persona. I didn't like him when he was when he was railing against going into Iraq. I didn't like him then just because I didn't like the way he sounded. He sounded like a pompous asshole. Right. But with the second he ran in 2016, I said, you know what? This is the only guy that's ever actually ran anything that's running for president. He's the only executive that's actually there. Right. And then when I saw what he was doing and what he did as president, and then I saw the other 4 years, and there's a stark difference to it. I'm a type of person where, I don't like Trump. I don't like any of his persona, just like Kelby does. And the reality is, I like his policies, and I like what he did for this country.
Yeah.
And right now, hopefully, we're seeing that take place. So right now, I'm looking at Michigan. Michigan's 51-46.
So Jen O'Malley, the campaign manager for Harris, she said pretty much told us to go to bed, get our pajamas, and we'll resume this thing back in the morning.
That's not a good sign
Mike's
either.
not going to bed, so they don't do any funny business. But she said, go to bed, and kind of like John Podesta did in 2016, go to bed, and we'll win this thing tomorrow morning.
Now, well,
it was a much different scenario, though. If we're being honest, Trump is in a better position right now than he was right now with Biden. Now, you could say whatever you want, but they're doing it live right in front of our face, right? One of the good things that what they're doing on Fox News is they definitely have that interactive map, and they can show you what they're doing right now. For all intents and purposes, she is underperforming 2020 by a big margin.
Yeah, and honestly, I mean, look, 2020 is just one of those years with the big asterisk right next to it. A lot of explaining to do in the history books, and I think 2020 a lot of people voted against Trump just because he was the incumbent. This happened under his watch. People were freaked out about COVID, and made a knee-jerk reaction with Biden and put somebody who should have been in a nursing home. I mean, Biden's decline was obvious. You had to be extremely delusional back in 2020 to think that this guy should be the president of the United States. And how he won a primary, which the Democrats are supposed to be smarter than us by, they're supposed to be the academics. They're supposed to be the geniuses. How they put him in there. And then because they were so woke, you have to have a black woman as your VP. And apparently, in the part of inclusion wasn't enough to find one that's, coherent and doesn't, when you hear her talk, it's like, well, what did you just say? And that's where we are now. And then, but I think things are a hell of a lot different. Thankfully, they didn't put another pandemic in there. That's number one. And I think tonight there's a lot of eyeballs. And I think there are a lot of people probably not going to bed tonight. And if they do some funny business, maybe we'll all see it. But yeah, I don't think anything like that's going to happen tonight.
do you think they tried doing that?
It would have happened already, in my opinion. It would have happened leading up to all of this.
So Kamala Harris is sitting at 198, according to Fox News. She must have won a small state somewhere, but still too close to call. Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Arizona, North Carolina, Georgia, and Nevada. And they still haven't called North Carolina, where several outlets have called North Carolina. Is CNN one of them? I know the Associated Press is one of them, but has CNN called North Carolina?
CNN has called North Carolina.
Did the Associated Press call North Carolina for Trump?
Yes.
Okay. Typically they're a solid call. The Associated Press.
See, then this is what I don't understand. Why is Fox holding off? See, it goes to the same question, but on a different end with Arizona.
They're looking at their viewership, right? They're looking at their numbers right now. So the longer they could delay this stuff, the longer you stay with them, the longer we stay with them. We're following them as well. Right. If you look at it, why are they holding off? That it's the same reason why they kept all the polls so tight. If you noticed, everybody, like, when have you ever seen all of the polls deadlocked even, one way, one the other way? There was no real crazy outliers. There were crazy outliers early on, but they came back down to everybody. It was all right here, right? So the reason why they did that is to make it seem like it was a much closer race, so everyone stays engaged. If everyone loses engagement, then they obviously they lose viewership.
Kelby, go.
And they just called it.
Okay,
Fox just called. New York Times, all the outlets have called it already.
A compliment for you, Kelby. W. Lovejoy said, before we voted for the lesser of two evils, today we vote for our pocketbooks. Kelly hit it right on that one, he said.
Damn right he did.
Yeah.
So
I mean, because honestly, nobody wanted these. A lot of people didn't want these two people. I mean, let's face it. Democrats had to embrace her and get behind her. But
well, look,
Rob is exactly right. Shapiro, Whitmer, they all don't want her.
Let's go back into our history, Kelby. Because a lot of people will tell me, "Oh, you've been a Trump supporter since the beginning." No, I like Trump's policies, but I was a Ron DeSantis guy. You were Nikki Haley. Now, Mike, I don't know if you were Trump from the beginning, but
I was a Cruz guy, first of all.
Yeah, Cruz from the first election in 20.
We go even further back.
Yeah. Well,
I've never liked Cruz. You asked me a question. I was on this when he started really considering running in 2016. I was immediately on the Trump train. I was on the Trump train incredibly early because once again, the way I viewed it all was this was the only man, whether I liked him or not, and I didn't go off his personality. This was the only man that is actually the only executive that was running out of the 21 Republicans or 22 Republicans that were running in 2016. Right. So he was the man simply because he was not a politician and he was the only actually executive that ran. And that's the way I went with it.
So Peter Ducey, not to change the subject, but Peter Ducey is reporting from the White House, and he said the lights are going off, and I think they're going to bed at the White House.
Of course they are.
Joe Biden probably been in bed a long time. That's just the party. So,
yeah,
it's 12 o'clock. It's way past Biden's bed.
New Mexico has just been called for
here's
Harris.
the deal. And hey, here's the thing. And here's the deal. I'm tired.
Anyway. Yeah. so on a different note,
they called it.
Yeah, so North Carolina has been called and New Mexico has been called. Kamala is been called for New Mexico. W. Lovejoy said that Harris didn't do enough.
New Mexico 6 points. That's right and where the polling was.
Yeah, polls are pretty. Right now, they've done a pretty good job at looking at all this stuff and seeing what's going on.
Certain states yes, certain states no. It looks
correct.
like right now.
Yeah, correct. So W. Lovejoy said in the chat, Harris didn't do enough Haktua to get ahead. So
God,
somebody had to mention Haktua tonight.
So right now, okay, so in Arizona, Trump's ahead by 0.41%. In Georgia, he's up 2.70. Wisconsin 3.01% Trump, Pennsylvania 3.70 Trump, in Virginia Harris is up 4.27.
So according to Fox News, it just got called Virginia is going to Harris.
Okay.
Harris, yep.
And then Michigan, Trump is up 4 points, 4.32 points. So that's just kind of like where.
Well, Kelby, you said that earlier. You said that earlier about Michigan. You said that Michigan, you think Trump would win that because of a lot of factors with the Muslim community and with the Jewish stuff and all that. There was a lot of things.
The cars. The electric cars are killing that community over there.
Right.
So yeah. I know it's still early, but it looks pretty good for Michigan for him right now too.
Yeah, it's gonna tighten way up though. I mean, if he'd win it by if he'd win all those things by 3 points, then yeah, I mean, it would be obviously a big night. It's gonna tighten up a lot more, but a lot of the vote last time around this time was not even counted. Like it was.
He's 100% accurate with that.
Like it wasn't even. We didn't even know what was going on. They had all these. Like the ballots, the machines weren't working sometimes, and all these things weren't even counted. So like the percentages, were like 20-30% in, and then it just stopped
at 11 o'clock. You're right about now, 11:48 is when everything just took a shit. It just stopped.
Yeah, it was kind of like a black hole. We are so far beyond that point this time around. Which is good, right? Because that only causes speculation and it only causes people concern. And I think people should, believe in their elections and believe that their vote is legit.
I'll be right back, fellas. I'm going to take me a break. Give me some more homemade root beer. So I'm gonna let y'all guys take it.
So we are, in a pretty good position tonight versus where we were, 4 years ago.
You hear me now?
Yeah, I got you.
Sorry, I might go with my thing. No, listen, as opposed to 4 years ago, it definitely looks promising, right? So when you see 12 o'clock at night, you start seeing the betting odds start ripping into Trump's favor. Now, Harris projected to win Virginia, and she was projected to win Virginia by over 6 points. Right now, it looks like she has expanded her lead to 4. Right when before we were talking about it was possibly neck and neck, it was really, really close. That could be the story. She has expanded that lead to 4. Now, does it go to 6? That's going to be the interesting part, right? So, it's what's really interesting is how Virginia went that direction, but New Jersey and New York and all the cities, like you mentioned earlier, have swung way in Trump's direction.
Yeah.
It's right now Pennsylvania. It looks like the Republicans are having a good night in Pennsylvania. So, dude, when you look at some of the stuff, it seems to be making sense, but some other things don't make any sense. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, and the body language on MSNBC is getting worse.
Oh yeah.
Yes. What's her name? Joy Reid is not looking joyful. Slouched.
She lost all the joy, right?
His hands are like in his lap. He's really Rachel Maddow is doing this.
So Trump right now I'm seeing 70% in Wisconsin. He's up 41. He's up 51-47.
So there's a graphic on Fox right now. Republicans gain Senate control.
Wow.
The Fisher Nebraska Senate. I don't know if that was open or not, but Fisher is going to win that race in Nebraska. So the Republicans have the Senate. I'm going to say this. Republicans have the Senate. It's either going to go divided government or Trump's going to get the trifecta in a few hours.
And I'm right there with you there, Kelby, because nothing for nothing, but the winning the Senate was the Republican the fail safe. You know what I'm talking about? It's one of those things where if the catastrophic event for the Republicans was losing everything and having Kamala Harris to where she just had unfettered reign to do whatever the hell she wanted to do. The Democrats would have rammed whatever they didn't get in under Obama because they lost a big opportunity to do it under Obama. They would ram everything they ever wanted, in if they had total control. And right now, at least that's the number one thing, or I guess the first thing that really looks good. It's a positive thing for the Republicans.
And he is above Tester by 10,000 votes in that state. So.
So Mike, I got a question. Your mic is real good, or is still connected, or it sound like you were far away a while ago.
Let me see something.
Montana. Okay, Montana.
Yeah, Nebraska went to the Senate.
Check.
There you go.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you know what happens when I hit the cord, it defaulted to, I guess, the computer. My bad.
No problem. Like I said, we've had technical difficulties all night, but guess what? We as Kamala quoted the scripture the other day, sorrow comes at the night, but joy comes in the morning. So we all.
But you gotta say it the way she did. Joy cometh in the morning.
But
you wanted to hear my preacher voice, didn't you?
Yeah.
Let's do the Jamaican. Do you have a Jamaican accent for her?
I do not have no Jamaican in me, son. No Jamaican at all. What part of Jamaica is Kamala from? She's right near the beach, boy.
Well, hey, so Kelby got on me earlier. Now, Dr. Mike did text me. He said he was going to come on, so I sent him the link. We're just waiting on him to come on later on. But
I'll send him a message. I'm gonna say let's go.
I tried doing Trump. Can you do a good Trump, Mike?
I cannot do a good Trump. No, I got Christopher Walken. I got Adam Sandler. I'm working on my black preacher, right, or my Christian black preacher. I'm working on that. I could definitely do. Like I said, I'm an Adam Sandler specialist.
So give us some Adam Sandler.
Well, what do you want? I mean, you're from Louisiana, right?
Yeah, do Bobby Boucher.
You want to do a little Bobby Boucher? Okay. I said not only am I gonna do it for you, Coach. Yes, I'm gonna do it for you.
How about Billy Madison?
Billy Madison's like kind of tough, right? Because it's like, stop looking at me, Swan. Shampoo is better. I made the hair clean and smooth. No, conditioner is better. I made the hair all smooth and nice, right? Or what? Sorry, I messed that one up. Shampoo is better. I go on first and clean the hair. Have you ever heard Adam Sandler's what are they called? Where he did his tapes back in the day, where he had like the Lunch Lady Land and all those. Have you ever heard those Adam Sandler tapes?
No, I haven't.
Oh man, so I could do all of those as well.
See, I never seen it. We're young, man.
So how old are you guys?
I'm 32.
Oh, okay. So what you have to do, and it's probably not going to be funny at this point, but back when I was younger, Adam Sandler got his start by. You ever hear of the Jerky Boys?
No.
You never heard of the Jerky Boys? Oh my God, am I that old right now? So the Jerky Boys did phone calls.
Hold on, you're about to feel older. Kelby, tell them how old you are.
In 7 days, I'll be 26.
Oh Jesus H. I stopped myself from saying that because I know I'm with a bunch of Christians right now, so I'm moderating myself.
Behavior too, because this is the most cuss words I've never said in a long time. But
oh, listen, I'm from New Jersey. We let them rip, okay? But
New
here's
Jersey.
the bottom line: you guys are way too young. Adam Sandler had this like awesome, like they were cassette tapes, and it was all his little stupid skits where it was like his songs. Have you ever heard the Hanukkah song?
No.
Oh, no.
You've never heard the Hanukkah song either?
Okay, so he's gonna have to get our number and put us in a group chat, and he's gonna have to.
Oh man.
He's gonna have to. I mean, a group text, and he's gonna have to send it to me and Kelby.
Listen. Have you ever seen My Cousin Vinny, like the movie? Like, what are we talking about? How far back do I gotta go with you guys?
Yeah, I've partially seen My Cousin Vinny. Yeah.
So what's your favorite Adam Sandler movie? Like where are we talking? Like, is my favorite is That's My Boy?
I mean, probably would be. I mean, for me, Billy Madison. I mean, I'm not a real big movie buff though. In my defense, but like, I mean, anything he does with what's that lady's name?
They're all hot, dude. Every girl that's on Adam Sandler's hot. Let's just face facts on that.
Hey, hold on.
The one who played on Friends.
Jennifer Aniston.
Jennifer Aniston, yeah. Anything with him and Jennifer Aniston's always usually good. So
I concur.
Now, so on a different note, the races in the Senate races, I think in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, I think it is. They've gotten pretty close, and it's leaning towards the Republican side. Montana, the Republicans winning right now, so too close to call in Montana. Got a lot going on, guys. It's getting to that 11th hour.
Well, once again, so now 81% of the vote in, and you have the Republican Senate candidate is up by a couple points, right? Montana, Republican candidate is up very big. Once again, this is shaping up to be a very good night. But once again, I caution you. I definitely felt decent going to bed in 2020. I felt decent. Now, like Kelby said, there's way more of the vote in right now at 12 o'clock than there was at this point in 2020. That is 100% accurate.
I will say this. I mean, I kind of knew Trump was. Look, if you get into, and I couldn't really get into much of the numbers tonight because, being on here, it's hard. But I knew Trump was going to lose that. I mean, Trump underperformed his 2016 numbers, and I'm sure gender had a lot to do with a lot of it. They just didn't want to vote for Hillary Clinton in some of these areas, and Biden was an old white dude. And
Had a lot of name recognition too.
and Biden was always known for this, his gimmick that he had. But Trump underperformed in 2016, and there was just so much turnout also, which kind of discredits the voter fraud thing, because there was just so much turnout. You would have had to, millions and millions of fraudulent things would have had to happen. Not saying that there were some weird things that did happen. I mean, that's 100% true. The whole pipes and they put blockers on the window. It didn't let people see what the hell was going on. We have a lot of vote in right now, whether it's good or bad. And all I'm going to say is the MSNBC crowd is not cheerful.
They don't have the joy.
CNN is not talking to their panel right now either.
So I don't want to make some bullshit weirdness as of a correlation, but something I just noticed. I just Googled something, right? Our breaking news guy, Giuseppe, Isaac Hayes knows him very good. He's the best breaking news business guy in the business. He's texting me about Maine right now, about how it's close, and and Trump won a congressional district in Maine, and blah blah blah. Right. So I wanted to double check what he was doing, and I Googled Trump predicted 2, and the next things, as soon as I put Trump predicted, it said 2 win. In the you know how it actually like adds the words to you, like it tells you what you're gonna search for. When I put in Kamala projected, it said to go to the border. It said nothing to win. So just take that with a grain of salt. But it was just something I noticed while I was going through my phone here.
So guys, we want to go ahead and give a shout out to W Lovejoy. He said he was 13. I know that ain't true. But follow politics. But he said he's going to bed tonight. I don't know whether to prepare for or to take a nap. So he's probably going to take a nap. He wake up in a couple of hours. So, but yeah. So W Lovejoy, thank you for being part of the show tonight. And we had a good chat for a while, and it's just getting late. So people are going to bed. People are going to bed, but I'm not going to bed. I'm probably going to be up for a couple of more hours. I know Kelby's probably going to go to bed after this because he got to go to work tomorrow. And Mike just said he's going to stay up. So next polls are closing in, according to Fox, in a couple of seconds. So let's see what else they got going on. What other states still open right now?
He looks way up in Montana.
So I'm sorry to interrupt you earlier, but yeah. So Giuseppe saying
Hammer's back on. Hammer's back on. I'm gonna pop off and listen real quick.
All right. Kelby, you want to go ahead and listen as well, or? Okay, we'll go ahead and get that out. Let's go ahead and pull these guys out so they go listen to Hammer. Nebraska just was called for Harris. So let's see. So the numbers have not been updated yet. Who's in the chat, man? I see we got 2 listeners. Who's in the chat in Rumble? So Hawaii, the Senate race is going to go. So again, breaking news a while ago, the Senate is going to go Republican. That has been confirmed. Republicans have taken over the power in the Senate. They are still, we're still trying to get numbers for the House of Representatives, which Republicans have flipped 3. So Pennsylvania, according to Bill Hemmer, Pennsylvania is looking pretty good. Let's go look at the numbers while Bill Hemmer's doing that. Oh, I'm here. W Lovejoy said I'm here, so he's back in the chat. I thought you were going to take a nap. And it's going to be a couple of seconds. I seen it, So according to Bill Hemmer, he is up in Pennsylvania, and his lead is opening in Michigan. If that happens, he will be president of the United States. Let's bring back in Mike Calderese. Mike, what's going on?
So it almost looks like the election map that I predicted this morning is almost starting to come to fruition, right? So Virginia's been called for Kamala Harris. New Mexico's been called for Kamala Harris, and then the rest of them look like they're leaning into the Trump category, right? So Bill Hemmer's right now at Georgia. Georgia's a 51-48 state right now.
Yeah,
Pennsylvania is a 51-4 to 47 state right now. Wisconsin is a 51 to 46. Or no, Michigan, 51 to 46. He's up 5 points right now in Michigan. This is 12 o'clock at night, guys. This is getting late, right? Wisconsin, 51 to 47. So if you notice, the polling this entire time, I've been listening to the guy from Rasmussen. He's been saying that Kamala Harris's ceiling is 47 to 48%. It doesn't seem like she's able to get in touch with it, right? So now Arizona right now, they just started reporting. It looks like it's very close in Arizona.
Yeah.
49-8 to 49-7 right now in favor of Trump, but they're early. So how have all the other states gone? Early it was close, late it kind of starts pulling away, with Virginia being the outlier, but Virginia still has not lived up to the polling hype, right? So right now, still, it's looking good. 12 o'clock, it looks good for Trump. We're going to see.
Yeah. It looks.
They just said that Mike Johnson is on a plane from Shreveport to go to Mar-a-Lago because there's going to be a big celebration.
Oh. I wonder if they know something we don't know.
I mean, Brett Baer saying that there's a lot of cracks in the blue wall. I tell you what, they have this voter analysis, the Fox News voter analysis. I'm sure they're seeing all that data behind the scenes, and they're just obviously not in a position to say it, but they're hinting around at it. But yeah, I mean, look, if it was a bad night for Trump, the Senate would have probably been the first indicator of that.
Right.
And we're just not seeing it there.
Well, Kelby, can I make another point too? And we haven't talked about it because it really doesn't matter in this country, the popular vote. But you always hear this from the Democrats? Oh, we need to go by the popular vote. We need to go by the popular vote.
Yeah.
Trump is over 61 million votes to Kamala Harris is 57 million. I'm rounding numbers.
Go away when California gets called, which is why we don't have when all the votes come into California.
Right.
Which is why we don't go by the popular vote.
But that's why we don't go by
61 million still approaching his 2016 numbers, right?
Yeah, that's where I'm coming to. But remember, I think the Democrats are already going to make this argument. We won the popular vote, and we should get rid of the Electoral College. If he holds on to the popular vote, that argument is kind of out the window, in my humble opinion.
So it just looked like 88% of the vote is in Georgia, and it still looks like he's holding a 3-point lead in Georgia.
It's coming down to the wire for Georgia. Like I said, I'm surprised they haven't called it yet, but maybe
Arizona got a lot tighter.
Oh yeah, I seen that too.
Listen, Arizona's going to be very tight until the very end, right? And then once again, what was the difference in votes in Arizona? It was 10,000 votes. That is nothing when it's all said and done. It's going to come down to the very end in these. So like it's funny because everyone says it's a very close race. It's a very close race, yes, but somebody could win in a landslide. No, the landslide victory is Electoral College only. Right. So like technically speaking, Joe Biden had a landslide victory over Donald Trump. Technically speaking.
Yeah, technically.
If you look at Electoral College, that was a landslide victory, but it was determined by under 100,000 votes. Right. So right now, and that's what I say, like when everyone was talking about in 2020, they think, hey, you're talking about widespread election fraud. No, you're not. You're talking about very small targeted election fraud, and you're seeing it again play out now, right? Because these 10,000 votes, 20,000 votes, 30,000 votes here, they make a big difference per county when you start adding these up.
So W. Lovejoy has said McCormick leads in Pennsylvania, and he said that damn blue wall needs to be shattered.
Shattered. I agree with you.
It sounds like
destroy it, blow it up. It's the Berlin Wall. Take it down.
Burn it down. But Michigan, Trump's reaching about 6 points now.
So Gwinnett County, Georgia, she's underperforming 1 or 2 points from Biden, and Trump is doing better.
What county was that?
Gwinnett County.
So Gwinnett County is what, number 3 or number 4 as far as population size in Georgia, right?
It's an important one. And Georgia is 94% in. And I'm telling you, Steve Kornacki or whatever his name is, he's trying to find, he's pressing everything to try to find some Harris vote. And there's a lot in right now, and it's not looking good.
Well, Kelby, how do you say that numbers don't lie?
They're at the position where they were at with Trump in 2020, right? Because I remember in 20, they were going, look, this doesn't look good for him. This doesn't look good for him. This doesn't look good. I remember Bill Hemmer in 2020 going, nope.
But we're like 10% of the vote in. Now we've got like 90% of the vote.
Yeah.
So that right there is the big key difference in this debate, where most of everything is done, and all the screw up Georgia, all the screw ups in Georgia have for the most part been fixed. Because they really. Now there's like a transparency website and all this thing.
Well, and see, this is the difference too. 2020,
the website in Georgia was awesome, by the way.
In 2020, Georgia had a lot of issues with their elections going into that election 20. And I told people that the only way you fix the conspiracy theories is you go ahead and change your voting laws. And Georgia did that. Remember, the Democrats were very upset that Georgia changed so many voting laws, and I think we're seeing the result of that tonight too, of their updated laws in their state.
And it's funny, isn't it?
In the House.
It's funny about Georgia election laws, because remember what that was, Jim Crow 2.0. Right, those election laws were supposed to stifle the vote. Those election laws were supposed to we're supposed to take all the black people in that vote and stifle their vote. If you remember the way that was sold when they were there, and since it's been inception, since it's been put in place, they've had record turnout year after year. Guess what? It's easy to vote in Georgia, and it's hard to cheat. That's scary to some of the Democrats. That ought to tell you enough.
We just lost Alabama too.
Oh, the seat.
Yeah, House seat, Alabama 2nd congressional, and we lost the New York House seat.
Well, according to Politico, they said GOP flipped the Senate. Oh, they finally called the Senate. So, are we going to be a hang Congress again? So we have.
Fox News, the one dude on right now is saying, if this continues the trend, it's the greatest political comeback since Grover Cleveland.
Yeah, it's Trey Gowdy.
Trey Gowdy, yeah. Am I still behind you?
No.
I was wondering what you was talking about.
It's on my TV.
I might have to go get some more liquor. I want to be hammered by the end of this night. It's all right. You guys need a hammered up calories, bro. You need. So listen, Arizona right now, I can't see 50% of the vote in, 49.8 to 49.3 in favor of Trump. But once again, so if he takes Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, he doesn't need any of those states.
No, he don't need Nevada or Arizona.
Oh, Nicole Wallace is not laughing anymore on MSNBC. I really just want to watch NBC because
don't you love it?
They're gonna freak.
They're gonna freak. Yeah.
I don't know who said it, but it's gonna be the biggest mental health crisis.
You know what I'm thinking? You know what I'm thinking of doing? I heard that's why it's fresh in my memory of Kamala Harris saying, "Don't let no one steal your joy." That nobody should let them steal their joy, man. I'm just saying.
Joy and rain or pain. It's like sunshine.
I was about to say
and
we might get
rain.
copyright, but nah, I don't think it's gonna happen. They're gonna be like, "We fine."
You don't have to worry about it. They're like, no, you sang that so bad that we don't have to worry about the
They might
copyright.
sue you just because you sang it so bad.
But I'm surprised that neither one of you said pump it up now, Joe.
Yeah, I know that song, by the way. I know that song.
All right, good. At least you know something I'm
Yeah.
referencing. I'm not that old.
I have a good variety of music.
Let's see what's going on.
Georgia 50.8 to 48.5.
Yeah, he's
So
up almost by 3. But dude,
Tightening
Michigan,
up a little bit, but it still looks like
Michigan.
it's almost safe.
Michigan, Trump is still just got over 6 points, and 48% of the vote is in right now.
And 48% of the vote is in. So now who's reporting? Once again, now who's reporting? So if you remember, like Virginia was at a very, very comfortable spot about an hour and a half ago.
Right.
And then all of a sudden it's like, well, who's reported on it, right? All of a sudden it seemed like more Republican district reported early, and then the late breaking districts reported late, and then boom, she starts taking the lead here, right? But very good signs. Like you want to see him up, you don't want to see him down. That's for damn sure.
So the New York Times has Isaac. I'll share this if I can.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's put that on the board so we all can see it.
Times.
Let's
All
see.
right, let me know when you could.
There you go.
Okay, this is their presidential forecast right now. 90% chance Trump. Electoral College estimate 301. Harris 237. And they even have Trump winning the popular vote.
Oh wow.
Wow.
This is their forecast.
Now
Let's see if we can see though where that outstanding vote is in which one you want, in Michigan or Wisconsin?
let's do Michigan first, because that's the one that looks like it's more probable right now.
Okay, this is the map right now. 62%.
Yeah, so while you looking at that, William Lovejoy, Lovejoy said here, we'll smack her joy. And he said, we lost Bama. So that's concerning the congressional seat you was talking about earlier, Kelby.
Yeah, that was a weird one. I don't understand that one. I won't put too much commentary in it, but that's an interesting one. Dane County right now, not
75% in.
Yeah, well, that's actually 95%.
Yeah,
95%.
75%.
Yes.
Okay, yep. 95% in, yep.
Let's see, live forecast. So, I mean, they have him just about winning Georgia.
So am I looking at what you're showing on the screen right now? It's showing him leading in Arizona, him leading in Georgia, like by a lot. It looks like he's taking Georgia, right?
So it looks like, yeah. So for the forecast from New York Times, it's lean R Arizona, very likely R in Georgia, lean R Pennsylvania, lean R Wisconsin, lean R Michigan. Now let's see the shift from
map.
And then that's the shift from 2020.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, we're got like 4.5 votes in some percent, in some of these.
Once again, look at all the red in areas that you don't suspect red to be in, right? Especially that upper north, kind of like central, little like northeast. Once again, New Jersey is a state. Go to New Jersey already. Could you pan New Jersey and just see what the numbers look like in New Jersey?
Let's try. I don't know if I could zoom.
I was gonna say you just had a different map up
here. So this is let's see. This is the shift in New Jersey to Republican.
4.6 more points, 5 points. That's a big jump.
So look at all of New Jersey is shifting right. 5.1997 up north a little bit. What did you have? I thought I saw, yeah, put there. Now go pick up New Jersey and see what it says. Where are we at right now?
So it's 89% in. Kamala Harris said 51. Trump's 47.
So you're talking. This is a 4-point race right now in New Jersey.
New Jersey,
You-
yeah.
and you're going to sit there and you're going to tell me that excuse my fucking language, New Jersey has moved 14 points, and he might have a chance of losing this. I don't see it happening. That's insane. Dude, look
Yeah.
at you. You're like a natural Bill Hemmer.
Well, I mean, usually sometimes, back in the day, I would be all into this for a candidate that I'd be working for. So,
And then the last,
You're a
but,
natural Bill Hemmer.
but the last
natural
time,
Bill.
last time we did a election
you gotta get
coverage.
Bill Hemmer hair, and then you're fully him.
I like my hair the way it is.
So
It looks like he's like going, a little thin.
so
He
what
is.
you're saying, Mike?
He's
What
not
you
only a hair club president, he's also a client.
so what you're saying, Mike, is when Dead Red Media gets that big $1 million contract, and we do election night coverages wherever we got to meet at in New Jersey or wherever.
I want to see him in front of our screen.
Yeah, he's gonna
It's
be
100%,
gonna be the guy at the big board. We're gonna let's go to Kelby
Yeah.
now, and
Yeah.
then Fox News
And
is gonna.
hopefully he's like Bill Hemmer right now, because Bill Hemmer, he's got that like Iron Man screen where he's manipulating with his hands and shit. I want to see him
the
full entrenched.
The only problem is the math. Bill Hammer is very good with the math.
True story. Yeah,
I would have to practice.
yeah. You're gonna have to. He definitely did some practice on this.
So
Oh, yeah.
so guys, it is 11:20. We were supposed to go to 11. So if y'all want to still stay on, I'll stay on for a little while longer. That's like I said, that I know Mike Calderese.
Listen, if you're staying on, all I need is more alcohol, and I'm ready to rock and roll. I'll stay on as long as you want. I'm in a very good spot right now, bro. The God's honest truth is I'm sitting here, I'm staring at the TV. I will be either talking to you, or I will be pacing up and down, left and right. So if you want to stay on, dude, if you want to take a pee break, whatever you want to do, I'm gonna go get some.
Oh,
more
I'm good.
alcohol, and
I'm
we can
good.
do this. You let me know.
I got root beer, man. I got homemade root beer. I'm drinking.
Kelby,
right now.
are you down to stay longer or what, kid?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. So
right.
hey, listen, I'm gonna call this a. I'll be back in like 7 minutes. How about that?
Sounds
All right.
good. Sounds good.
Okay, I'm gonna take a pause, Isaac.
Yeah,
All righty.
I'll take a pause after y'all get back.
Okay.
All right, guys. So yeah, so our other host. This was a two mics live, Kelby and Jeau and Isaac Hayes collaboration. While they're taking their breaks, we already know the numbers is getting pretty good. Let me read some of the chats. W Lovejoy has been in the chat for a little while. He said at this point, if we lose, it will be because of the 13 states allowing the invaders to vote. And he's talking about the illegal immigrants that are there. We do have another person in Rumble. If they want to go ahead and join in the chat, please put your name down. We have been live now for 4.5 hours. 4.5 hours. And very, very good numbers right now. According to Fox News, the electoral count number is 232 to 216. That is the numbers right now that we're seeing. We have one from Facebook. Go ahead and tell us where you're from. Let's go ahead and talk about our shows. That's what I want to talk about. First off, I'm going to start off with the Isaac Hayes show. We are live. We pre-record, but we premiere all our shows on Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Tomorrow, I will be live here in the studio. It's not going to be a pre-recorded video. It will be live here at the studio. And I took the day off tomorrow because I knew I would be up late tonight. So we are doing that tomorrow. Join me 10 o'clock Central Standard Time. We'll be live right after Dr. Michael's Swartz show. Dr. Mike is on vacation, but Mike Calderese will be live at 9 a.m. Central Standard Time. On that note, two mics live, Dead Red Media and the Mike Swartz show. Real good friends to the show. Dr. Michael Swartz is 1 second. Dr. Michael Swartz does the show in the morning, 9 a.m. Central Standard Time. They are on also on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 6 o'clock Central Standard Time. And then Kelby and Jeau, they release their shows at I'm trying to think of all this. It is late. I apologize. Got text messages coming in as well. Got a lot going on. But Kelby and Jeau show, they release on Thursday, so we're all in the thick of it. We're all in the thick of it to tell you the truth and give you our opinions. Again, we have been live now for 4.5 hours. Just got a text from William Wallace, and he asked if we were still on. So, William, if you're listening, come on and join us, man. We're having a good time. Let's see. But as everybody is taking their break, I'm going to take my break. I have Bill Hemmer is at the wall again and breaking this down. You know, I'm seeing North Carolina right here, which is kind of funny. We flipped a couple congressional seats in North Carolina. We also, I think we flipped a Senate seat in North Carolina. I could be wrong on that. But the governor's race. Now, look, I know Robertson had his issues, and it was last minute. Okay, you cannot go ahead and change a candidate that quick. So there was a lot of issues that I'm just surprised that Republicans decided not to vote for him. The reason being, because we're telling people to vote down ballot, and that's the only thing I can see, because North Carolina has went more red than anything right now, and they went ahead and we're not going to vote for Robertson. That kind of surprised me. Right? It didn't surprise me, but it did surprise me. So there's a lot of news stories. All right, let's go ahead and see what's going on. Got a text message again. so W Lovejoy is texting me, real good friend of mine, saying he's calling my wife and telling her to bring a Red Bull. I don't drink Red Bull, but I would drink a Kickstart, or I would drink. I'm trying to remember that other one, Buck or something like that. Maybe Kelby knows what kind of drink. Kelby, is the Buck energy drink or whatever like that?
Oh, I don't know. I don't drink that.
You don't drink?
I'm gonna wait till Mike comes back on, but there's some big news.
Okay.
There's some big news about Pennsylvania.
Oh man, you're not gonna tell? You're gonna keep it a secret until he gets back?
Well, I don't want to repeat myself.
No,
but
man.
Simone Sanders, she's got the scoop.
We're gonna go ahead and hear something then. No, I was just talking with the audience here about North Carolina. It just amazes me that
it's very depressing. Oh, MSNBC said it's very depressing.
Oh no, but going back to what I was saying, North Carolina with Robinson, it's kind of funny that we gained 3 seats in the congressional race out there. I think some with the Senate went our way too, and the Republicans just apparently just passed over Robinson, saying we're not going to vote for him because of the scandal that happened. But you got someone texting you, Kelby, or what?
What's that?
Got someone texting you or what? Is Joe still there? Because Joe didn't pop on.
No, he left.
He left. He went home. Young Buck can't stand with us, man.
No, he's under the weather.
Yeah, you did tell me that earlier.
Yeah.
No, but I was just like Robinson, man. Robinson's numbers. I
keep it cool in my house. So.
No, but Robinson's number, man. I can't. I'm just, Republicans go and vote and just pass over them. Like it's nothing,
Oh, I didn't make a graphic for the winner.
You should do that because we might be announcing it. We might be up till and make an announcement.
Oh, I'm not. Well, no.
So W Lovejoy did make a point a while ago. He said if at this point, if we lose, it's because of the 13 states allowing the invaders to vote. What you think, Kelby?
No.
Okay. So Mike Calderise, if you're ready, give me a thumbs up and I'll put you back on. Yep, he's ready.
We had some big news out of Pennsylvania.
Kelby got breaking news, man, and he didn't want to tell me until you got back. So
I didn't want to have to repeat myself. All right, so MSNBC is not in a good place right now, and they need to bring the support dogs over there because it is not looking good. Simone Sanders confirmed on the air that according to the campaign, there's not enough absentee ballots in Pennsylvania to make the difference.
Wow.
To put Trump, to put Harris over the top. So they are not going to be winning. They're not confident they're going to be winning Pennsylvania.
So to me, that means Michigan and Wisconsin are going Trump, right? So Harold Ford Jr. I know Kelby's been on top of this. I don't know how you're watching 5 channels at once, but somehow you are doing it, and it's impressive. But Harold Ford Jr., when I just went down there, I poured myself a drink, and you call it a Freudian slip, call it whatever you want. But what that man said was, what the Democrats need to do is talk to President Trump right now. And he referred to him as President Trump.
Not former president.
Not former president. He referred to him as President Trump. And then he paused and realized, oh, shit, I just kind of let that go. And then kind of started, not backtracking, but trying to deflect a little bit. So it's just very telling. Like, once again, Kelby was talking about body language. I think, what time did you get in? About 9 o'clock? You were talking about the body language on some of the Democrats very, very, very early, Kelby. Mm-hmm. And what I'm seeing right now is the body language that you referred to earlier is starting to play out in much bigger ways, right? Their tone is different. Their body language is different. The people that have their arms crossed, that means they're closed off. They don't like what they're seeing. The type of what's the nature I'm talking about? They don't have a dismissive nature, but they have like a submissive nature. That's starting to show itself right now.
You can see defeat.
Yes.
So if Trump were to get the 19 votes, that would put him at 251. He's at 232, depending on
who you watching.
But CNN has caught up on the Trump, basically. But the projections that's nor here nor there. I don't know how. I don't even know if it's possible for him to win Pennsylvania and then lose the other 2. That just wouldn't make sense.
It goes what Mike's been saying all night.
It hasn't happened in 30, 40, 50 years, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see that. And I honestly, I think Georgia is looking, pretty good for him. Out of all of them, Georgia is probably the most promising to go his way.
Now, I will say this just to add on to the excitement. You're talking about MSNBC and stuff. Fox News is showing the MAGA crowd at the Trump party, and they're electrified right now, dude. They're on cloud 9.
If Trump wins Georgia and Pennsylvania, that puts him at 267.
Cruz is up 10 points right now in Texas.
Yeah. That's so much for Liz Cheney.
Right. I mean, and these are the things that like, nothing for nothing, but we've all been talking about this for a fucking year now, right? And I apologize. Listen, I know Isaac, dude.
It's
I
cool.
apologize. I have been drinking
all the young people's off the chat right now.
So if you do have some young people there, earmuffs. But it's now 12:31 my time. I've been drinking for 5 hours.
Yeah, we've been live for 5 hours. We've almost been live for 5 hours right now.
But I've been drinking for 5 hours.
Yeah.
So if I throw some curses out there, Pete Hegseth right now, it looks like there's people going crazy behind him. Dude, I'm trying to temper my enthusiasm at 12:30, even as how much I have drank. I'm tempering my enthusiasm. I'm starting to get excited, but I still feel like I'm 2020 again.
So we only have one in the chat right now, and we know it's late. No, that's why. But
I'm going to explain the Alabama flip.
Yeah, go ahead.
It was a new district that was drawn, similar to our 6th congressional here. So that's why an incumbent foolishly ran again, apparently. And so that's what that was about.
All right, guys, I'm going to say this. And I know California, I don't even know the numbers in California right now. But New York Times said Trump might win the popular vote. He's 63.5 million, give or take. Still,
yeah, the popular vote's cherry on top.
Yeah, so
Virginia's opening up to 5 points too. So Virginia's starting to come where the polling said it was going to.
So they go to a point too. Did the pollsters finally get it right?
At the end of the night, we're going to see it, right? I guess we're going to determine that about a week and a half from now when all the numbers are in. Right now, it seems like, Harris, when you look at Virginia, Harris is going 5 points in the Virginia direction. That's where they had them. It was really like 6-7 points. As far as the national voting averages is in Virginia, but and she's starting to eat closer to that. Now, how much votes out there where did the vote come in? But it seems like the late vote is coming from these Democratic areas that's increasing her lead.
So Kelby and Mike, we have a question for you on Rumble. W Lovejoy said he wants to get your take on let me read it. Kelby and Mike, what's your take on if the is the loss? I'm guessing talking about Trump.
What?
That's how I'm reading it. Kelby and Mike, what's your take on if she is lost or the loss? The is lost. I think he misspelled something right there. If he can clarify.
I speak English. If you could rephrase that in a better form.
I'm reading. Yeah.
Do me a favor, if you possibly can, proofread your comment before you put it, and I would be happy to answer it.
Well, you got to realize W Lovejoy already said he's drinking alcohol and he got Red Bull, so he's probably.
I'm a little tatered right now. I'm not gonna bullshit you, Isaac.
You gonna be able to wake up for Mike Swartz show tomorrow, man, or what?
Listen, it's gonna be way easier to wake up hungover tomorrow with a Trump victory. That's what you call a little hair of the dog. What I would do in the morning is I would pour myself a big glass of Weather Vane whiskey from Garden State Distillery, GardenStateDistillery.com, everybody. Check it out. But I would do that and a little hair of the dog. That's what they call it, a little hair of the dog, and I would do the show. And then, you know what I do? I go to work, Isaac, because I got to finish the job.
So Clay Higgins wins here. That W Lovejoy just said. Yeah, we're a little behind W Lovejoy because of the it's a couple of seconds off.
What was Lovejoy's question again?
He just said something about if he wants your take on if Trump would lose, but it don't look like he's losing right now. Maybe that's it. Let me text him.
I'll try to answer. If Trump loses, then he's not going to say he's going to say it was stolen, and he will lose his mind.
I 100% agree with that. I think he will lose his mind at this point, especially with how happy they are. Now, from my perspective, and now everyone has to realize something. Like, I was there all day January 6th. So if you want to ask me any questions about January 6th, you can let me know. I will clear up any of the lies.
I'm going to invite you on my show.
And Kelby, listen, I'll come on anytime. Isaac knows that. He'll tell you I'll come on anytime you want me. I was there all day January 6th reporting on it for my show. And so listen, that was one of the biggest lies in the history of the planet. So big that when I was driving home, I thought I was being lied to from Fox News about Black Lives Matter. And when I say that, I mean it. Like, I said, whoa, dude, like, all you heard of Black Lives Matter was it was peaceful all day until these assholes showed up. And it was really kind of the same thing. But the difference is January 6th, there was over 1 million people there. And the people that went into the Capitol was it was a fraction of that percentage. So,
But what were the people, what was the point of going there, right? Because, I mean, nobody was going to change anything. Mike Pence wasn't going to change it. He didn't have the authority to change anything. Like, what was the whole point of that? Breaking in there, and I mean, do you want to know it from the average voter perspective, or do you want to know it from Trump perspective? Because I think I have an idea of both. I mean, honestly, I think that was 4 years ago. We should move on, and whatever it is, what it is.
But it's important. But it's an awesome question that you asked me, right? So, like, what was the point of all that? When you ask me that question, I'm going to answer it in two parts. So, number one, if you ask me, and this is as a staunch Trump supporter, Donald Trump wanted to show a power that day. And I do think he lied to the people that show up there a little bit about some things about the election that took place and blah, blah, blah. But to me, Trump wanted to show that he had the amount of power that he had, that he could bring 1 million people to DC and overwhelm them. And he did. He did that. Now, you also had a show of power on the Democrat side because they orchestrated that event to make everybody look like an insurrectionist. And it didn't even matter. So I said this to everybody, like, when I told people that I was at January 6th all day long, whether you were Republican or Democrat, you looked at me the exact same way. You were like this, oh my God, really? You were there? You were like there for Insurrection Day? And I'm like, yeah, it was the most beautiful day I've ever seen in my life. People don't tell you this. Like, walking to the Capitol was, it was food trucks, right? I could have got a hot dog and a funnel cake right outside of DC. So to answer your point, to answer your question correctly, Trump was a show of power, and if we're being honest, I think the people in America wanted to show their own form of power, right? Because the main theme, no matter what anybody wants to tell you about that day, the main theme of that day was nobody in that building represents we the people. I don't care how anybody wants to spin it. I was on the ground. I was talking to people there. I have an hour and a half worth of clips of video that I put out on YouTube years ago that, of course, got censored, right? But I was there. The overwhelming theme there was nobody in that building represents us, not even the Republicans, not even the Democrats, and there was a big mix of people there.
CNN just called Georgia for Trump.
Wow, that's big. That's big.
That's big. Sorry for going off, but I hope I gave you a little bit of a reality of what January 6th was like.
Well, Mike, when you go on the Kelby and Jeau show, I cannot wait to hear that. That's going to be a good episode.
I'm sorry, dude. I get going because that moment really, like I said, there's moments that I've been doing this politics stuff that have opened my eyes. That was one of them, and the once again the thought that I could not get out of my head, guys, was how much was I lied to about all of the Black Lives Matter stuff?
To clear up,
I felt like I was being lied to by everybody.
So on a different note, W. Lovejoy went ahead and clarified his thoughts. He said, what's your take if Trump would lose this thing? Like I said, right now it's looking pretty good for Trump, but y'all kind of explained it a while ago of what Trump would do, and that's what led us to our January 6th conversation.
So if he did lose it, right, based on what I know about January 6th, if he did lose it, at this point, this was one of the things I was concerned about on my show, was if you were trying to create a civil war, what best way to do it would be to make Trump look like he was going to win and then pull the rug out from everybody. That would make people lose their shit. Right? You know what I'm talking about? So, like, right now, if Trump were to lose, this would be the worst case scenario for, if you ask me, for the country, because that would elicit a response. Because right now you have, like we're saying right now, the body language at MSNBC is bad. Trump people are starting to celebrate. Big parts of the vote are in. He's winning here. He's winning there. He's winning in Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, right? He's winning in all these states, bigger than what they expected. And then they take it from us. That will elicit a response. Right? Am I wrong there?
No, I agree with you. I agree with you on that.
Yeah, I mean, I will say that's not going to be happening tonight. I think the House, though, is going to be controlled by the Democrats. Some people are texting me that they think the House will be will lose the House to the Democrats.
So now, once again, the saving grace is the Senate. They're already calling it 51 for the Republicans, right? So there you go. You're going to have divided government, no matter which way you shake it. So if you are one of these if you are a Republican, you got to be happy that you at least you didn't get swept, right? So you have that going for you right now. Now, do you get the presidency and the Senate? Because that's a lot of power. And then do you get all three? That's really what it's going to come down to. I think that's where we're at this point tonight.
Okay, guys, let's go ahead.
What do you think, Kelby? Because you've been watching everybody.
Yeah, I mean, because the Senate, the thing is with the Senate, the judges, the Supreme Court nomination
Yes,
comes
exactly.
along, and then so that's where that has to be confirmed, and also, the lower courts will also be, some appointments there. Kedrick Richmond is at Harris headquarters talking.
So why you listening to that, Kelby? Let's go ahead and talk about the three.
Pennsylvania's looking like it's going Trump in a big way.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. 86% of the vote in Pennsylvania. Trump's almost up by 3. Wisconsin, this is a big one right here.
2.6%. 2.6% in Trump's favor
on what?
In Pennsylvania right now.
Well, in Wisconsin, he's up by 4. And in Michigan, he's almost up by 5. And Pennsylvania and Wisconsin have over 80% of the vote in. Georgia is 93% in. I don't see how Fox News has not called that. Kelby, you reported earlier that CNN went ahead
it's
and
those two counties that stopped counting. I'm telling you, it's those 2 counties that stopped counting. That's why they stopped. That's why they didn't call Georgia. 'Cause it's the sheer number of people, right? And based off of the years past, there's been more numbers for Harris. So the math right now, even though the math has changed, right? They are still applying the old math. Therefore, they're not calling Georgia. That's the reason why. It's the old math is taking place in Fulton County and in all those counties, and especially the counties that like we were talking about before, that were at 0% come 11 o'clock. They didn't report anything until 11 o'clock. Now those votes are starting to come in, so they're just holding off to see how that's going to turn.
So Kedrick Richmond, the co-chair of the campaign, just told the supporters at Harris headquarters that she will not be addressing the crowd tonight. There are still votes to be. There are still votes to be counted. There are still states to be called, and she will address them tomorrow morning.
Now I got a question though, because Cedric Richmond.
Wait, so did they say tomorrow morning? I'm sorry, Isaac. Did they say tomorrow morning?
Yeah, Kedrick Richmond said that she will address them tomorrow morning. I'm gonna just say this.
So that's a definitive statement.
Well,
right?
this is 2016 again, because remember, Hillary did not address the crowd the night of, and it was like 10 a.m., which would be awesome for me because it would happen during my show that she conceded the election to Donald Trump.
It's the exact same scenario. 100% what you just said, Isaac, because she said the same thing. Everybody go to sleep. It's going to be a long night. I will address you in the morning. And when they said in the morning, right? Like, because so Biden didn't say I will address you in the morning in 2020. He 100% did not.
Well, he did. He had a speech in 2020. Remember, I think it was late, but he did. I think it was like 2-3 o'clock in the morning our time. He gave a speech. And he was like, "Yeah, we won and this and this," but yeah, it was.
What he told everybody to do was go home, and it's going to flush itself out in the next couple of days. They did not say I will. One thing the Biden campaign, I'm 100% positive of this, did not do in 2020 was say that I will address you the morning Wednesday morning. They 100% did not do that.
Right, because there was 20% of the vote. There was 20% of the vote that wasn't pretty much everything.
Yes. So the morning comment tells me that they're just waiting for a couple of things to flush out. Yeah. They want to see that they really have no path to victory, and that's when they're going to call Trump and concede.
They want to know for sure that all of the absentee, like Simone was talking about earlier, Simone, whatever her name is, that there's absolutely no way for her to win.
Guys, they're leaving.
The internals, I'm going to just say something. Campaigns, especially of that size, spend millions on...
Billions.
Probably billions. They spend a lot of money on numbers, data, and smart people. So they know.
So I want to.
You're 100% accurate.
I want to make an interesting point right here.
What you do, one second, in the campaign, what you identify your voters, right? You start saying, okay, you start identifying people from day one, and you start qualifying voters And you know, because each of these campaigns are basically, it's a national campaign, but there's each state individual, there are each individual campaigns. And a lot of these campaigns in the counties, they know they have to do well in. You have a county chair, you have all of these people working that county up and down that know the county like the back of their hands, and you know where you vote at, you know where you know what's going on, and they know that it's a pretty good chance that Trump is going to win. And Fox is called Georgia.
They just
Kelby. Right now they're showing the Trump headquarters dancing, and they're showing the Harris headquarters that is emptying out, and it looks like it's dead right now.
Well, I was about to make a point of Georgia, because the estimated vote that's still out in Georgia is probably 317,000, and if you had to go, about half of that would be Trump. There's no way. Which I was about to make. There's no way that Fox News cannot call it yet.
She had to pull like 70% to take that number down.
Yeah, and nobody's calling a state like Georgia without them knowing 1,000,000% how accurate that.
How it's going to go.
Yeah, and I would say one more thing, because I know Trump's about to talk probably. I would say this: he shouldn't claim victory tonight. He didn't win this thing yet. Don't give them a reason. He should say, "Look, well, keep seeing how it goes." I think she should have addressed her people. Those people have been standing there for hours.
If you ask me, Trump shouldn't go on to about 3:00 in the morning.
Oh yeah, but I see the guy over here in the BBC feed is checking the camera with the light. He's at the podium, so that means somebody's about to come talk. I don't know who. He should say
when you have your people that are partying. Sorry, when you have your people that are partying, someone wants to talk about it. Bill Hemmer is right at the big board right now.
Yeah, I see.
The decision desk is you behind a little bit, Mike.
I'm behind too a little bit. Yeah, it is called.
I've been rewinding shit, bro. I've been trying to stay with it.
But all Trump needs now.
Georgia just so you guys announced, but on my screen, Georgia just went Trump, right?
Yes.
So once again, now we have Georgia and North Carolina that are booked.
But
and now it comes down to Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. That's where we turn our attention to, right?
So the Fox News decision data guy says that Trump could sweep all of them,
all 7 swing states.
Well,
or the blue wall,
Pennsylvania, Michigan.
Well, it's possible. I was about to.
I thought he was taking 6 out of the 7 swing states. That was what I was predicting earlier. Let's see what this is. So what you're saying, Kelby, is Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. It looks like Trump could take all of them as of right now.
Well, that's what the Fox News decision desk guy is saying. He said it's in the realm of possibility that Trump could sweep them all.
Well, I was going to look at Nevada, because nothing is really, not Nevada, Arizona. Nothing is really changing in Arizona. Trump is still up, but it's under a point.
Honestly, Arizona's so irrelevant right now.
Yeah, it is. So, well, the reason I was bringing that point up, because we're talking about all the swing states. Yeah,
I'm just saying it could. I think it's so irrelevant right now. Whether she wins it, he wins it. I think.
I look, to be honest with you, I think he wins Michigan. Michigan's has 58% in, but he's up by 6, and he's been holding that pretty good. Pennsylvania, the same way. I want to go look at the state of Pennsylvania, because they're almost 90% in, and they have not called it yet. If they call Pennsylvania, I will make the projection that Trump is going to win the election. Because look, I'm looking at the estimated votes, and of course this is estimated, but 746,000 votes. And again, there's 90% of the vote in. I don't know what they're waiting on. I understand, Mike, what you've been saying all night, but you can imagine, or say probably half of that will go to Trump. You get even that though, it still would not. It still won't be called in.
it still wouldn't do it, right? But you still have to
three away.
Listen. You still have to make it to where it makes sense. So right now I'm staring at 52-46, Trump up in Michigan, and that's with what I'm trying to see. Is that 68% of the vote in? I mean that's a lot of percentage, man. And when you start looking at these numbers. And it's playing out where he held on to Georgia and he held on to North Carolina and he didn't hold on to West Virginia or Virginia, but it looks like it's going to be underneath where the polling was. So it does look like the polling was skewed left again. So I mean, when you start talking to these decision desk guys, they have to know more than we do, right? And they're saying that Trump's going to take Pennsylvania. Listen, if he gets one or two of those states, we win.
Yep.
Well, if can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I got you. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. If Trump wins Pennsylvania, that puts him 3 points away from the presidency. 3 votes away from the presidency. So
if he wins Pennsylvania, it's over.
Yeah. So that would be.
Let's face facts. Let's face fucking facts.
So he could win, Arizona, put him over the top. He can win Wisconsin, Michigan, put him over the top. Nevada, put him over the top.
Did he call Alaska yet?
Alaska? No, I don't think so.
That's going to be.
Yeah, because that's three delegates, three votes right there.
Just think about this right now. Going into this, they said that Kamala Harris had to win this state, and this state. Donald Trump had to win this state, and this state. Donald Trump's states happened to be Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, right? Those were, you remember, everyone was losing their mind a month ago that a hurricane was going to stop everybody in North Carolina from voting. Well, guess what? They're up 3 points. Right? So now Trump has held on to what he needed to hold on to. Now, what does he take from her? Does she hold on to her states or does she not? So far, she's underperforming. He's overperforming.
Yeah. Well, Trump is 216,000 votes ahead of her in Pennsylvania.
With 90% of the vote.
With 90%, that's a lot to make up. I mean, I don't even, yeah, that's just like.
Where are they coming from?
Exactly. And that's all of her votes have come in already.
Yeah.
Whatever she's going to get is pretty much have come in.
Well, see, that's the point about Pennsylvania.
The point about Florida is having Florida in the bag to start is the pressure is significantly down on the Republican because you're coming in with all of those votes already. And Florida's a huge state with a lot of votes, electoral college votes. So that you don't have to spend money there. You can spread the money in the more competitive states now that Florida's kind of no longer.
Kelby, did I see Florida at 56-42 Trump?
Let me see.
56-42 Trump.
Yep.
Right now, 97%
is that what I just saw on the screen?
That's what you just saw. 56-42.
So we're talking about it now. Now help me with my math, right? But that's a 12-point swing. Is that what we're talking about? 14-point swing.
Yeah, and Florida is 30 electoral college votes.
So Pennsylvania is now 51-2-48. Interesting.
I will say that the House is not gonna be looking good.
Yeah, the house is flipping blue right now. So
well,
I'm not upset about that, guys. I will not be upset about that. Listen, if we're being honest, I don't like Republicans. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that all of a sudden I like Republicans. I don't. So I'm not gonna be upset if these guys can't do anything. I'm not gonna be upset if maybe some of these guys now have to figure out that, listen, some of your rhetoric has gone crazy. We need to dial it back. And we need to start working with each other. The God's honest truth is, you know what? When Bill Clinton and Newt Gingrich got together for the contract with America, and they worked with each other, we had a pretty good situation going on. And that lasted a very long time. That made the Democrats look very good for a very long time.
So guys,
those days are over.
So guys, I want to go ahead and I hate to do this, but it's getting to midnight on my end, and as one viewer telling me, I'm tired. I'm getting there, man. I'm getting there, and I was kind of hoping they would have called Pennsylvania at least, you know, but I'm gonna go ahead and call it a night, man.
You got no heart. You got no heart.
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. We're gonna probably talk tomorrow, though, bro. We're probably gonna talk tomorrow.
Do any of you want to come on a morning show tomorrow and discuss anything tomorrow? Kelby, you available or what? Isaac, you available?
I'm available.
Yeah, I mean, I might be able to work something out.
So this is what we're gonna do when I wake up. I'll send you. Dr. Mike has got to make the link for me, right? But I'll send you a link, and we'll bring you in, and we'll bullshit again the same way on the morning show tomorrow.
Yep, I got my show at 10 a.m. or 11 a.m. your time, so I would have to cut
you're
it
right after
that.
me, right?
Yeah, I'm right after you. So
when are you recording that? Are you recording it now?
Oh no, I'm going live tomorrow.
Oh, you're going live tomorrow?
Yeah, I took a vacation day for tomorrow, cause I knew I'd be up late. So
perfect.
And with that being said,
so
we just got
what are you leaving for? What are you getting off for?
Oh, I'm tired. I'm tired. And the wife texted me a while ago and said, 11 o'clock. I was like, well, politics, man, politics.
My wife's been sleeping for 5 hours, but she's pregnant.
Yeah.
No, I get it, bro. I'm just breaking your balls. Love you, bro. Listen, it was a pleasure to be with you tonight.
Yeah, man.
Kelby, nice to meet you, man.
Nice to meet you too.
So we'll see y'all later on. Kelby, man, if you want to go ahead and end the show by telling people, you know, about y'all shows or whatever, go ahead and lead us out, man.
All right. Well, look, hope you listen. You can find us wherever you podcast, and hopefully when we all go to bed, there's no funny business, and we wake up to MAGA. And
I'm going to bed.
I'm not that way, but you know what, MAGA.
Hey, we never get Kelby to say that again. I'm glad we got it on video.
Yeah, don't record it.
So, Mike, go ahead and tell people about Two Mics Live, man.
Hey, listen, Two Mics Live on Rumble, the number 2 Mics Live. Listen, the way my co-host likes to describe our show is we are, if Gutfeld and Fox and Friends in the Morning had a baby, it would be Two Mics Live. Right? So that's the way he likes to describe it. Listen, we have a really good time. We're going to bring you the truth. I hope you saw that tonight. And Isaac, thank you. Listen, Isaac, you know this. I love you, bro. You do a great job. How we met was you had Dr. Mike on your program, right? When he was when he was promoting his book. That's before Two Mics Live even existed, right? So you are an absolute stud. And I'm sorry I'm slurring a little bit because I am a little bit drunk. But dude, thank you for having me, bro. Really appreciate it.
Oh, thank you for coming on, man. We'll talk tomorrow morning.
We will 100% talk tomorrow morning. Let's go. Hey, looks good. Let's go.
All right, my friends. Well, look, y'all have a good night. We'll be we'll be probably back on in the morning, and hope we don't oversleep. Kelby, make sure you tell the boss you had a late night. So.
All right. Sounds good.
All right, my friends. You have a good one.
Bye-bye.
Later.